Chapter 23:20. As far as the three venerables were concerned, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's huge change was only beneficial to Giant Sun Immortal. Longevity Heaven. Giant Sun Immortal let out the breath of air. He was naked, sitting cross-legged. His muscular upper body was covered in bulging muscles. His black chest hair gave off an intense aura of masculinity. My injuries are healed. Giant Sun Immortal let out a sigh of relief. If Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and Fire Goo continued to fight evenly with each other, both sides would be heavily injured. The Venerables would fight again. However, Giant Sun Immortal's injuries were much heavier than Star Constellation Immortal Venerables. If he did not participate, he would lose the opportunity. If he participated, he would be injured. He would be at a disadvantage. In the battle for Light Goo not long ago, Giant Sun Immortal had to endure the pressure of the two Venerables. He also had to protect his eldest son, Light Emperor. He had to pay a huge price. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had already healed her injuries, but Giant Sun Immortal had only recovered now. Feng Jioga's sudden attack made Spectral Soul Demon Venerable even stronger. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Great Love Immortal Venerable could only wait patiently. Giant Sun Immortal became the beneficiary of this. But Giant Sun Immortal was very familiar with this feeling in his previous life. After all, he cultivated Luck Path. He researched variables. As he grew stronger, any variable would be beneficial to him. Giant Sun Immortal prepared for a moment before activating his Luck Path investigative killer move. But this time, he did not investigate the other venerables, he only inspected himself. After Star Constellation Immortal Venerable refined the Celestial Quartz Wisdom Path Tao marks, Giant Sun Immortal's number of times he inspected others decreased. He focused on his own situation. His luck was not good. I successfully obtained rank 9 Light Goo, but my luck is still not good. Which side is against me? Giant Sun Immortal frowned. Don't tell me, because rank 9 Light Goo is not suitable for me to use, and because it is injured, it is being nurtured in Emperor Light's body? Giant Sun Immortal guessed. Rank 9 Light Goo was injured by Feng Yuan's incomplete refinement killer move. The Giant Sun Immortal had no way to heal his injuries. On the other hand, the Light Emperor had his own expertise and thought of a solution. That was to use his light body to continuously refine and nurture it, until the Light Goo became his vital goo and be used by him. If it were a rank 9 Wild Light Goo, Light Emperor would not be able to subdue and refine it. But Light Goo was injured and its will was heavily injured. With Giant Sun Immortal's help, Light Emperor saw some hope of success. This method had many drawbacks. For a very long time, the Light Emperor was almost unable to move. He even needed the help of others to drink and eat. As soon as Longevity Heaven had a pseudo-venerable battle prowess, it went into seclusion. But Longevity Heaven could do nothing about it. They could not hand Light Goo to Feng Yuan and let him repair it. This was a rank 9 Immortal Goo. But Feng Yuan had no bottom line. Giant Sun and Light Emperor were not stupid enough to seek Feng Yuan's help on this. Looking at his bad luck, Giant Sun Immortal sighed helplessly. If only I did not obtain rank 9 Light Goo, but a rank 9 Luck Path Immortal Goo, no matter what it was, as long as it was a Luck Path Immortal Goo, that would be great. Giant Sun Immortal was very familiar with this feeling. Although many sudden changes would ultimately be beneficial to him in the end, he had no choice. But most of the time, it was not what Giant Sun Immortal needed the most. After all, it was a variable, not a fixed outcome. Right now, if Giant Sun Immortal had a rank 9 Luck Path Immortal Goo, he would be able to modify a rank 9 investigative killer move. He would be able to determine who posed the greatest threat to him. Giant Sun Immortal did not have a rank 9 Luck Path Immortal Goo now. Even if he used investigative killer moves and obtained the amplification of Longevity Heaven's vast amount of Luck Path Tao marks, he could only see the general trend of Luck Path. The three venerables were in a standoff. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was in a delirious state. There were also pseudo-venerables like Feng Jioga, as well as the schemes of the other venerables. All of these luck were intertwined. Giant Sun Immortal could not distinguish the details. He could only see the vague general trend. Rank 9 Immortal Goo were very important. They often brought about a qualitative change. No matter how much the luck path Dao mark amplification was, it was just a quantitative change. Maybe I have made the most progress among the three venerables. This change in luck is likely because of the rank 9 light Gu. The other venerables decided to work together to deal with me. That is why their luck surpasses mine. Of course, there is another possibility. I have already been surpassed. My advantage is gone. But in this situation, who is the hidden person? Similar to how Feng Yuan thought about Feng Jioge and Celestial Court, Giant Sun Immortal could only guess. He could not deduce the truth. Giant Sun Immortal only left Longevity Heaven and continued to refine Northern Plains Dao marks. After completely refining Northern Plains luck path Dao marks, Giant Sun Immortal expanded his base from Longevity Heaven to the whole of Northern Plains. There were many benefits to this. For example, Giant Sun Immortal was attacked by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Great Love Immortal Venerable again. He did not need to escape to Longevity Heaven. As long as he entered Northern Plains, he would receive a huge amplification. Even though this amplification was inferior to Longevity Heaven, it was enough to deal with the two venerables. At the same time, Northern Plains was under Giant Sun Immortal's control. Giant Sun Immortal could specially nurture Gu Immortal descendants. He would not have to worry about some shameless venerable slaughtering the Huangjin tribes, while Giant Sun Immortal Venerable did not have a good way to stop them. Giant Sun Immortal understood deeply. As time passed, the Venerable's strength would continue to grow, they would become stronger, their immortal essence would become more abundant. During the initial stage of the conflict, the Venerables did not have enough immortal essence to use. This was the best time to refine the natural Dao marks of heaven and earth. If they missed this opportunity, it would be difficult. When refining natural Dao marks, if there was any disturbance, the progress would be very slow. If other venerables gained the upper hand, it would be even worse. For example, if Star Constellation Immortal Venerable refined the wisdom path Dao marks of a place first, her strength would rise greatly in that place. At that time, if Giant Sun Immortal wanted to refine the luck path Dao marks of this place and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable attacked, retreating would be the logical choice for Giant Sun Immortal. Not counting the unconscious spectral soul demon Venerable, among the three venerables, Giant Sun Immortal's advantage was still very clear. He had refined the largest number of luck path Dao marks. Once he refined all of Northern Plains luck path Dao marks, he would not allow other venerables to get their hands on it. Be it Star Constellation Immortal Venerable who wanted to refine Northern Plains wisdom path Dao marks, or Feng Yuan who wanted to refine Northern Plains refinement path Dao marks, they would face a heavy blow from Giant Sun Immortal. Thus, now was the most suitable time to refine natural Dao marks. After this period, the difficulty would rise sharply. Other than this reason, there was an even more crucial secret that urged the venerables to refine Dao marks as soon as possible. That was, only by completely refining all of the natural Dao marks in the world could one maintain their attainment level. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable let out icy blue fire as he slaughtered the two heavens. The other three venerables were refining their own natural Dao marks. The 5 regions Gu Immortal World fell into temporary peace again. Countless beast groups escaped from confusion to heavens, landing in the 5 regions. The super forces of the 5 regions were in a terrible situation. Gu Immortals moved out to defend their territories. Most of the beast groups perished in the icy blue fire. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's body continued to grow. His aura surged like the sea. After a period of time, his ice-cold blue flame completely covered the entire 2 heavens. Under the attention of the 3 venerables and the gazes of countless living beings in the 5 regions, the blue fire burned for 2 days and 2 nights. Countless fragments of white heaven and black heaven in confusion 2 heavens fused together in this blue fire, becoming one. A new heaven appeared. People called it Spectral Heaven. With immemorial black heaven as the leader, immemorial white heaven was completely conquered and annexed, while Spectral Soul Demon Venerable who devoured black heaven's spirit became the ruler. His body was like a mountain or a sea. He was not inferior to the sun from before. The blue fire gradually extinguished everywhere in Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Only the surface of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's body was burning quietly, even the weakest fire was tens of feet tall. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable became the biggest source of light in spectral heaven. He emitted a vast cold killing intent towards the 5 regions at all times. This was an unprecedented change. Even in the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, there was no such change. The entire Gu cultivation world's environment was changing under Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's control. Light path was suppressed, dark path was growing. Battles and casualties rose all over the world. Most living beings and even Gu masters could not escape from the influence of killing intent. Soul beasts started to proliferate all over the world. But at the same time, providence also stabilized. Eastern Sea. A rank 5 female Gu master looked at spectral heaven, at the grand existence at the center of spectral heaven. She only looked at it for a while before lowering her head and retracting her gaze. In such a short period of time, the killing intent in her heart had accumulated to the peak, almost breaking through her own limits, making her dizzy with killing intent. She had to slaughter wantonly in order to slightly calm down and ease it. The female Gu master was old. She was 93 years old. Her name was Hua Ben Cry. She had just left her position as the leader of Eastern Sea's Hua clan. She purposely stared at Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. When her killing intent dissipated, Hua Ben Cry started the biggest attempt of her life. Ascending to immortal as a mortal. First step, shattering aperture. Heaven and earth chi burst out, forming a grand tribulation. Hua Ben Cry had a solemn expression. Even though she had Hua clan's detailed information, facing the immortal ascension tribulation, her mind and body were shaken. Second step, taking in chi. Heaven, earth, and human chi enveloped her. Hua Ben Cry concentrated, trying her best to balance the 3 chi. At the same time, it was natural inspiration. As for the tribulations in the outside world, Hua clan's Gu immortals would resist them. This was the benefit of being a superforce. Third step, releasing Gu. The vital Gu was released into the 3 chi mixed essence chi lump. There was a loud explosion. Heaven and earth were split apart. At this moment, Hua Ben Cry had a rank 6 immortal aperture. She succeeded in her immortal ascension. A high-grade blessed land. But there was no excess heaven and earth chi left to refine her vital Gu. But Hua Ben Cry was already very satisfied. She could not calm the excitement in her heart. When using natural inspiration, she had great gains. The killer move that she was most proud of in her life's accumulation had already undergone a qualitative change. It had become an immortal killer move. As long as she used this move and sat on any immortal Gu house, crying out in pain, the target immortal Gu house would suffer huge losses. The reputation of the Gu immortals inside the immortal Gu house would also fall. Literature Library. Chapter 23-21. After the formation of spectral heaven, it gradually stabilized. The beast groups that had escaped earlier returned to live in the sky. All the grotto heavens closed their entrances and left them in the void. Although there were some losses, they all survived. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable dominated spectral heaven and rarely moved. The 2 heavens grotto heavens did not open their entrances to communicate with the outside world, in case Spectral Soul Demon Venerable came looking for them. Fang Yuan, Star Constellation, and Giant Sun, the 3 venerables, were busy refining natural Tao marks. Their confrontation fell into a deadlock again. While the venerables stopped fighting and the world was taking a breather, a large number of Gu immortal seeds chose to advance to Gu immortal realm at this moment. Central Continent. Heavenly Lotus Sect's headquarters, Blessed Land. Mu Huai greets First Supreme Elder. A newly advanced rank 6 Gu immortal respectfully knelt on the ground. Heavenly Lotus Sect's First Supreme Elder nodded slightly. After giving some words of encouragement to Mu Huai, he said to an immortal beside Mu Huai, Wu Zhang, Mu Huai is someone you nurtured. You will be in charge of making arrangements. Wu Zhang replied and led Mu Huai out of the hall. Wu Zhang was Heavenly Lotus Sect's 5th Supreme Elder. He had created 5 Virtues sect in Central Continent long ago. 5 Virtues sect had 5 Virtue Elders. Mu Huai was one of them, Wood Virtue Elder. After his immortal ascension, he became a middle-grade blessed land. Wu Zhang led him to join Heavenly Lotus sect and obtain the first Supreme Elder's recognition. From now on, Mu Huai was a member of Wu Zhang's faction. Several days later, Northern Plains. An immortal ascension tribulation had just passed. Ouyang Baisang, who had risked his immortal ascension, only had half his body left. He barely survived. Second brother, you succeeded. Mo Shikuang's voice was very loud. He excitedly rushed forward. Ouyang Baisang could only force a smile. He could not speak. He could only look at Lu Wenwu with a grateful gaze. If not for Lu Wenwu's help, Ouyang Baisang would have died for sure. Now, it was all thanks to Lu Wenwu using an immortal killer move to help Ouyang Baisang survive. Lu Wenwu was once a Lu tribe Gu immortal seed. He was brothers with Ouyang Baisang and Mo Shikuang. He had participated in the Imperial Court contest. Lu Wenwu was now a Gu immortal. With his help, Ouyang Baisang also succeeded in his immortal ascension. Lu Wenwu understood Ouyang Baisang's meaning and smiled warmly. Brother, go to sleep. As long as I'm here, I'll make sure you don't have to worry. Ouyang Baisang didn't even have the strength to nod. He closed his eyes and fell asleep on the spot, showing his absolute confidence in Lu Wenwu. Big brother. Look, second brother has successfully ascended to immortality. I can do it too. When are you going to help me? Let me have a try too. Mo Shikuang's eyes were burning with desire and his expression was anxious. Lu Wenwu smiled bitterly. Third brother, don't be impatient. You've seen your second brother's situation with your own eyes. Immortal ascension is extremely dangerous. He almost failed completely because of the imbalance of his 3 qi. Furthermore, it's very unreliable for me to deal with the infinite possibilities of the immortal ascension tribulation alone. We were lucky this time. The calamity we encountered was within my abilities, so I could deal with it. However, you have to know that there are thousands of calamities and tribulations, and they are all very strange. The next time you ascend to become an immortal, you might not be so lucky. This. Mo Shikuang scratched his head. Lu Wenwu urged again. Let's wait for some time. When your second brother's cultivation level stabilizes, he will also have Gu immortal methods. At that time, if we help you together, there will be more hope. Big brother is right, then I will wait. Mo Shikuang listened to the advice and reluctantly changed his mind. But he did not know that Lu Wenwu was sighing inwardly. In the early years, Lu Wenwu was only a Gu master and did not have high standards, thus he became sworn brothers with Mo Shikuang. But after becoming a Gu immortal, Lu Wenwu discovered that the world was dominated by humans. All variant humans had to stand aside. Mo Shikuang's Inkman identity became even more sensitive. Lu Wenwu helped Ouyang Baisang become an immortal, and Ouyang Baisang became Lu tribe's external supreme elder, becoming Lu Wenwu's supporter and a member of the same political faction. Ouyang Baisang was a pure human. Lu tribe's internal factions would still take the chance to cause trouble. Lu Wenwu, did not nurture Lu tribe's Gu masters, but instead nurtured an outsider? And if Mo Shikuang became an immortal with Lu Wenwu's help, and became a member of a political faction, that would be even worse. This would become a weakness of other factions. Sometimes, Lu Wenwu envied Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. Most of the supreme elders of these ancient sects would create new sects in their own name, recruiting and dividing Central Continent's resource points. If they were lucky enough to nurture a Gu immortal, they would become his capable subordinates and companions. This method was also one of the ingenious policies used by Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects to control Central Continent. But such a method could not be used in a super tribe. Secretly dividing the tribe was a taboo. In Giant Sun Immortal's previous life, he had brought up the idea of the world as one, to unify the whole world. Eastern Seas Hua Ben Ku, Central Continent's Mu Huai, Northern Plains Ouyang Baisang, super forces had deep foundations and were familiar with the secrets of immortal ascension, thus related Gu immortal seeds ascended one after another. Southern border. Oh no. Yi Peng's expression was grim as he watched the 3 qi masses of heaven, earth, and human gradually lose their balance. The Gu master Yi Peng's immortal ascension failed, and when the 3 qi masses dissipated, he was almost shredded into jerky. His limbs were gone, and his body was badly mutilated. Calamities and tribulations could be helped by others, but the coordination of the three chi had to be completed by the Gu master himself. Others were powerless. Sai, you were too engrossed in the opportunity of natural inspiration. I told you not to be too greedy. Yi Peng landed beside Yi Chong, sighing in regret. Yi Chong did not move. After a few breaths of time, he died. Half a month later, in a nameless valley in central continent, Ben Duo Yi succeeded in his immortal ascension. I finally became a rank 6 Gu immortal. He had a complex expression. There was excitement and joy, but also regret. To resist the calamities and tribulations, as well as to harmonize the three chi, he had almost given up on the opportunity of natural inspiration. Ben Duo Yi's master was Yu Mu Chun. The latter was a refinement path quasi-great grandmaster, a member of Shadow Sect's Central Continent branch. In this sense, Ben Duo Yi could be considered a remnant of Shadow Sect. He was chosen by Yu Mu Chun. His aptitude was naturally extraordinary. Ben Duo Yi was more intelligent than ordinary hairy men. He had a clear mind. His intelligence was not inferior to humans. This success in his immortal ascension also proved Yu Mu Chun's foresight. Ben Duo Yi packed up and quickly left the valley. But not long after, a Gu immortal arrived. This is the place. The starry sky calculation formation shows that someone underwent tribulation here. It seems to be a lone cultivator. After this Gu immortal investigated, he immediately obtained more detailed clues. The Gu immortal's eyes started to shine. It was not easy for a lone immortal to become an immortal. Since he succeeded, it proved his worth. If I succeed in recruiting this person, it will be a huge sum of sect contribution points. In fact, in the future, this person might even stand by my side. Where there were people, there would be benefits and conflicts. The sect's internal conflicts had to be controlled. It was an excellent competition and elimination mechanism. The sect's higher-ups were happy to see this. However, this Gu immortal did not know that the person who underwent tribulation was not a human, but a variant human hairy man. Ben Duo Yi's immortal ascension was only a small part of it. First, the Gu immortal seeds of the 5 regions' super forces tried, followed by lone cultivators and demonic cultivators. Gradually, an immortal ascension trend was formed. The immortal ascension trend included righteous path, secluded cultivators, and demonic path. Many lone cultivators like Ben Duo Yi showed their talents. They appeared one after another, making everyone's eyes shine. And almost all the super forces of the 5 regions had their own performances. Even among the super forces, there was a kind of private competition. Tai Clan's Tai Ronan successfully became a rank 6 metal path Gu immortal. Shang Clan's Shang Xnci successfully ascended. Western Desert's Shi Clan had 2 Gu masters who ascended at almost the same time. Eastern Sea's Nangong Clan did not lose out. 2 Gu masters succeeded in 7 days. They had their own gains. Next, Southern Border's Tai Clan sent out good news. Tai Mu Bai and Tai Bai Chi, who had revived long ago, both succeeded in their immortal ascension. And the one who shook the 5 regions' Gu immortal world the most was Southern Border's Wu Clan. Wu Clan's Zhong Yi, Wu Shentong, Divine Dr. Xing Shou, Wei Shenshi and others became rank 6 Gu immortals. The number of people who ascended reached 9, the number 1 in the 5 regions. Wu Clan originally lacked Gu immortals, but under Wu Yong's reform, they boldly recruited outsiders. With the addition of these Gu immortals, Wu Clan became a Southern Border superforce with the most Gu immortals. At once, congratulations from all over were transmitted to Wu Yong through Jewel Yellow Skies or Information Path Gu worms. Wu Clan was in the limelight, but Wu Yong sneered without any happiness. Such a celebration is only the desire of a venerable in the future chaos. Is it safe to have more Gu immortals? In front of a venerable, they are all ants. Moreover, the ones who ascended the most are definitely Celestial Court, Longevity Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. They are all behemoths with too many superforces. Wu Yong was very clear-headed and vigilant. He knew that the true problem was not the number of Gu masters who succeeded in their immortal ascension, but the impact these external Gu immortals would have on Wu Clan's established tradition. As Wu clan's first supreme elder, Wu Yong had to maintain the stability of Wu clan. If Wu clan had too many internal conflicts and internal friction, it would be better to maintain the status quo. Central Continent. Shao Qi Xing descended from the sky. His white robe was only slightly stained with dust. He had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, his posture was straight like a spear, and his expression was stern, emitting an intense arrogance. Good. Gu Immortal Shao Bai Hong stroked his beard and laughed, looking at Shao Qi Xing with an admiring gaze, as expected of my great-grandson. You passed the tribulation and ascended to immortal with your own strength. Shao Qi Xing said, Great-grandfather, this is nothing to be proud of. Many lone cultivators can do it, why can't I, Shao Qi Xing? Moreover, a mere rank 6 is only a new starting point. Pa well said. Shao Bai Hong laughed even louder. Shao Qi Xing asked the others about the 9 children of human path. What? Sun Yuan Hua, Gu Ting and the others might have become rank 6 Gu immortals, but their vital Gu have not advanced to immortal Gu? Truly a bunch of trash. Different from the others, the 10 children of human path succeeded in their immortal ascension and kept it a secret. They were crucial figures in the development of Central Continent's human path. They were the pillars of human path in the future. Before they grew to a certain extent, it was better to keep a low profile. Some people succeeded in their immortal ascension, but even more Gu masters who took risks failed. Some brought glory to their ancestors and shook a region, while some continued to work hard and kept a low profile. Some did not attempt to ascend to immortal, like Feng Kim Hong. Some did not even have the qualifications to try, like Southern Borders Xia Cha and Ba Sherba. Some were still preparing to ascend to immortal, like Western Desert's Emoli Gue Fong Xiang, who was inside the sovereign immortal aperture. Writing Pen Chinese Net. Chapter 23-22. Southern Border. Deep in a certain earth trench. Kong Ri Tian inspected the Gu formation one last time, confirming that there were no problems. In the last dozen or so days, he had carefully chosen this location, and had even set up several Gu formations in the surrounding 10 li. Even though I am not skilled in formation path, I can still set up mortal Gu formations. With these Gu formations, you will be able to detect any abnormalities in the surroundings. With my guidance, you have a high chance of passing the tribulation. Kong Sheng's will of providence appeared in Kong Ri Tian's mind. He said with a smug tone. Kong Ri Tian nodded. Ancestor, do you have any other advice for me? Kong Sheng Tian thought about it. Don't be greedy, but make good use of it. You walk the Qi path. When you ask about providence, ask about Qi path. Don't ask about the secrets of other paths. You will get much less than Qi path. There is a limit to what I can learn. You cannot ask for unlimited things. Furthermore, don't ask about Qi path's questions that are too broad and high level. Don't ask about rank 8 or 9 Qi path immortal Gu recipes. You will not get all of them. Even if you get an incomplete immortal Gu recipe, it will not even contain half of the contents. Kong Ri Tian engraved these words in his heart as he nodded. Then I will ask some questions that are related to Qi path, but are questions that are currently within my reach. That is the right thing to do. Kong Sheng Tian laughed heartily. Kong Ri Tian began to undergo the tribulation. Heaven and earth Qi fluctuated, forming a 3 heavens flying wheel tribulation. The flying wheel was powerful. It flew in the sky for 3 days and 3 nights. Kong Ri Tian endured it with difficulty. He became a rank 6 Gu immortal and obtained a high-grade blessed land. Kong Sheng's will of providence sighed. Your luck is terrible. You actually encountered such a tribulation. This tribulation is special. It will last for 3 days and 3 nights. Even if you destroy the flying wheel, it will regenerate again. To protect you, I expended almost all of my immortal essence. I have already warned you not to go and provoke Xiao Yan. Kong Ri Tian was confused. What does this have to do with Xiao Yan? Kong Sheng Tian said, that Xiao Yan's luck is like you before you obtained Sheng Tian's true inheritance. It is not bad. More importantly, he was Shang Xn's subordinate. This girl's luck is no small matter. If you deal with Xiao Yan, your own luck will first be exhausted against Xiao Yan's and Shang Xn's luck. Your fate chi is low, so you triggered the 3 heavens flying will tribulation when you went through the tribulation, which almost exhausted all the celestial essence I had left. Kong Ri Tian's face darkened. Back then he attacked Xiao Yan and tried to frame another demonic path Gu master, Bao Tong. In the end, it caused an accident. He didn't expect that the flames of nature actually contained another layer of immortal material flames. Kong Ri Tian was not a Gu master back then. He did not want to expend his precious immortal essence to let Kong Sheng Providence use his Gu immortal methods, but in the intense battle, he destroyed the free will fire and ignited the immortal material inside. The flames of the immortal ingredients burned the entire mountain range. The situation was out of control. Xiao Yan and Bao Tong were trapped in the fire. With the help of Kong Sheng's will of providence, Kong Ri Tian managed to break through. He did not expect that the aftereffects of this conflict would affect his immortal ascension. Kong Sheng Tian sighed. It seems that I underestimated Shang Xnci. Unless your cultivation level and strength completely surpass her, do not go against her. Even the people close to her shouldn't act rashly. Kong Ri Tian gritted his teeth. Ancestor, aren't you exaggerating a little? Humph, ignorant child. Fate Chi is mysterious. Back when Chi Path dominated the world, there were already many people who studied its profundity. Do not underestimate Fate Chi. Think about Giant Sun Immortal. I believe that when this person created Luck Path, he definitely used Fate Chi as a reference. You are already a Gu Immortal now, you should know more. Gu cultivation paths do not exist independently, they influence each other and are interconnected. Fate Chi is the connection between Chi Path and Luck Path. Eventually, Kong Sheng's will of providence persuaded Kong Ri Tian. Gu immortal cultivation is much more profound and mysterious than Gu master cultivation. It is all thanks to ancestors' help, otherwise, even if I became an immortal alone, I would not know anything. Kong Ri Tian sighed. Next he asked, then what should I do from now on? What's most important? Kong Sheng's will of providence did not hesitate. Little guy, even though you became an immortal, you did not have enough heaven and earth chi, you could not raise your vital Gu to an immortal Gu. This Chi Path Gu worm is very important to the entire Sheng Tian true inheritance. Kong Ri Tian immediately realized, so now, I should refine this immortal Gu. Kong Sheng's will of providence snorted coldly, hee, you are truly ignorant. What immortal Gu can you refine? Even if you go bankrupt, you will not have any hope of success. Do you know that most rank 6 Gu immortals do not even have a single rank 6 immortal Gu? And most rank 7 Gu immortals are searching for the first rank 7 immortal Gu in their lives. This situation is the same for venerables. Think about how hard it is to refine immortal Gu suitable for Gu immortals. Kong Ri Tian was tongue-tied, his heart shook. Isn't this too difficult? Kong Sheng's will of providence sighed. Gu immortal cultivation is not easy, it is far riskier than Gu masters. Lad, you need to learn how to survive. Every immortal aperture calamity or tribulation is a test for you. Your starting point is already much higher than ordinary people, but you cannot act rashly. Especially refining immortal Gu, it is very likely that you will go bankrupt without any gains. Kong Ri Tian was troubled. Then what should I do? Oh ancestor, you told me that my vital Gu needs to be refined into an immortal Gu, but you also told me that refining immortal Gu is a dead end. What good ideas do you have? Don't keep me in suspense, okay? Kong Sheng's will of providence snorted again. Lad, now you know to listen to me? Earlier, I told you not to deal with Xiao Yan, but what did you do? You are still too inexperienced. Yes. Kong Ri Tian quickly apologized. Ancestor, I will definitely listen to your suggestions in the future. Kong Sheng's will of providence saw that this junior admitted defeat. He did not pester him anymore, saying, you are quite lucky to have met a refinement path venerable like Fong Yuan. If you want to refine immortal Gu, transact with him directly. Wait, you want me to transact with him in jewel yellow skies? Aren't you afraid? Before Kong Ri Tian finished, Kong Sheng Tian rebuked, it is just a rank 6 immortal Gu. Do you think a great venerable would care about it? I know what you are worried about. Aren't you worried that Fong Yuan had a relationship with Shang Xinci? You did nothing to Shang Xinci. Kong Ri Tian heard this and thought back. He felt a stab in his heart. Kong Sheng's will of providence was right. Kong Ri Tian and Shang Xinci had interacted several times. He had suffered losses. Previously, he was chased by Shang Xinci and Wu Ji because of Sheng Tian's true inheritance. Next time, he had suffered a huge loss during the tribulation against Xiao Yan. Shang Xinci was living well, but he, Kong Sheng Tian, suffered more and more. Then let's go to Jewel Yellow Skies and talk to Fang Yuan's will. Eventually, Kong Ri Tian said in a muffled voice. Western Desert. The sandstorm had stopped. Mo Li had rank 6 cultivation level. He bowed deeply to the Featherman Gu immortals in front of him. Thank you for your help, friends from E-Clan. Otherwise, I would not have been able to become a Gu immortal alone. Mo Li thanked sincerely. After the battle for Sand Heap Blessed Land, he was saved by Western Desert's mysterious superforce, E-Clan. Mo Li came to E-Clan's headquarters. After interacting with them, he found that E-Clan's Gu immortals were all Featherman. This time, with the help of E-Clan's Gu immortals, Mo Li succeeded in his immortal ascension. E-Clan Gu immortal Zhou said, Mo Li, you are too polite. You are the inheritor of Thieving Heaven's true inheritance. You are Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritor. Back then, E-Clan's ancestors were able to survive because of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's help. And because of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's methods, E-Clan was able to conceal E-Clan for so many years. Our E-Clan is greatly indebted to Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. We have always believed that Lord Demon Venerable would not die quietly. This time, we helped you because we want to repay Lord Thieving Heaven's kindness. If one day, Lord Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable revives, our E-Clan will definitely follow him. So you and I are on the same side. Mo Li felt a surge of warmth when he heard the Featherman Gu immortal Zhou Yi's words. Central Continent. Wei Wuxiang stared at the chi lump in his immortal aperture with a heated gaze. Just earlier, he had passed the tribulation and became a human path Gu immortal. He obtained a high-grade blessed land, and the remaining heaven and earth chi was enough for him to refine his vital immortal Gu. His vital Gu was Thief Gu. It was already surrounded by heaven and earth chi. I heard that even though Gu Ting, Sun Yuanhua, and the rest advanced to immortal, they did not refine human path immortal Gu. But I am different. A few days ago, I was sleeping at night when I suddenly had the urge to pee. I was forced to wake up. But I had a burst of inspiration and actually comprehended Thief Gu's immortal Gu recipe. With this immortal recipe and so much heaven and earth chi left, I can definitely obtain Thief immortal Gu. Haha, it was not a waste to comprehend the immortal recipe despite wetting my bed. Even though Wei Wuxiang had entered the derivation immortal formation, his memories were changed. He thought that he had truly comprehended Thief Gu's immortal Gu recipe with inspiration. However, after the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, Wei Wuxiang grunted. The heaven and earth chi were completely exhausted. His vital Gu was heavily damaged and fell. I actually failed the Gu refinement? This is impossible. Wei Wuxiang could not believe it. I used heaven and earth chi to advance my vital Gu. This is using the power of heaven and earth to refine Gu. It has nothing to do with my refinement path attainment. How could I fail? Wei Wuxiang could only think of one explanation. Don't tell me, because immortal Gu are unique, I failed. Wei Wuxiang thought of this and shook his head. In his opinion, this was even more impossible. Because this meant that someone had already refined Thief Immortal Gu. Thief Immortal Gu was created by me. Who could be ahead of me? Unless the world itself has Thief Immortal Gu. Strange. The human path of heaven and earth should not have developed so deeply. Wei Wuxiang fell into deep confusion. Chapter 23-23. Celestial Court. Another Gu immortal walked out of the derivation immortal formation. This female immortal wore golden armor. Her cloak flickered with golden light as it hung down from her shoulders to the ground. She was tall, her shoulders were broad, her long legs were eye-catching when she walked. She was tall and beautiful. Her nose bridge was high, her lips were thin, and her eyes were long and narrow. Her aura was outstanding. It was as if she was born to be a noble, above all mortals. People would lower their heads unconsciously, not daring to look at her. It was as if they could only look at her feet to avoid offending her. She was Qin Ding Ling. After Qin Ding Ling walked out of the derivation immortal formation, she quickly recovered. She turned around and looked at the derivation immortal formation behind her, her eyes shining with an unprecedented brilliance. She was excited. This time, she entered and left the formation with great gains. The most important thing that made her so excited was that she could see the great hope of Celestial Court defeating Giant Sun Immortal, Heaven Refining Demon Venerable, and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable in this derivation immortal formation. Why did she say that? Because the effect of derivation immortal formations on Gu cultivation paths was too strong and powerful. Like this time, Qin Ding Ling had great gains after entering the formation. This was not just a huge improvement to her own strength, it was also a huge boost to the entire luck path. Because after she entered the formation, the luck path of heaven and earth took many steps forward in a short period of time. It was greatly developed. What did this mean? It meant that as long as a luck path Gu immortal like Qin Ding Ling entered the derivation immortal formation more often, their luck path would develop even more. When enough times were accumulated, there would be a breakthrough in quantity. It would lead to a qualitative change. Thus, Giant Sun Immortal would be kicked out of Luck Path Supreme Grandmaster Attainment Level. Supreme Grandmaster Attainment Level was when a Gu cultivator's understanding of a certain path was on par with heaven and earth. When Qin Ding Ling entered the formation this time, the formation used her as the core, using Celestial Court's vast number of true inheritances to deduce all sorts of new results related to Luck Path. These new results were just the accumulation of quantity. Giant Sun Immortal only needed one look to see through all the profundities. Because these luck path results were still the profundities of current luck path, they did not transcend the limits of heaven and earth. It was just a quantitative change, not a qualitative one. However, when the quantity was accumulated to a sufficient level, there would always be a qualitative change. Once there was a qualitative change, the entire world's Luck Dao realm would rise by a level, and the Giant Sun Immortal's realm would fall behind the world. Then he would no longer be a Luck Path Supreme Grandmaster. This way, Giant Sun Immortal would no longer be a Dao Lord and would not be able to refine the natural Luck Path Dao marks. To the Giant Sun Immortal, this would be an extremely heavy blow. It's a pity that the Giant Sun Immortal has always kept his luck a secret, not allowing it to spread. Otherwise, if there were more Luck Path Gu immortals like me, we would enter the derivation immortal formation more often. There would be a higher chance of kicking Giant Sun Immortal out of Luck Path Supreme Grandmaster Attainment Realm. Qin Ding Ling felt very regretful. After entering and exiting the immortal formation, she could not enter again for a long time. If she forcefully entered the formation, the results would be lackluster, and it would even cause irreparable damage to her. It was too late to start nurturing Luck Path Gu immortals now. Only a top-rank 8 Luck Path Gu immortal like Qin Ding Ling could push the development of Luck Path forward. Of course, it was not impossible for other Luck Path Gu masters and Gu immortals. It was just that they had not reached the peak of Luck Path yet. It was very unlikely for them to break through the limits of heaven and earth. As for the Celestial Court, they lacked motivation to try this. The difference between the investment and benefits was too great. Next, it is my turn. Fairy Maiden Soul nodded at Qin Ding Ling with a smile. The two brushed past each other. Fairy Maiden Soul entered the derivation immortal formation, vanishing without a trace. She was a soul path great expert of the Celestial Court during Spectral Soul's era. She was on par with Thunder Ghost True Monarch. This time, she would definitely have huge gains. It would push forward the development of soul path in this world. It is a pity that the current Celestial Court lacks a refinement path great expert. There are many refinement path Gu immortals in the 10 great ancient sects, but there are only a few rank 8 refinement path Gu immortals, and none of them are great experts. They have not reached the peak of refinement path. Qin Ding Ling thought about it. The Celestial Court's derivation immortal formation completely displayed star constellation immortal venerable strength and terror. However, it was still very difficult to kick the other venerables out of Supreme Grandmaster attainment level. Giant Sun Immortal's Luck Path, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's Soul Path, and Heaven Refining Demon Venerable's Refinement Path. These three aspects required many great experts to cultivate. The Celestial Court had the derivation Immortal Formation. Rank 9 derivation Gu was not refined by star constellation Immortal Venerable, it was still in a wild state. It absorbed heaven and earth primeval energy. Thus, the derivation Immortal Formation expended very little immortal essence. But the Celestial Court lacked crucial people. Without enough Gu cultivation great experts, it was hard to kick out a Venerable with the derivation Immortal Formation alone. Maybe Celestial Court's development of human path is related to this? Qin Ding Ling suddenly had a flash of inspiration. She could only see some aspects of star constellation Immortal Venerable's arrangements. She could not see the whole picture. Eastern Sea. There were no ripples on the sea, it was very calm. Guyue was at the crucial moment of his immortal ascension. The three qi of heaven, earth, and man had already surrounded him. Guyue gritted his teeth, he tried to coordinate the three qi and slowly compress them. I must succeed. Only by becoming a Gu immortal can I save my mother. Also, after becoming a Gu immortal, my strength will rise greatly, I will be able to find my father more easily. Guyue wanted to encourage himself, but soon his attention was drawn to another matter. At this moment he felt providence. He was about to learn from nature. You must succeed. Mermaid Gu Immortal Yen Kexen floated in the sky openly, right beside Guyue Fong Xiang. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on him without blinking. Unfortunately, no one could interfere in the process of three qi harmonization, otherwise, Lien Kexen would have done it for Guyue Fong Xiang already. This time, she had accepted the mission on the mission board and, accidentally, met Guyue Fong Xiang, deceiving him that there was a suitable place for his immortal ascension. The truth was, Fang Yuan had secretly opened the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's entrance and lured Guyue Fong Xiang into the 5 regions. Guyue Fong Xiang was undergoing tribulation, Fang Yuan was hiding far away. He was not idle either. He was secretly activating a rank 9 Heaven Path killer move. It was not obscuring Heaven's secret, but steal Heaven's secret. After this killer move was activated, it could steal the knowledge of providence during the Gu Master's immortal ascension. The first core of the killer move Steal Heaven's Secret was rank 9 Heavenly Secret Immortal Gu. The second core was rank 8 Immortal Gu Great Thief Gu. Back then, when Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable created the rank 8 Heavenly Secret Gu, his motive was to sense heaven and earth, he wanted to learn from nature again. Under normal circumstances, Gu cultivators only had one chance to learn from nature in their lives. It was when a Gu master ascends to immortal, using the qualitative change in their aperture to explode into a small immortal aperture world, they would obtain the recognition of providence and communicate with providence. At this time, the Gu master would ask about providence, and providence would answer the Gu master's question to a certain extent. This opportunity could be said to be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, but the degree of dispelling doubts was also limited. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable succeeded. As long as something happened in heaven and earth would know about it. Just by activating rank 8 Heavenly Secret Gu, the Gu cultivator could directly ask about providence and get the answer. It could leak the secrets of heaven and earth, even if the Gu Immortal had no evidence, they could point to the truth. By using Heavenly Secret Gu with other Gu worms to undergo tribulation, they could probe the contents of the calamities and tribulations in advance, and make targeted preparations. And in terms of concealment, obscured Heavenly Secret was the best killer move. If Fang Yuan used rank 9 Heavenly Secret Gu alone, he would not be able to get the answer from Providence. Because Providence did not like Fang Yuan. In the destruction of Fate Gu, Fang Yuan was one of the culprits. Providence had always wanted to get rid of Fang Yuan. How could Providence give Fang Yuan the answer in this kind of conflict? Fang Yuan was deeply aware of the benefits of natural inspiration. When he participated in the battle in Kray's Demon Cave, why did he use so many outstanding killer moves? Other than making deductions himself, he had secretly used the immortal ascension of many Gu masters in his immortal aperture, Using the convenience of natural inspiration, he saved precious time and energy. Without these killer moves, Feng Yuan would have been killed by the two venerables. Thus, natural inspiration was a huge factor in Feng Yuan's victory in Crazed Demon Cave. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable wanted to use natural inspiration again, Feng Yuan wanted it too. All Gu cultivators knew the value of natural inspiration. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable created rank 8 Heavenly Secret Gu for this, but what about Feng Yuan? He created the killer move Thieving Heaven's Secret. He had created this killer move long ago, but it was only at rank 8 level back then. Its power was very limited. It could be said that it had no practical value at all. He spent too much immortal essence and gained too little. It would be better to directly order the Gu Master to ask him the questions he had set when he was in a natural state. But this was all in the past. The current situation had undergone an earth-shattering change. The reason was rank 9 Heavenly Secret Gu. Where did rank 9 Heavenly Secret Gu's recipe come from? Truthful floating ice. This was Limitless Demon Venerable's arrangement. It was the Crazed Demon Formation's grand achievement after absorbing the chaos outside the world. From the 8th layer onwards, Crazed Demon Cave was isolated from the 5 regions. The Crazed Demon Formation was no exception. And during the process of Feng Yuan refining rank 9 Heavenly Secret Gu, he did it in his sovereign immortal aperture, isolated from the 5 regions. That was to say, the Gu cultivation world did not have the recipe of rank 9 Heavenly Secret Immortal Gu. Feng Yuan had rank 9 Heavenly Secret Gu. In this aspect, he was above the entire universe. Rank 8 Thieving Heaven's Secret Killer Move had limited power, but rank 9 Thieving Heaven's Secret Killer Move was above the universe. It was above Providence. Every time Feng Yuan used natural inspiration from other Gu Masters, he would use rank 9 Thieving Heaven's Secret Killer Move. The gains were unimaginable to outsiders. As long as something happened in the world, Feng Yuan would have a chance to learn about it. Under normal circumstances, Gu Master's natural inspiration was limited. This was because of Providence's restriction. But Feng Yuan's Thieving Heaven's Secret Killer Move directly stole it. Whether Providence was willing or not, it had to get lost. Chapter 23-24. During this period of time, how many Gu Masters in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture underwent immortal ascension? Golden Fur Immortal Monarch, Hair Monster Grotto Lord, Du Lei Warrior, Duo Luo Warrior, Rock Warrior, Steel Rush Warrior, Frost Butterfly Warrior, Enchong Yiji, Piercing Heaven Immortal Monarch, Black Locust, Rainbow Rock Immortal Concubine, Great Wisdom Immortal Mother, Bing Yuan, Bing Zhua, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, Shizong, Kuexin Hong, Rotten Egg 6 Immortals, Xiao He Jian, Green Forest Great Sage. Only now did Gu Yue remember. Most of the Gu Immortals that Feng Yuan sacrificed in Crazed Demon Cave had revived. Except for those Gu Immortals who died in the chaotic disaster. But Feng Yuan did not directly revive them as Gu Immortals. He only allowed them to have Gu Master cultivation level. On one hand, it was to conserve resources and prevent too many people from dying. On the other hand, it was for this opportunity. Feng Yuan had always been far-sighted. He was also good at making plans. It was just that many times in the past, his plans could not keep up with the changes. But now, his cultivation level was rank 9, he was a refinement path venerable, Fate Gu was also destroyed, there were only a few existences in the world that could interfere with his plans. Feng Yuan had purposely saved up, and during the Immortal Ascension tide, he had obtained extremely huge returns. In just a few months, just in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture alone, over 30 Gu Masters ascended to Immortal. This did not include Eastern Sea, the 2 Heavens, and other super forces under Feng Yuan. Wu Clan, which was in the limelight, could not compare to such results. But Feng Yuan concealed it completely, not a trace of it was leaked. And only a small portion of the benefits from Gu Immortal Ascension belonged to those rank 6 Gu Immortals. Most of the other benefits came from stealing heavenly secrets. This was something that even Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal could not have expected. In fact, Feng Yuan himself did not expect his gains to be so huge. He obtained a large number of killer moves, Gu recipes, immortal Gu houses, immortal formations, the construction methods of battlefield killer moves, the best methods to nurture countless resources, the most detailed map of the 5 regions, the locations of many wild immortal goo, and so on. After satisfying his current needs, he dabbled in human path, pill path, painting path, star path, luck path, and so on. The results surprised Fang Yuan. He was pleasantly surprised. Just by trying, he obtained musician immortal goo recipes, thief immortal goo recipes, soldier immortal goo recipes, sergeant immortal goo recipes, and a vast number of pill path and painting path immortal goo recipes. He obtained many profundities of luck path, star path, and soul path. All of these were of great help to him. Now that Fang Yuan looked back, it was still the human Dao that surprised him the most. Who would have thought that human Dao has developed so much in this world? Fang Yuan did not know about the existence of the derivation immortal formation. It was all because of star constellation immortal venerables concealment. However, the root of the problem was the immortal evolution array. The core of the derivation immortal formation, derivation immortal goo, was rank 9. It was not refined by star constellation immortal venerable, thus it was still a wild immortal goo. It was not that star constellation immortal venerable did not want to refine it, but she could only use derivation immortal goo in this situation. Once the derivation immortal goo was refined by someone else, it would become useless. Limitless Demon Venerable had tried it before. Thus, in the crazed demon formation, he used wild derivation immortal goo as the core. However, the 2 deepest layers of crazed demon cave were isolated from the outside world. Thus, even if derivation immortal goo was wild, it was not a problem. Celestial Court was not like this. Celestial Court had annexed too many immemorial 9 heavens fragments. It was filled with providence. It was the largest heaven vein node of the 2 heavens. During the confusion of the 2 heavens, Celestial Court mobilized countless rank 8 experts and sent all of its immortal goo houses to defend it. In the end, after star constellation immortal venerable refined Celestial Court's wisdom path Dao marks, she made an emergency move and stabilized the situation, preventing spectral soul demon venerable from finding them. But the derivation immortal formation was located in Celestial Court. It was noticed by Providence. Star constellation immortal venerable could not conceal this providence. As long as it was in Celestial Court, Providence was one of the foundations of Celestial Court. But other than Celestial Court, where else could she place the derivation immortal formation? None. At least not in Central Continent. Thus, everything that happened in the derivation immortal formation happened between heaven and earth. It was not that star constellation immortal venerable did not notice this. She knew about it long ago. But it was not a problem. At least, it was not a problem in her opinion. Because Providence did not want to see any venerable in the current era. Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had revived. How could Providence allow the dead to revive? Not to mention Fang Yuan, he was an otherworldly demon, a complete otherworldly demon. He was one of the culprits who destroyed Fate Goo. Only Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was favored by Providence. But his mind was not clear. Even if he wanted to deal with Celestial Court was tightly shut. He could not find or enter. If he entered, with the amplification of Celestial Court's wisdom path Dao marks, would Star Constellation Immortal Venerable be afraid of him? She could use this chance to eliminate him. Just like how Fang Yuan did not expect the derivation immortal formation, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable also did not know that Fang Yuan had rank 9 heavenly secret goo. And most importantly, Fang Yuan created the killer move Thieving Heavenly Secret. Whether Providence was willing or not, as long as Fang Yuan used natural inspiration, he could wantonly steal heavenly secrets. The 3 Qi enveloped Gyue, he was starting to use natural inspiration now. Seeing this, Fang Yuan stopped his distracting thoughts. What heavenly secret should I steal this time? He thought about it. Maybe I can ask for information about Celestial Court. No matter how Star Constellation Immortal Venerable tries to conceal it, my Thieving Heavenly Secret killer move is at rank 9 level. If she wants to resist it, she will need to have a qualitative change in her rank 9 wisdom path Immortal Goo. No matter how many wisdom path Dao marks Celestial Court had, it was only a quantitative change. When Guiyue wanted to detonate his immortal aperture and become a rank 6 Gu immortal, Fang Yuan's mind shook. Immortal formation derivation. Star constellation Immortal Venerable hit it so deeply, I only discovered it at the final stage. So that's it. Amazing, as expected of the number 1 wisdom path person in history. At this moment, Fang Yuan could not help but feel admiration towards star constellation Immortal Venerable. She actually had such a method to rapidly push the development of all paths. The divine might of wisdom path was truly terrifying. Such an enemy was truly worthy of respect. Northern Plains. Giant Sun Immortal slowly stopped refining Northern Plains luck path Dao marks. It's about time. Giant Sun Immortal observed his surroundings. He had a unique method of refining Northern Plains luck path Dao marks. He did not stay in one place for long. He refined all the luck path Dao marks in one place before moving to another place. Giant Sun Immortal used a wide range of refinement methods. After refining 60% of the luck path Dao marks in every place in Northern Plains, he gave up and moved to another place to refine. After the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Giant Sun Immortal started to refine Northern Plains Dao marks. After experiencing the declaration of great love, Fang Clan joining the alliance, Spectral Soul Annihilation, the 3 Venerables fighting for Light Gu, and the Immortal Ascension Tide, Giant Sun Immortal finally refined 60% of Northern Plains Dao marks. The whole of Northern Plains was covered by him. At the same time, he did not forget to manage his rank 9 Immortal aperture. He went through several calamities and tribulations. He created many resource points. The foundation of his rank 9 Immortal aperture increased greatly. His immortal essence production also increased. As time passed, the foundation of the Venerable's immortal apertures would increase rapidly. They would have more immortal essence. However, the current Giant Sun Immortal's immortal aperture was far from enough. It was far from Longevity Heaven. Longevity Heaven was Giant Sun Immortal's first life's rank 9 immortal aperture. Because it did not annex the immemorial 9 heavens fragment, it had been tortured by calamities and tribulations for many years. After passing the tribulation, its Dao marks increased greatly. Giant Sun Immortal did not have the sovereign immortal aperture. He could not annex a bigger one. Moreover, Giant Sun Immortal also cultivated blood path. Thus, if he wanted to annex Longevity Heaven and maximize the benefits, he still needed a lot of accumulation. In terms of foundation, Longevity Heaven could not compare to Celestial Court. After all, Celestial Court had the immortal apertures of at least 3 Venerables, while Giant Sun Immortal only had his previous life's rank 9 immortal aperture as his foundation. But Longevity Heaven had a huge advantage. Celestial Court could not compare to it. This was the future. After Giant Sun Immortal's blood path matured, he could annex Longevity Heaven. His strength would rise to a terrifying level. After resting for a while, Giant Sun Immortal started to prepare a killer move. Once the killer move was activated, with the amplification of 60% of Northern Plains luck path Dao marks, it formed a sky full of golden light that dyed the sky of Northern Plains. Alright, with this luck path killer move, my bloodline descendants will be able to undergo tribulations in the future. This included not only the immortal ascension calamities and tribulations, but also all the calamities and tribulations that the Gu Immortal would face in the future. Under the effect of this luck path killer move, the killer move would become easier to deal with. At the same time, the killer move's power would increase or decrease. If the Gu Immortal had excess strength, the luck path killer move would increase the power of the calamities and tribulations. After passing the tribulation, the Gu Immortal would obtain more Dao marks. On the contrary, it would weaken the calamities and tribulations, ensuring that the Gu Immortal could pass the tribulation safely. This luck path killer move was Giant Sun Immortal's latest modification. It involved the profundities of heaven and earth luck and all living beings' luck. In the future, it could be linked with other self-luck killer moves. It had incredible power. When Giant Sun Immortal refined most of Northern Plains luck path Dao marks, the entire Huangjin tribes of Northern Plains benefited from him. The mystical power of Luck Path was also being displayed on a large scale. In the future, Giant Sun Immortal planned to use all sorts of Luck Path killer moves to strengthen the whole of Northern Plains. It would allow himself, Longevity Heaven, and the Huang Jin tribes of all sizes to not just undergo tribulations, they would also have good variables in everything they did. It was good luck path. If the Gu cultivator had the ability, they would first experience bitterness before sweetness, they would first be suppressed, then they would gain even greater benefits. However, these luck path killer moves need to be modified. I need to consider them carefully. Giant Sun Immortal pondered. These luck path killer moves could not be used too often. Killer moves would leave Dao marks on them. If they were used too often, the whole of Northern Plains would turn into a luck path environment. This method had a huge flaw. Under the conflict of Dao marks, other paths would be greatly suppressed. It would be disadvantageous to the growth of other Gu immortals. Thus, this was a delicate situation. Giant Sun Immortal had to find a balance. This matter is not urgent, I need to consider it carefully. Giant Sun Immortal thought as he activated his investigative killer move again. This time, he was not investigating the Venerables, he was investigating Northern Plains. Soon, a vague map of the luck distribution appeared in Giant Sun Immortal's mind. Giant Sun Immortal frowned slightly. In his first life, he used this killer move, the effect was quite good. But now that he used it, it was much more blurry, especially at the borders. Previously, the 5 regions were separated, they were not closely connected. Thus, it was easier to investigate a region's luck. But now, the 5 regions are united, the 2 heavens have become dark realms. To reach the investigative level of my previous life, I might need to refine all of the luck path Dao marks in the 5 regions. Giant Sun Immortal came to a conclusion. He quickly stopped using his killer move. He used 2 immortal killer moves consecutively, they expended a lot of immortal essence, his immortal essence reserves reached a critical level again. He needed to rest for some time before he could continue refining Northern Plains Dao marks, otherwise, if the Venerables fought, he would be in danger. Chapter 23-25. Eastern Sea. In the dark depths of the sea, Fang Yuan's true body concealed his tracks as he snuck into this place. A huge translucent bubble gradually appeared in his field of vision. It should be here. Fang Yuan understood in his heart, stopping his footsteps and carefully inspecting it. This bubble was very unique. It was formed from the eruption of an underground volcano, the surrounding seawater, and the chi tides that came here in the past. All sorts of factors created this hidden underwater world. Fire path, earth path, water path, and chi path, these 4 Dao marks formed a paradise here. This place was very hidden. Unless a Gu immortal encountered it by accident, it would be hard to find it. I'll call it 4 path bubbles for now. Fang Yuan used his investigative method to inspect the surroundings. He opened his immortal aperture's entrance slightly and let out a Gu immortal. This Gu immortal had long wavy hair. It was Fang Yuan's dream path clone, Meng Qiuzhen. Meng Qiuzhen's cultivation level was low, but he cultivated dream path. Because of the special mission this time, Fang Yuan sent him out. Otherwise, he would have been hiding in the sovereign immortal aperture, spending most of his time researching dream path, only helping out and stabilizing the sovereign immortal aperture situation. Fang Yuan used his method to carefully help Meng Qiuzhen enter the bubble. 15 minutes later, Meng Qiuzhen returned to the sovereign immortal aperture. He succeeded. He brought back a wild wisdom Gu. Wisdom Gu was once rank 9, but it was arranged by Giant Sun Immortal to be given to Fang Yuan. During the Fate Destruction War, because Fang Yuan wanted to complete the Red Lotus plan, Wisdom Gu became one of the Gu refinement materials. Rank 9 Wisdom Gu perished as a result. But the heavenly Tao was clear, life and death corresponded to each other. Under the influence of Providence, a wild rank 6 Wisdom Gu was soon created in the 5 regions. This Wisdom Gu was hidden in this bubble. After Fang Yuan stole heavenly secrets, he learned of the locations of many wild immortal Gu. Wisdom Gu was the most important of his gains. Thus, he made a move personally to prevent any accidents from happening, to ensure that Wisdom Gu was obtained. Everything matched the information in Thieving Heaven's Secret. Meng Qiuzhen used dream path methods and easily suppressed the rank 6 wisdom goo. Inside the large bubble, even though there was an underwater volcano and the surrounding deep-sea fish, there was nothing that could threaten Meng Qiuzhen. As for Fang Yuan, he had too many Dao marks on his body. It was very likely that he would burst the bubble with just a palm. Therefore, it was most convenient to use a clone for this matter. The rank 6 wisdom goo was quickly refined by Fang Yuan. Although it was wisdom goo, Fang Yuan was a grand refinement path venerable. Refining a rank 6 wild immortal goo was a simple matter. For venerables, using rank 9 immortal essence to refine rank 8 immortal goo was no pressure. The hard part was refining rank 9 immortal goo. Be it Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's first life's refinement of rank 9 wisdom goo, or Giant Sun Immortal's failure in refining love goo, they were both examples. After the Fate War, to think that wisdom goo is in my hands again. And this time, there is no Giant Sun Immortal tampering with it. This is wisdom goo that belongs to me. Fang Yuan felt a faint sense of joy. As for raising wisdom goo and returning to rank 9, Fang Yuan felt that this was not an urgent matter. With the killer move Thieving Heaven's Secret, after stealing the Heaven Path information, Fang Yuan greatly improved on his wisdom path deductions, as well as his information path information gathering. After obtaining wisdom goo, Fang Yuan secretly returned to his original location, continuing to refine Eastern Sea's refinement path Dao marks. Furthermore, he had to stop frequently, giving off a feeling of lacking immortal essence and being half dead. He sent his divine sense into the sovereign immortal aperture. Recently, another huge project had been completed in the immortal aperture. For this project, Fang Yuan had excavated all of his subordinates' immortal material reserves, among which Eastern Sea's Hua clan made the most contributions, earning a huge sum of contribution points. As for the construction method of the brocade cloud lump, Fang Yuan had to use Thieving Heaven's Secret to explore Providence's background before he succeeded in modifying it. This huge brocade cloud lump was 10 li in size. It slowly floated in the mini 9 heavens. Every once in a while, they would travel from one day to another. Brocade cloud was an immortal material. It ranged from rank 6 to rank 9. The brocade cloud that Fang Yuan had right now could be seen as an accumulation of similar immortal materials. Most of them were rank 6, 30% were rank 7, less than 10% were rank 8, and there were almost none at rank 9. And the feeding of rank 9 heavenly secret immortal goo required a large number of rank 9 brocade clouds. Fang Yuan was still far from the standard of a single feeding. But it was not a problem. The higher the rank of the immortal goo, the lower the feeding frequency. According to the current situation, there was still a long time before they could be fed. This period of time was enough for these brocade clouds to grow. There was plenty of time. Goo nurturing, refining, and feeding rank 9 immortal goo was a test that Fang Yuan had to face. He had 3 rank 9 immortal goo now. They were Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, Advanced Refinement, and Heavenly Secret. The first 2 were closer to the people, they were easier to feed, while the final Heavenly Secret goo was more troublesome. But Fang Yuan had already taken precautions. He had already resolved this problem. All in all, feeding rank 9 immortal goo was not the biggest problem for Fang Yuan now. He just needed to work hard. After all, he was already a venerable, he had Eastern Sea, one of the 5 regions, and a super force with variant humans in the 2 heavens. Through his declaration twice, the highest end business in Jewel Yellow Skies was his immortal goo refinement business. Adding on the sovereign immortal aperture's deep foundation, perhaps only Longevity Heaven and Celestial Court were stronger than the sovereign immortal aperture. The Blue Dragon Whale's Grotto Heaven immortal aperture, Fang Yuan had already seen it. Jewel Yellow Skies was a special grotto heaven. It mainly traded with goo immortals. Its foundation could not compare to the sovereign immortal aperture. After this period of development, the sovereign immortal aperture was gradually going through a qualitative change. In the past, the sovereign immortal aperture might have been a patient on the brink of collapse, just a little bit and the situation would have gone out of control. But now, the situation had not only stabilized, it was also improving rapidly. There were two main reasons. One was that during this period of time, the sovereign immortal aperture's Dao vein construction finally had its first wave of huge results. Fire path, wind path, and water path man-made Dao veins had already completed the first ring. The first set of earth path Dao marks had already been completed for the third ring. This had a huge effect on the sovereign immortal aperture stability. The effect could be said to be instantaneous. The sovereign immortal aperture's Gu immortals could clearly feel the abnormalities in earth path, fire path, wind path, and water path were rapidly decreasing. They were no longer common. The second reason was that more than 30 Gu cultivators under Feng Yuan had ascended to immortal realm. The number of Gu immortals in the sovereign immortal aperture increased sharply. With sufficient manpower, Feng Yuan easily mobilized a group of Gu immortals and sent them to various places in the 5 regions to retrieve the wild immortal Gu that Feng Yuan had found. Several days later, some Gu immortals returned successfully. Some of them brought back resource points that had not been discovered by the world, while others directly obtained wild immortal Gu. Among them, Feng Yuan obtained the wild time path immortal Gu. At this point, he had collected all the immortal Gu, year, moon, and day. After obtaining the latest detailed information, Feng Yuan's subordinates had a clear target. They had a high chance of success. The results of stealing heaven's secret were far from just these. Feng Yuan refined the Dao marks while secretly unraveling the truthful floating ice. He was also modifying his killer moves. Because after stealing heaven's secret, he had a large number of finished products to refer to, the modification of killer moves progressed rapidly, especially compound killer moves. Feng Yuan even started to construct his combat system on a large scale. All along, he did not have much success in this aspect, but after stealing heaven's secret, he obtained a large amount of information. It was extremely valuable to Feng Yuan. However, the Gu immortals returned one after another. Even though most of them succeeded, a small portion returned empty-handed. Most of the hidden resource points were moved back, but a small portion suffered huge losses or were even destroyed due to earthquakes and tsunamis. They lost the value of being moved back. As for wild immortal Gu, they were all moving away. Feng Yuan was not surprised. Providence affected people's hearts. Providence allowed one to think. Feng Yuan had always been Providence's focus. How could Providence not react to his sudden large-scale collection of hidden resource points and wild immortal Gu? The heavenly Dao emphasized balance. It would naturally do everything it could to restrict Feng Yuan from becoming stronger. Thus, such a reaction was within Feng Yuan's expectations. For this, Feng Yuan's arrangement was to place the important immortal Gu and resource points in the early stages of the collection. Thus he gained a lot. As for the following ones, their value was lower. In comparison, Feng Yuan gave up on them. But it was meaningful to fight for them. Feng Yuan gradually digested the results of stealing heaven's secret. During this process, he gained a deeper understanding of this killer move. Stealing heaven's secret gives me a terrifying advantage in terms of information. It completely makes up for my weakness in information path. However, if I use too much of this information, Providence will quickly adjust it. The value of this information will decrease greatly. Furthermore, grotto heavens like longevity heaven will not be investigated by stealing heaven's secret. The stolen killer moves, combat systems, and other precious information will be of great help in modifying killer moves and creating combat systems. However, since Providence knows about it, it must have happened in the world. Others might know about it too. And Providence also has many things that it does not know about. For example, the true inheritances of venerables. Providence can remember them, but it cannot modify killer moves on its own. The gains I obtained in painting path, human path, pill path, and other aspects were mainly because of the formation derivation. Stealing heaven's secret could be used for investigation. It could save Feng Yuan's energy and time in deductions. The effect was excellent. But there were still flaws. Feng Yuan still had needs for information path and wisdom path. But this need was mostly satisfied. It was not as urgent as before. Stealing heaven's secret killer move mainly relied on rank 9 heavenly secret Gu. Once rank 9 heavenly secret Gu's recipe is known by Providence, the heavenly Tao will react and steal heaven's secret killer move's effect would not be as strong. Stealing heaven's secret also relied on natural inspiration. It could not be used freely. Feng Yuan was already planning to nurture the Gu cultivators in his immortal aperture. He would nurture and accumulate Gu immortal seeds. At every crucial moment, he would let a group of them ascend to immortal. Chapter 23-26. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture. In the secret room, Feng Yuan was sitting in a circle. More accurately speaking, there were a large number of Feng Yuan clones. This secret room was huge. Feng Yuan's clones were newly formed. They were formed from human path Gu worms. Among them were Gu Master Level Doctor Clone, Alchemist Clone, Constable Clone, Craftsman Clone, as well as Rank 6 Gu Immortal Level Skin Shadow Clone, Talented Girl Clone, Soldier Clone, Sergeant Clone, Musician Clone, Thief Clone, Farmer Clone, Dancer Clone, and Blacksmith Clone. That's right, after the 10 children of Human Path entered the derivation Immortal Formation, their Human Path research results were all obtained by Feng Yuan. Then he managed to refine all of them. As long as he had the Gu recipe, with Feng Yuan's refinement path cultivation level, he could easily refine Gu worms of these levels. This caused the 10 children of Human Path to fail miserably when they attempted to refine mortal Gu during their immortal ascension. During this period of time, Feng Yuan's clones were in closed cultivation in the secret room. They comprehended Human Path cultivation and gained some insights. Even though these clones are of low level, they are still quite outstanding compared to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's clone methods. For example, the investment is low and they can take shape quickly. Spectral Soul's Shadow Sect clones, on the other hand, need to cultivate continuously and start from scratch. And these clones, as long as they have Human Path Gu worms, they can instantly form the corresponding Gu cultivation clone. Human Path Gu worms formed clones. Gu Masters had apertures. Gu Immortals had immortal apertures. But be it apertures or immortal apertures, they could not produce primeval essence or immortal essence. They could only store. Human Path clones could not cultivate on their own. The clone's strength was limited to the level of the Human Path Gu worms. Human Path clones shared the same attainment level as the main body. Human Path clones cultivated Human Path as well as other paths. For example, the Musician clone cultivated Human Path as well as Sound Path. The Farmer clone cultivated Human Path as well as Earth Path and Wood Path. The Skin Shadow clone cultivated Human Path as well as Transformation Path and Shadow Path. All in all, these clones were not useful to Feng Yuan at the moment. They were too weak. The strongest among them was only rank 6. Among them, Feng Yuan shared the same opinion as Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. He also felt that the most valuable thing was the Alchemist clone. These clones mainly cultivated the Tao, Refinement Tao, and Pill Tao. Although it only covered the ranks of rank 1 to rank 5 Gu Masters, it had a huge impact on the grassroots Gu Masters. If Feng Yuan's subordinates did not undergo immortal ascension on a large scale, these Human Path clones would still be of some use. But now, to Feng Yuan, they were not very useful. Furthermore, it could be a huge flaw in the obscured heavenly secrets. Feng Yuan willed as the Human Path clones in the secret room returned to their Gu worms. Their states were very similar to Feng Yuan's supreme immortal physique, but there were also differences. They could freely change from the state of Gu insects to human form, but Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal body was fixed on the human body, leaving only the need to feed the Gu insects. But then again, normal people also needed to eat something once in a while. I'll leave Thief Gu behind. At the next moment, Feng Yuan willed as he destroyed most of the Gu worms in the secret room. Central Continent. At the deepest part of the starry sky calculation formation, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable inspected a secluded domain of heaven and earth inside the formation. This secluded domain was like a cage, but also like a lantern. Back in the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had already used it to fight against other Venerables. This was the Wisdom Path secluded domain, Mental Realm. The legends of Renzu had records of it. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable placed her mental realm inside the starry sky calculation formation, Using the power of the formation, she secretly extracted emotions. As long as they were negative towards the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent or the Celestial Court, they would be absorbed into her mental realm. Using this method, star constellation Immortal Venerable ingeniously made countless living beings in Central Continent feel more positive towards the Celestial Court and the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. This undoubtedly raised the cohesiveness of Central Continent to a higher level. The mental realm needs to store emotions. The more emotions there are, the greater the power of this secluded domain of heaven and earth. But it also needs to be controlled. Sometimes, having too many emotions is as bad as going too far. You will be misled by the mental realm. Just like the Legends of Rinzu wrote, it is best to have calmness gu and determination gu to suppress the mental realm. Unfortunately, I only have calmness gu, I lack determination gu. Thus, there is an obvious upper limit to the amount of emotions that can be stored in the mental realm. Star constellation Immortal Venerable had to activate it secretly to prevent it from being exposed to the other venerables and causing trouble. By then, even if Feng Yuan lacked immortal essence, he could use the chance to extort Star constellation Immortal Venerable. This was Star constellation Immortal Venerable's intention in setting up the starry sky calculation formation. She managed to deceive the other two venerables. After all, the other venerables could only see the rough details of the starry sky calculation formation. After the inspection was completed, good news reached Star constellation Immortal Venerable. Among the 10 children of human path, someone has already raised musician gu to an immortal gu? Very good. It seems that the reason why they all failed was because of Providence's interference. Raising the rank of Immortal Gu during the Immortal Ascension Tribulation is essentially using Providence to help one refine Gu. Maybe because of human path, Providence was not willing to help. But the artificial refinement after that was a success. Star constellation Immortal Venerable relaxed. When she found out that the 10 children of human path had all failed, she had many doubts, including the fact that there was a traitor in Celestial Court, the problem with derivation immortal formation, the other venerables hiding in Celestial Court, Providence being exposed, and so on. But after knowing this news, Star constellation Immortal Venerable's doubts were greatly reduced. Half a day later, the first batch of Gu immortals from Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects gathered inside the starry sky calculation formation. Immortal killer move, endless learning. Star constellation Immortal Venerable slowly activated the killer move. The killer move's light blue light spread down along the starry sky calculation formation. In a certain space inside the formation, the Gu immortals had been waiting for a long time. It's here! Someone muttered with excitement on his face. The immortals were stirred. Soon, the immortals' expressions became extremely solemn. They were immersed in the indescribable profundity of the great Tao. Under the influence of the killer move, the immortals' attainment levels of their respective paths rose slowly. As time passed, when they reached their limits, some Gu immortals would start to hallucinate. At this time, the starry sky calculation formation would activate and send these Gu immortals to another space inside the formation to recuperate. Endless learning was a human path killer move. It used Book Mountain and Learning Gu as the cores. It could allow the Gu cultivator to produce their own true meaning and absorb it to raise their attainment levels. Star constellation Immortal Venerable had already used this move in Crazed Demon Cave. She was now using it on the Gu immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. The nurturing intent behind this move was much clearer than in Crazed Demon Cave. How much the Gu immortals could gain depended on their aptitude, talent, comprehension, as well as their personal experiences. It is hard to imagine that there is such a method in this world to raise attainment levels directly. This was personally used by Lady Star constellation Immortal Venerable. It is naturally extraordinary. She can break through all the impossible. According to rumors, dream realms can allow Gu cultivators to raise attainment levels. In my opinion, Lady Star constellation Immortal Venerable's method has completely surpassed the dangerous dream realms. Exploring dream realms is very dangerous, but attainment levels are endless. How much we can gain from star constellation Immortal Venerable's human path killer move depends on ourselves. It can only help us produce true meaning. After using it once, we will need to accumulate and experience for a long time, otherwise, our gains will be much lower next time. The immortals gradually broke free from the illusion. They woke up and conversed. Not long after, the immortals flew out of the starry sky calculation formation. Among them, 3 Gu immortals stayed behind. Among the 3, Heaven's Envy Manor's Gu immortal Tan Ku took the initiative to find ancient soul sects Yang Feng and Spirit Butterfly Valley's Dian Pu. After some discussion, Tan Ku used his immortal Gu to exchange for Yang Feng's resources. He also used Yang Feng's immortal materials to exchange for Dian Pu's other immortal Gu. After this transaction, the 3 sides were very satisfied with their gains. It is all thanks to the starry sky calculation formation. After understanding our needs, it mediated between us. Otherwise, how could we know each other's situation and what we want? Dian Pu sighed. At this moment, the 3 immortals won together. They all felt the benefits of the starry sky calculation formation. Ever since the starry sky calculation formation gathered the information of Gu immortals, this happened frequently to the Gu immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. Thus, Gu immortals from other small sects were attracted to report their information to the starry sky calculation formation. The starry sky calculation formation only mediated this point, but it allowed the whole of Central Continent to start a more reasonable and outstanding resource allocation. Undeniably, this had a huge effect on raising the strength of the whole of Central Continent. The 3 immortals had little interaction, but because of this transaction, their relationship became much closer. On the way back, the 3 immortals talked about the human path that had been widely spread in Central Continent's Gu Master World recently. During this period of time, human path cultivation had already become a huge trend among the lower echelons of Central Continent. This was naturally because the Celestial Court had instructed the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent to work together to promote it. It seems that the Celestial Court is determined to develop human path. That's right, the 10 children of human path that our sects chose have already become Gu immortals. The Celestial Court has high-level human path research results. Now is the time to promote human path. But I still feel that it is a little rushed. But since Star Constellation Immortal Venerable made this decision, there must be something that I did not consider thoroughly. It is a pity that our path has already been decided. The price of cultivating human path is too high. Tan Ku, you are smiling. Do you have a solution? I am only making the Gu immortal seeds in my immortal aperture cultivate human path. I did the same. Central Continent's Gu immortals were gradually sensing the benefits of the starry sky calculation formation. They also had a common understanding towards the bright future of human path. However, Tan Ku did not know this. Even though his action was the same as many Gu immortals, he was the one who helped a minor character to rise up in secret and become a legend in the distant future. Chapter 23-27. Quick, cultivate this. Inside Tan Ku's immortal aperture, Fong Clan's middle-aged rank 5 Gu master was passing a cultivation method to Wang Xiao Heir. What is this? Godfather. Wang Xiao Heir was confused. Wang Xiao Heir had his own secrets. He was not of the Fong clan's bloodline, but a prisoner imprisoned by Fong Dongxi. But after Dong Fongxi died in battle, his immortal aperture was invaded by Xiao Yi Hu, causing chaos. Wang Xiao Heir took the chance to escape and mingled with Fong Dongxi's Fong clansmen. Subsequently, they were sold to Jewel Yellow Skies. Tan Ku was one of the Gu immortals who bought these human slaves. He bought a group of Fong clansmen, including Wang Xiao Heir. Wang Xiao Heir started a new life in Tan Ku's immortal aperture. Tan Ku's immortal aperture naturally had Tan clan's bloodline, thus, Fong clan's status was very low. They were all slaves. But there were also people of higher status among the slaves. For example, this middle-aged Gu master in front of Wang Xiao Heir. This Gu master was quite unlucky. When Dong Fongxi's immortal aperture was in chaos, his entire family died. The middle-aged Gu master was disheartened. He had no intention of remarrying. And seeing that Wang Xiao'er was in a similar situation as him, he was also alone and had no one to rely on, he found him pleasing to the eye, his age and appearance were similar to his son, he decided to adopt him. Anyway, from the middle-aged Gu Master's point of view, Wang Xiao'er was of Fang clan's bloodline. The middle-aged Gu Master knocked on Wang Xiao'er's head, scolding with a smile, "What are you suspecting? Why would foster father harm you?" "I will tell you the truth, the Gu immortal who bought our clansman came from Central Continent. He saw the aptitude of our group, so he bought us. Now that he has passed down the human path cultivation method, if we can cultivate it successfully, we will definitely be able to raise our status. He might even become a Gu immortal in the future." Wang Xiao'er was dumbfounded. But soon he had doubts. With such a precious cultivation method, why didn't that Central Continent Gu immortal cultivate it himself? Why didn't he leave it to his descendants, but to us? The middle-aged Gu Master clearly knew many Gu immortal secrets. He was very knowledgeable. He continued to explain, "Gu immortals have different cultivation paths, human path is one of them. Since this Central Continent Gu immortal has already become an immortal, he definitely cannot cultivate human path. Also, not everyone has the talent to cultivate to become an immortal. The path of human path has just been developed. Central Continent's Gu immortals are giving out these methods mainly to try it out. Therefore, the geniuses of his bloodline had to leave behind a portion of their essence to pass on his cultivation method. The rest of the Tan family and us are the only ones who cultivate the human path. The human Dao sect is indeed very bad. When I was living in our blessed land, I had never heard of it. But we have no choice. If we don't cultivate, we won't have any hope at all. Xiao, you will live here for the rest of your life, always being stepped on by the Tan family, being ordered around like a slave. Are you willing?" Wang Xiao'er hurriedly shook his head, his face solemn. "Then please teach me, Godfather, I am willing to cultivate." Wang Xiao'er had obtained a large amount of human path information, which helped him improve his understanding of human path. There were also several Gu worms. They were human path Gu worms. They were the foundation of human path cultivation. After the middle-aged Gu Master taught Wang Xiao'er personally, he let the latter cultivate by himself. On this night, Wang Xiao'er was so excited that he could not sleep. He cultivated by himself. An immortal Gu was awakened by him just like that. The immortal Gu's consciousness actually communicated with Wang Xiao'er. Wang Xiao'er was extremely shocked. Self-Gu! Self-Gu was so tiny, it had been hiding in Wang Xiao'er's body all along, no one had discovered it. He remembered that this was a famous legendary Gu in The Legends of Rinzhu. Filled with joy and disbelief, he read The Legends of Rinzhu overnight. The Legends of Rinzhu, Chapter 5, Section 38. After falling into the river of time, Rinzhu and the other two woke up. The three quickly climbed onto a nearby floating ice. Even though it had only been a short while, they had all aged. The river of time contains time Gu, our lifespan will be washed away by the water. Great strength, true martial side. Rinzhu felt regret. Always encountering good things is not a good thing, it will instead become a bad thing. It is not good to be happy all the time, it is too easy for people to stop moving forward and forget about time. Carefree Wisdom Heart said with joy, "Quickly look at our hearts." The three looked at their own hearts. They found that they had a lot of suppressed emotions in their hearts, but when they fell into the water, most of them were washed away. This discovery made Rinzhu and the other two very happy. Next, they continued to move forward on the floating ice. Every time they encountered bad things and felt bad, they would wash their hearts in the river. This will pass. Their bad moods faded with time. Every time they encountered good things and were about to forget themselves, they would wash their hearts in the river. This will pass. Their good moods also faded with time, they were not too engrossed in it. Cognition Gu saw that the three of them were washing their hearts. It could not help but remind them, it is never time that heals the heart, it is the heart that grows old. Old age is not the worst thing, the scariest thing is the old heart. Don't wash your hearts anymore. Rinzhu and the other two heard this advice and stopped. But they could not wash their hearts, their speed fell again. Let me help you. At this time, a goo worm flew out of the water and landed on Renzu's body. Renzu and the other two saw this goo worm and were very happy. This goo was familial affection goo. With the help of familial affection goo, Renzu and the other two shared their emotions. If one was happy, he would split his happiness into 3 equal parts. If one was sad, he would split his sadness into 3 equal parts. Renzu and the other two used familial affection to comfort and share their burdens. They moved quickly and steadily. But good times did not last. The emotions accumulated in the three's hearts became more and more. The three felt very tired. They could not bear it anymore and were gradually getting hurt. Emotions were heavy and sadness was heavy. The situation soon became worse. The three's hearts were heavily injured. They could not bear any more emotions. Carefree Wisdom Heart took out a cage at this time and held it in her hand. This is the mental realm that I created. Let us place our emotions inside. Renzu and Great Strength True Marshall agreed. They placed their emotions inside the mental realm. Immediately, the truthful floating ice revealed its original shape in front of the trio's eyes. They were just pieces of floating ice. The three had the same feeling towards the floating ice. A person's emotions had nothing to do with anything else, only their mental realm. What is this? Carefree Wisdom Heart found the goo worm in the floating ice. The goo worm replied, I am calm goo. The truth was cold and quiet. This was the most appropriate attitude when facing the truth. Renzu and the other two finally arrived at the center of the truthful floating ice. But they did not find self-goo. So self-goo is not here. Renzu was disappointed. Initially, people would think that they were the center of everything, but that was not the case. The center of the truthful floating ice did not have self-goo, but there were 3 other goo. The first was rule goo, the second was convention goo, and the third was practice goo. Rules and convention goo had been with Renzu for a long time. After Renzu's heart was eaten by the predicaments, rules and convention goo thought that Renzu was dead and left. They came here to create the truthful floating ice with practice goo. Any truth had to follow the rules of heaven and earth. The 3 goo continued to create the truthful floating ice, then watched as these floating ice floated away under the influence of time goo, gradually sinking. Rules and convention goo saw Renzu and was shocked. Oh human, so you did not die. Renzu asked them how to find his own goo. Rules and convention goo pointed at practice goo and said, it can help you. Practice goo replied, oh human, you have experienced too many things. After such a long time, you have all changed. Self-goo is the same, even if it is right in front of you, it is very unfamiliar, you will not be able to recognize it. What do we do? Renzu was very vexed. This is actually very simple. Practice goo smiled. Isn't it enough to know yourself? That's right. Renzu and the other two's eyes shined. Practice goo continued. For humans, knowing themselves is the most important and also the most difficult thing in the world. Great Strength True Marshall, you are an expert with ability. If we work together, there is a high chance of success. Ability goo smiled. Doing practical things can make me stronger. Carefree Wisdom Heart was very supportive. She lent serious goo to Great Strength True Marshall. Great Strength True Marshall and Practice goo worked together and started to work. They first created a floating ice. It was very small, like a ball. It enveloped Great Strength True Marshall and Practice goo. There was a layer of light around the ice ball. Renzu and Carefree Wisdom Heart stood on the ice ball as they floated. They saw year goo. Is this self-goo? Renzu asked. Great Strength True Marshall shook his head. No, self-goo is smaller than it. They continued to work inside the ice ball. Ability goo got stronger. The floating ice ball became bigger. There was a layer of water around it. While floating, Renzu saw moon goo. Is this self-goo? Renzu asked. Great Strength True Marshall shook his head. No, self-goo is smaller than it. Great Strength True Marshall and Practice goo continued to work hard. Ability goo got stronger again. The floating ice ball became bigger. There was a layer of water around it. Renzu saw day goo. Is this self-goo? Renzu asked. Great Strength True Marshall shook his head. No, self-goo is smaller than it. The stronger the ability, the more minuscule it was. Finally, The floating ice ball became the biggest. There was a layer of water around it. Renzu and the other two floated along the ice ball and found Self-gu. So Self-gu is so small. Renzu's heart shook. Cognition-gu sighed. Compared to the entire world, to everyone, a single Self-gu is very minuscule. Chapter 23-28. Deep into the night. Wang Xiao'er looked at the thin volume of The Legends of Renzu. His eyes were bloodshot from excitement. He was breathing heavily. The human path cultivation method that foster father gave me was not wrong at all. The Legends of Renzu is truly a human path classic. I found out now, the content of Renzu Discovering Self-gu actually contains the various attainment levels of a gu master's cultivation. Light, water, ice, and crystal. Renzu and the other two obtained the space path and time path immortal gu year, moon, and day in the river of time. Does this mean that gu masters need to spend years and years to accumulate their attainment? My attainment level is too low. I can only see this shallow level. According to the human path cultivation method, the most outstanding gu immortal venerables in history had many comprehensions from The Legends of Renzu. They created many human path killer moves. Even though I cannot compare to them now, I have extraordinary hope. Self-gu. It had always been hidden in my body, but when I started cultivating human path, I found it. It is definitely a human path immortal gu. The Legends of Renzu describes many gu worms, but in my opinion, Self-gu is the most unique and legendary. Haha, with this immortal gu, human path is the most suitable path for me. Cultivating human path is definitely the most correct path. Almost at the same time. Sovereign immortal aperture, inside mini Eastern Sea. Mermaid gu immortal Tang Qiong could not help but laugh. My tribe joined Feng Yuan and lived in the sovereign immortal aperture. This is definitely the best choice. She could not conceal the excitement on her face. There were a total of 3 mermaid gu immortals. They were recruited by Feng Yuan earlier. They led a group of mermen to station in mini Eastern Sea and lived here ever since. The 3 mermaid gu immortals had a clear division of labor. Yuzi was in charge of completing missions and earning contribution points. Lian Kuexen was in charge of diplomacy and liaising with other tribes and forces, while Tang Qiong was in charge of guarding the merman tribe's territory. After all, abnormal situations often occurred in the sovereign immortal aperture. The important settlements of the various clans needed at least 1 gu immortal to guard them at all times for them to be safe. Tang Qiong had just received a decree from Feng Yuan, which revealed an obvious message. In the following days, Feng Yuan would increase his efforts to support the outstanding disciples of the various clans. He would spend a huge amount of resources to help them cultivate and raise the gu immortal seeds of each clan. Because of this, Feng Yuan even gave the gu immortals in charge of the various clans a target. Every year, each tribe would nurture a certain number of gu immortal seeds. If they met the requirements, they would be able to establish the Great Love Alliance. If they didn't meet the standards, they would be punished. Not only does Lord Alliance Leader treat everyone equally, he also has a benevolent heart, helping us variant humans by allocating such a huge amount of resources to nurture gu masters. Throughout the generations of venerables, there has never been a great being who cares for our race as much as Lord Feng Yuan. Even Lord Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable cannot compare to Lord Feng Yuan in terms of help to us. When Tang Qiong thought of this, tears welled up in her eyes. The reason why Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable helped variant humans was because he saw that the variant humans were in danger of being exterminated. He could not bear to see them die. He helped them. Feng Yuan, however, was different. Feng Yuan not only provided a fair environment for the variant humans to live without discrimination, he even supported these variant humans and allowed them to grow stronger. This was unprecedented. Tang Qiong had been fighting hard in the Merman Imperial Court. She had been through many trials and tribulations. She was suppressed by the humans. As a mermaid gu immortal, she lived a life of being bullied. She felt immense pressure both physically and mentally. But now that she was inside the sovereign immortal aperture, she felt a sense of enlightenment. Even though fighting in the sovereign immortal aperture was more tiring than in Eastern Sea, she had to fight with her life on the line. It was normal to not sleep or rest for more than 10 days. Sometimes, her liver might even explode. But Tang Qiong liked this place more and more. Until now, she loved this world and this sea area. Because here, there was fairness and equality that the 5 regions could not provide. Because here, there was hope. Because here, as long as you worked hard enough and risked your life, you would gain as much as you put in. Because in this place, you can clearly feel that you are constantly improving, and that your own tribe is rapidly developing and strengthening. Tang Qiong's divine sense entered the information path Mortal Gu again. She looked at the information that she had already read several times already. Feng Yuan's decree encouraged all the tribes to procreate, the more the better. There were rewards for having more children, and rewards for having good children. Feng Yuan also had a clear target for population growth. Those huge amounts of cultivation resources would be distributed to the Gu immortals of the various tribes in a few days. Among them were a large number of relic Gu, unpolished jade Gu, wood element Gu, water element Gu, man triumphing heaven Gu, and others. Relic Gu could raise a Gu master's attainment level, while unpolished jade Gu and others were rare mortal Gu that could raise the aptitude of the Gu master. Their essence was to engrave Dao marks of a certain path on the Gu master's body. Unpolished jade Gu could engrave earth path Dao marks. It was suitable for Rockman Gu masters to raise their aptitude. Wood element Gu was suitable for mini-men, water element Gu was suitable for mermen, man triumphing heaven Gu was suitable for those pure humans without Gu master aptitude. It could forcefully awaken their apertures. With these resources, the tribes will have good days. There has never been a venerable like Lord Feng Yuan who cares so deeply for his people. No matter how ordinary these people are, his love is like the sun, like the warm wind, it will spread to every one of them. He is truly the great love immortal venerable. I am so lucky to be able to follow him. Tang Qiong thought of this and could not help but feel agitated. Hot tears flowed down her cheeks. Feng Yuan, who was deeply respected by Tang Qiong, had just used obscured heavenly secret again. There was no helping it. The gains from stealing heavenly secret were too much. Even now, there were still Gu immortals going back and forth, bringing back cultivation resources from Eastern Sea, Western Desert, Southern Border, and other places. The most valuable were the information about the 5 regions, Feng Yuan's modified killer moves, and the construction of his combat system. All of this caused the scale of Feng Yuan's luck to rise greatly. Thus, Feng Yuan had no choice but to use obscured heavenly secret again to reinforce the effect on his body. During this period of time, Feng Yuan did not refine a 4th rank 9 immortal Gu. On the surface, he was refining Eastern Sea's refinement path Dao marks, but secretly he was digesting the gains from stealing heavenly secret and deducing many things. As for unraveling the truthful floating ice, it was once the most important task, but now, it was no longer the focus. The expected gains from unraveling the truthful floating ice were no longer huge. This was already reflected in Feng Yuan's luck. Feng Yuan's luck inspection could only see a portion of it, but it was very useful for him to use it as a reference. Everything related to rank 9 heavenly secret Gu was Feng Yuan's greatest secret. Obscured heavenly secret and stealing heavenly secret were included. Precisely because of stealing heavenly secret, Feng Yuan started to pay attention to the mortals in his immortal aperture. He acted quickly and decisively. After understanding the value of these mortals, he started to nurture them. Tang Qiong and the others did not know the truth. Feng Yuan's immortal material inventory was very rich, but he lacked mortal materials. The sovereign immortal aperture had already produced many types of mortal materials on a large scale, but nurturing mortals required many types of mortal materials. The sovereign immortal aperture had to communicate with jewel yellow skies and conduct transactions to satisfy this need. The policy was implemented, cultivation resources were not a problem, but Feng Yuan wanted to do better. He calculated and found that he had many methods that could help nurture these mortal Gu masters. For example, Blood Skull Gu, Bone Flesh Unity Gu, Guts Gu, and rank 1 to rank 6 second aperture Gu. Aptitude was very important to Gu masters. Back then, Feng Yuan used Blood Skull Gu to slaughter his own clan and obtained a grade aptitude. A grade aptitude helped him a lot in his cultivation journey. At the same time, a grade aptitude had a higher chance of becoming a goo immortal seed than B or C grade aptitude. If one had poor aptitude, they would reach their limit at rank 3 or 4. How could they advance from rank 5 to rank 6? Blood Skull Goo's effect in raising aptitude is even more outstanding than would Root Goo, Water Source Goo, Unpolished Jade Goo, and Pure Gold Goo. Maybe I can use Blood Skull Goo to massacre a large number of people, then use Human C to revive, and then use Blood Skull Goo to massacre again and again. This way, I can get many a grade aptitude Goo masters. The terrifying cultivation plan lingered in Fang Yuan's mind. He thought of Bone Flesh Unity Goo again. This goo worm had been a huge help to Fang Yuan when he was still a goo master. It could purify primeval essence and assist in cultivation. Not only could it help Fang Yuan break through to a small realm, it could also break through to a big realm. It was really useful. But to refine this goo, I need twins. It is a bit troublesome. Fang Yuan did not need 1 or 200 Bone Flesh Unity Goo. He needed tens of thousands of Bone Flesh Unity Goo, and then put them into the Sovereign Immortal Aperture in large numbers. Only then could he form a steady stream of goo immortal seeds in the future. I have not had the time to comprehend the human soul cultivation method. I tried it before but made little progress. So Guts Goo can also be used to nurture goo immortal seeds. A strong soul is very helpful to them. As for second aperture goo, it is only the icing on the cake. Fang Yuan could not refine rank 6 second aperture immortal goo to nurture them. He could at most take out rank 1 to rank 5 mortal goo. Right now, second aperture goo was clearly a heaven path goo worm. Rank 6 second aperture goo needed lifespan goo as a goo material, and lifespan goo was the most classic heaven path goo worm, containing heaven path Dao marks. Rank 9 sovereign immortal fetus goo used the 10 extreme physiques as the goo material. It was an immortal fetus and not an immortal aperture, thus it was a human path immortal goo. Fang Yuan concluded that he needed to accumulate goo immortal seeds. He first needed a large number of people. Variant humans and humans did not matter. Fang Yuan did not plan to purchase outsiders for the time being. It was better to nurture goo immortal seeds in the sovereign immortal aperture. They were more loyal. Variant humans were naturally the most loyal. Fang Yuan was more at ease with variant humans. With more people, there would be more goo masters. But to have goo immortal seeds, the goo master's aptitude had to be raised. This required the mortals to not only have many children, they also had to have many siblings and relatives. It would be convenient for a large-scale massacre in the future. It would be best if they had more twins. That way, during the massacre, they could also refine Bone Flesh Unity Goo. Twins. Fang Yuan pondered. It seems I need to find Giant Sun Immortal. I've told you many times, he is most proficient in giving birth. Chapter 23-29. Giant Sun Immortal had a strange expression. Just earlier, he and Heaven Refining Demon Venerable had completed a transaction. Both of them obtained what they wanted. But Fang Yuan actually has a need for procreation. What scheme is he plotting? This transaction made Giant Sun Immortal feel suspicious. But he was also clear that it was hard for goo immortals to procreate with Dao marks. And in terms of goo immortal procreation, he, Giant Sun Immortal, was the most outstanding among all the venerables. Among all the venerables, who could have more children than Giant Sun Immortal? Back then, in order to have more children, Giant Sun Immortal did not hesitate to search for countless beauties and build 5 harems. If not for Fang Yuan having a need for this transaction might not have been completed. To think that at this time I would still benefit from you. Giant Sun Immortal muttered a name as a scene appeared in the depths of his mind. Northern Plains. There were many tents in a tribe that had temporarily set up camp. A tattered tent's curtain was pulled open as the middle-aged Giant Sun barged in, shouting, "Zhu Zhu, what goo did you secretly use on me again?" The middle-aged Giant Sun bared his chest, revealing his muscular body, but there was a pig's head on his neck. Zhu Zhu saw him and smiled. It worked. The middle-aged Giant Sun was furious. "Zhu Zhu, I was discussing important matters with the elders, but this happened all of a sudden. You will make me a laughingstock if you do this." Zhu Zhu sighed. "I am sorry, husband, but I only want a child." The middle-aged giant sun was stunned. He deflated as his anger dissipated. It is my fault for being useless. No, it is my problem. My body is half a goo immortal's body. It is all my problem. Zhu Zhu stood in front of giant sun, holding his pig's head with both hands as she said with deep emotions and hope, "This time, I used a transformation path goo. Do you know? This is called a sowing pig, an extinct mystical beast. In autumn, male pigs would eat until they were fat and strong, and then spit out a kind of crystal flower. When spring comes, the crystal flower will bloom. The sow will eat the crystal flower and give birth to a new life." The middle-aged giant sun's eyes lit up. So powerful? Zhu Zhu smiled at him, took his hand, and pulled him to the bed. "Come on." The middle-aged giant sun laughed, roared, and pounced on Zhu Zhu. There was a flag on top of the tent they were in. The flag began to sway as if it were being blown by a breeze. However, it only lasted for a few breaths before the flagpole stopped moving. Giant Sun's voice came from inside the tent, filled with guilt. "I'm sorry, Zhu Zhu, I can't do it anymore." Zhu Zhu smiled. "Don't worry, I have my ways." Soon after, Giant Sun let out a low roar again, and the corners of the tent began to tremble as if a strong wind was blowing. This time, it lasted for a dozen breaths. The tent suddenly fell silent. Giant Sun panted, "I'm sorry, I can't do it anymore." Zhu Zhu smiled. "It's fine. Watch me." The third time, the tent shook violently, as if a strong wind was blowing. However, this non-existent gust of wind only blew for about 20 breaths of time before it stopped. Giant Sun panted with difficulty. "I'm sorry, I really can't do it anymore." Zhu Zhu smiled. "Don't worry, I still have my ways." "Wait, wife," Giant Sun said weakly. "You have too many ways. Your husband admires you, but let me slowly. Zhu Zhu said modestly, "Although I have many ways, they are not very effective." Sigh. The strongest is still the human ancestors' method. All the humans in the 5 regions and 2 heavens are descendants of the human ancestor. Giant Sun immediately patted his chest and promised, "Wife, don't worry. One day, I will comprehend the human ancestors' method. We will definitely have many children and grandchildren." The memories came to an abrupt end. A sense of disappointment and frustration lingered in Giant Sun Immortal's heart. He had already grasped this method in his previous life. Otherwise, how could he have left behind so many descendants? However, he could not teach this method to Zhu Zhu. He would never be able to see her again. His children were also not of Zhu Zhu's bloodline. Recollecting his thoughts, Giant Sun Immortal's expression became calm again. He inspected the results of this transaction. He had obtained a large number of blood path research results from Feng Yuan. Although he had been secretly deducing blood path, Feng Yuan's research results still saved him a lot of time and effort. Other than that, there were a total of 5 blood path immortal goo. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable refined them all and threw them into the blood sea. Blood sea. Giant Sun Immortal's gaze pierced through Longevity Heaven's land, looking at blood sea. Even if rank 9 light goo recovered, it was not suitable for Giant Sun Immortal. However, without rank 9 immortal goo, Giant Sun Immortal could use blood sea as a temporary substitute. Dao marks scattered in the world, resource points that produce Dao marks, the top resource points, secluded domains of heaven and earth, as well as the essence of heaven and earth. These 4 represented the different levels of Dao marks. Secluded domains of heaven and earth could be considered half rank 9 immortal goo. Goo immortals used immortal materials to form killer moves, immortal formations, and so on. Immortal materials were consumables. They could not be used to stabilize their form, they could only let Dao marks flow out. But secluded domains of heaven and earth could be used as the core for a fixed period of time to form killer moves. Feng Yuan's reverse flow protection seal and Dang Hun Luo seal were examples of this. Star constellation Immortal Venerable already has a mental state. Feng Yuan might also have a refinement sea. Blood sea is my foundation to resist them. Back then, Giant Sun Immortal had worked together with Long Hair Ancestor to refine Gu. He knew of Long Hair Ancestor's grand plan. Giant Sun Immortal felt that refining the natural Tao marks of heaven and earth was the most important thing in this short period of time. Obtaining a suitable rank 9 Immortal Gu was unrealistic. At this time, secluded domains of heaven and earth were the best substitute. Among the venerables, Feng Yuan has the highest chance of obtaining a rank 9 Immortal Gu. In terms of potential, he has the greatest. Fortunately, he does not have enough immortal essence to refine rank 9 Immortal Gu. Once he starts to refine Gu, that will be his greatest weakness. By then, even if I have to work together with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, I need to stop him. If Feng Yuan succeeds in refining a rank 9 refinement path Immortal Gu, it will be much easier for him to refine rank 9 Immortal Gu in the future. His advantage will snowball unstoppably, it will accumulate faster and faster. Giant Sun Immortal instructed himself. Blood Sea was surging with waves, rising and falling, its scale was slowly expanding. Giant Sun Immortal nodded to himself. With the addition of 5 Blood Path Immortal Gu, the speed at which Blood Sea is forming has increased again. It will be completely completed in about half a year. Blood Sea was still in its embryonic form. Even though the embryonic secluded domain of heaven and earth could be used as the core of a killer move, it would be at a disadvantage and expend a lot. For example, Feng Yuan's embryonic refinement sea and human sea, even though human sea was once complete, it needed to be filled with a sea of people to be considered a true secluded domain of heaven and earth. Giant Sun Immortal's expression changed slightly, an intense luck path intuition appeared in his mind. The last time he had such a feeling was when he revived Emperor Light. And Emperor Light's revival indirectly brought about a rank 9 Light Path Immortal Gu. What about now? Giant Sun Immortal could not help but show some anticipation. Even though reviving others would expend the embryonic Blood Sea, he did not hesitate. He activated the immortal killer move, Birth of the Will, again. Swish, swish, swish. Blood Sea surged, creating waves that were tens of feet tall. Blood Sea was rapidly expended, forming a whirlpool again. Light and shadow intertwined as a rank 7 Gu Immortal appeared. Who's this? Yao Huang could not recognize him. Giant Sun Immortal's expression of anticipation became even more intense. Because this Gu Immortal's revival expended a bit more immortal essence and Blood Sea than Emperor Light. And he was only a rank 7 Water Path Gu Immortal. Are you Fei Wu? Yao Huang stared for a moment before exclaiming in shock. Fei Clan's last First Supreme Elder, Fei Wu? Giant Sun Immortal frowned slightly. He remembered now. Fei Clan was once a super clan in Northern Plains. They had a genuine Huang Jin bloodline. Fei Clan's first ancestor was not Giant Sun Immortal's son, he was a descendant many generations later. But Fei Clan was very famous in Northern Plains history. It was just that this reputation was not good. Fei Clan was a super Huang Jin force that self-destructed. Fei Wu, as the last First Supreme Elder, had an undeniable responsibility. Many people thought that he was incompetent and greedy. He dragged down Fei Clan and caused it to be destroyed. During his tenure, he used up a vast amount of Fei Clan's cultivation resources. He almost emptied Fei Clan. Fei Clan's other Gu Immortals were lacking in resources, their strength grew slowly, they naturally started to fight amongst themselves. And the outside world also gave Fei Clan huge pressure. But Fei Wu did not deal with it properly. His attitude towards the outside world was weak. Fei Wu even gave away many of Fei Clan's resource points to satisfy his own cultivation needs. But his cultivation level did not rise much. Fei Wu's performance was disappointing again and again. Eventually, he led Fei Clan to explore one of the 10 great forbidden areas of Northern Plains. In the end, a terrifying beast tide appeared in the forbidden area. The beast tide destroyed Fei Clan's territory and even attacked Fei Clan's headquarters. Most of Fei Clan's Gu Immortals died in the beast tide. The remaining people were annexed by other Huang Jin super tribes. After the beast tide dispersed, Fei Clan was destroyed, Fei Wu died miserably in the forbidden area, and Fei Clan's territory was completely divided by the other super tribes. Fei clan became a laughingstock. The future generations would remember it as a negative example. Such an incompetent and muddle-headed person, the culprit behind the destruction of the entire clan. Why is he here? Yao Huang was bewildered for a moment. After understanding the reason for his revival, Fei Wu reacted and knelt towards Giant Sun Immortal. This unfilial descendant Fei Wu pays respect to ancestor. Giant Sun Immortal had already activated his luck inspection method to observe Fei Wu's background. He was shocked to find that Fei Wu's luck was not small. It far surpassed ordinary rank 7s, but it was still weaker than ordinary rank 8s. More importantly, Fei Wu's luck was closely connected to a certain existence far away. This existence's luck actually affected Giant Sun Immortal himself. Giant Sun Immortal was a rank 9 venerable, but his luck actually affected him so intensely. Soon, Giant Sun Immortal's voice penetrated the ground and reached the surface of the blood sea. The truth is often buried deep in history. Fei Wu, my descendant, tell me the truth. Chapter 23:30. Giant Sun Immortal's words shook Fei Wu's body and mind. He showed a moved expression. Ancestor is wise. The so-called internal strife in Fei clan is only a disguise. In truth, if not for the beast tide erupting in the forbidden area, how could our Fei clan be destroyed because of this? In my previous life, I expended countless immortal materials and resources, but I did not exhaust Fei clan's foundation. After that, I opened up the forbidden area to take away the one Chi-Z in the depths of the forbidden area. However, the legendary immemorial beast, one Chi-Z, had already recovered a lot. He was not delirious. We fell for his scheme and were drowned in the beast tide. However, our Fei clan retaliated with all our strength, but we did not let one Chi-Z succeed. His will completely dissipated in the end. What a pity! If not for one Chi-Z's interference, our Fei clan would have dominated northern plains. We would have an endless supply of immortal Yuan stone. We would have become the #1 Huang Jin tribe. To a certain extent, we would be on par with Celestial Court. Yao Huang heard this and stared with wide eyes, asking questions. One Chi-Z? Isn't that the earliest legendary immemorial desolate beast to appear in history? According to legends, he was killed by primordial origin immortal venerable. How could he still be alive? An endless supply of immortal Yuan stone? Could it be that Senior has discovered the secret of Celestial Court's immortal Yuan stone production? Giant Sun Immortal was silent. If reviving Fei Wu only gave him immortal Yuan stone, it was nothing much. But according to the results of his luck inspection, this Fei Wu was of great help to him. In the blood sea, Yao Huang became more excited. He clapped his fists. Good, Senior Fei Wu revived at the right time. As long as we have this, we will be able to produce immortal Yuan stone. Our reputation will rise and we will catch up to Celestial Court. This is definitely an opportunity. Celestial Court has already stopped distributing immortal Yuan stone to outer immortals. Once we do so, we will give outsiders the impression that longevity heaven surpasses Celestial Court. The more Yao Huang spoke, the more excited he became. Celestial Court stopped distributing immortal Yuan stone? That is because they have no way of producing it. Fei Wu was still kneeling on the ground, but he straightened his upper body and sneered, showing his certainty. Stand up and tell me in detail. At this moment, the Giant Sun Immortal descended onto the blood sea and landed in front of Fei Wu. Fei Wu bowed deeply again before standing up. Then I will start from the beginning. Fei Wu said slowly, we all know that between heaven and earth there is an endless amount of vitality, and a spirit spring produces Yuan stone, but no one has discovered that an immortal spring produces an immortal Yuan stone. Wild goo worms, be they mortal goo or immortal goo, can absorb primeval energy and activate their own power. But once it is refined, the goo worm will become a personal possession and lose this ability. Goo worms can only use primeval essence and immortal essence. The primeval essence and immortal essence here include the goo worm's owner and other goo cultivators. For example, once a goo worm is lent, the goo worm can absorb the primeval essence and immortal essence of other goo cultivators. For example, An immortal goo house can absorb the immortal essence of the goo cultivator stored inside the immortal goo house. What is the root cause of all this? According to my research, the reason is that both true essence and celestial essence contain our will. Wild goo worms contain providence, they are objects of heaven and earth, thus goo are the essence of heaven and earth. When we refine the goo worm, we expel the providence inside and replace it with our own will. At this point, the goo worm becomes a personal possession and the will inside cannot obtain the recognition of providence from the outside world, thus it can no longer absorb primeval energy from the outside world. When it is lent to others, the will inside the goo worm recognizes the other goo cultivator and can consume their primeval essence and immortal essence to activate it. Different kinds of immortal essence contain different wills, thus they can be consumed. This is also the last resort of many rank 6 goo immortals when attacking blessed lands with owners. Yao Huang was puzzled. What does this have to do with the production of immortal yuan stone? No rush, listen to my explanation and you will understand. Fei Wu waved his hand with a smile. Our aperture produces primeval essence, and the immortal aperture origin core produces immortal essence. These contain our will. Then are there no yuan stone and immortal yuan stone? Of course there are. The yuan stone produced by a spirit spring contains the tough and solidified primeval essence of providence. It is just that there is too little providence in primordial origin, it is easily overlooked. However, this heaven's will always secretly enter our minds when we are absorbing primordial stones, affecting our thinking. This is one of the methods providence uses to control us. Unfortunately, most goo cultivators in the world are attracted by the recovery of primeval essence after absorbing yuan stone. They do not notice this. Even if they notice it, it does not matter to them. Because providence is more ubiquitous than air, it is normal to have some in yuan stone. The immortal yuan stone distributed by the celestial court is actually the same as yuan stone. It also contains providence. Why did the celestial court distribute the rank 6 immortal yuan stone? This is actually a huge scheme of the celestial court. During primordial origin immortal venerables era, the celestial court purposely distributed immortal yuan stone. These immortal yuan stones were spread to the variant human goo immortals of that time. They were used by them. Providence infiltrated them. Back then, providence protected humans. They rose to power and replaced all the variant humans. During Star Constellation Immortal Venerables era, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable merged with the Tao. She could distort providence and greatly influence providence. Immortal yuan stone was even more widely circulated. When goo immortals use these immortal yuan stones, it is equivalent to them being infiltrated by providence and being influenced and manipulated by the celestial court. Yao Huang heard this and his mouth opened slightly. Is that the case? Then can we imitate the celestial court and distribute immortal yuan stone to achieve a result that is beneficial to our longevity heaven? Fei Wu shook his head. Unless we can merge with the Tao like Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and alter providence. Yao Huang was somewhat impatient. Even if we cannot achieve the same effect, as long as there is an endless supply of immortal yuan stone, it is extremely beneficial to longevity heaven. Senior Fei, how can we produce immortal yuan stone? Fei Wu waved his hand again. No rush, listen to me. To produce primeval essence, we need a person's will and aperture. To produce immortal essence, we need a person's will and immortal aperture. To produce yuan stone, we need providence and spirit spring. What about producing immortal yuan stone? Yao Huang blinked. To produce immortal yuan stone, do we need providence and immortal aperture, or providence and immortal essence spring? Fei Wu shook his head. Many rank 8 goo immortals do not have the confidence to undergo tribulation again, so they annex the immemorial 9 heavens fragments. From then on, the immortal aperture will turn into a grotto heaven, and rank 8 goo immortals will become caged birds, unable to take a step out of the grotto heaven. These grotto heavens all have providence and immortal apertures. Why can't they produce immortal yuan stone? As for providence and immortal essence spring, this is the conjecture of celestial court's immortal yuan stone. They think that Celestial Court obtained the only immortal essence spring in the world. But the truth is, this is not true. There is no such thing as an immortal essence spring in the world. Yao Huang sighed, Senior Fei, don't keep us in suspense. Even Giant Sun Immortal said, just say it. Fei Wu did not dare to disobey Giant Sun Immortal's orders. He sighed with regret, then I will say it. According to my research, a spirit spring is essentially an ordinary heaven path resource point. It contains heaven path, water path, and earth path Dao marks. Thus it has the appearance of providence and spring water, and produces yuan stone that is hard and solidified. The heavenly Dao seeks to balance all living beings. It will absolutely not produce a resource point like immortal yuan stone. Immortal essence is the most basic. Without immortal essence, no matter how many immortal gu you have, they cannot display their power. And the widespread circulation of immortal yuan stone greatly increases the chances of gu immortals surviving calamities and tribulations. The production of immortal yuan stone can only be done by humans. However, even if it is done by humans, it cannot bypass providence. It needs the infusion of providence for immortal yuan stone to be produced. Thus, a dead knot is formed. Fei Wu clearly pointed out that to produce immortal yuan stone, providence was the most crucial factor. If providence were to take the initiative and be willing to do it, it would go against the fundamental principles of the heavenly Tao. It was clearly impossible. But this was not absolute. In history, Celestial Court was able to do it. During Primordial Origin Immortal Venerables era, it used the uniqueness of I Chi Z to produce immortal yuan stone. During Star Constellation Immortal Venerables era, I Chi Z committed suicide, but Star Constellation Immortal Venerable fused with the Tao in her later years and altered providence, allowing providence and Celestial Court to cooperate and continue to produce immortal yuan stone. So, what is so special about I Chi Z? Since he has already committed suicide, how can he revive? Giant Sun Immortal Venerable asked directly. Fei Wu immediately answered, I Chi Z is not his full name. His full name should be Primordial I Chi Z. He is a very special legendary immemorial desolate beast, similar to Di Zongxing that appeared in the future. When a Gu Master ascends to Gu Immortal, there is a crucial step, that is to absorb heaven and earth Qi, using human Qi to mix and harmonize the three Qi. If the harmonization of the three Qi succeeds, the three Qi lump will be compressed continuously, becoming smaller and smaller until it reaches its limit. This lump is primordial Qi. This is the foundation of primordial I Chi Z. As long as a Gu Master ascends to Gu Immortal and produces primordial Qi, even if he is destroyed, he can revive. Initially, during the immemorial era, he was discovered and enlightened by a beastman expert. Thus, he obtained an immortal aperture and his strength rose all the way until he became a legendary immemorial beast. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable went on an expedition against variant humans. I Chi Z fought with the Immortal Venerable and was defeated and captured. But Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable announced that he had already killed him. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable imprisoned I Chi Z and used it to produce immortal yuan stone. I Chi Z lost his freedom. He was extremely unwilling and tried to break free. He tried many methods, but they all failed in front of Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable. After Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, it was Star Constellation Immortal Venerable who took over. The latter was more skilled in scheming than the former. She was extremely shrewd. I Chi Z could only commit suicide in despair. This was the reason why he once committed suicide in Celestial Court. Yao Huang did not understand. Then how did he produce immortal yuan stone? Giant Sun Immortal's eyes shined with bright light. He muttered to himself, so that's it. At this moment, Giant Sun Immortal finally understood why the killer move Arise of Time resulted in Fei Wu's revival. Because his revival could indirectly replenish Giant Sun Immortal's immortal essence. This was more practical and beneficial to Giant Sun Immortal than rank 9 Light Gu. It was just that luck path itself was a variable. Giant Sun Immortal could make variables beneficial to him happen, but he could not control the specifics. That was because it involved the fates. Chapter 23:31. Fei Wu saw Yao Huang's confusion and laughed, happily explaining, "When a Gu master becomes an immortal, there is a fortuitous encounter. It is called natural inspiration. What is the reason for this? Heaven and earth qi contain providence, human qi contains human will. At this crucial stage, the three qi fuse, providence and human will converge. Humans can ask about all kinds of mysteries, seeking the truth and answers of heaven and earth. This is because providence recognizes human will. Why? In my opinion, once the aperture changes, it becomes an immortal aperture. Immortal apertures are fruits and gains to heaven and earth. The heavenly Tao is happy to see this happen, thus favoring human will. Primordial essence single qi child's specialty is that his body is primordial essence single qi, which is the fusion of the three qi, thus he can obtain the favor and recognition of providence at all times. Yao Huang stared with wide eyes. Doesn't that mean he can always use natural inspiration? Fei Wu shook his head. Strictly speaking, that is the case. But the truth is not like that. We all know that the three qi need to be harmonized to become primordial essence. If the three qi lose balance, the Gu cultivator will die. But I Chi child is not like this. Losing balance of the three qi does not threaten his life, but he will lose his rationality. To harmonize the three qi and maintain their balance is too difficult. We have all experienced immortal ascension. We need to do our best to harmonize the three qi. This state lasting for half a day is enough for us. Primordial essence single qi child, on the other hand, has to face this process from start to finish. Thus, when he exhausts his mental energy or gets tired of harmonizing the three qi in his body will lose balance. Providence's human will get entangled and become chaotic, causing his mind to become muddled. In this situation, he cannot even think normally. How can he use natural inspiration? But no matter what, as long as it is the primordial essence single qi, providence will always favor human will. It is willing to help human will. If it is an ordinary Gu master without an immortal aperture, they can only communicate with providence and use natural inspiration. But I Chi child is different. He already has an immortal aperture. Thus, when his mind is clear, his immortal aperture will produce immortal essence. When his mind is muddled, it will produce immortal yuan stone that contains providence. The medicine sovereign finally understood everything. Primordial origin immortal venerable was too unique. Using his unique body, primordial origin immortal venerable obtained the immortal yuan stone. But primordial origin immortal venerable only gave out rank 6 immortal yuan stone. But after primordial unity Chi child died, even though star constellation immortal venerable had merged with the Tao and could alter providence, there was a limit to it. She could not completely destroy providence. Thus, the celestial court could only produce rank 6 immortal yuan stone. Fei Wu continued, "Back then, I accidentally found the primordial qi seed in the forbidden area. He was in a state of confusion and was buried deep underground, unable to move. When I conversed with him, he spoke incoherently and didn't answer my questions. However, he was filled with hatred towards the 2 venerables of the celestial court and kept cursing them. After a few more times, I've accumulated results, and I've deduced many truths through guesses and guesses. I mobilized the entire Fei clan to seize the primordial qi seed. He spent immortal materials to modify the killer move in an attempt to control it. However, when the preparations were complete and we were about to enter the forbidden area, the primordial qi seed actually had its own consciousness. Helpless, we could not stop and could only continue fighting. Fei clan was exterminated, but the primordial qi seed was also trapped by our Fei clan's method. If there is no mistake, he is still hiding in his original location. Ancestor only needs to use him." Giant Sun Immortal nodded and immediately brought Fei Wu to Jade Ring Forbidden Area. Northern Plains' 10 great forbidden areas had countless desolate beast groups. Immemorial desolate beasts and immemorial desolate plants were not rare either. Super forces had the ability to expand, but if they made a mistake, they might trigger a terrifying beast tide. Fei Clan was an example of a failed exploration of a forbidden area. Jade Ring Forbidden Area had towering ancient trees. From the outside to the inside, there were more than a dozen rings. The deeper they went, the more dangerous the environment would be. The primordial chi seed was hidden in the sixth ring. With Giant Sun Immortal personally taking action, he could easily reach it. Fei Wu had just revived and did not have any goo worms, but he could guide him. Facing his ancestor, he did not hide anything, he revealed everything. After some deductions, Giant Sun Immortal came up with a luck path modified killer move. Using this move would affect Fei Clan's arrangements. After removing the arrangements, Giant Sun Immortal took out a large black bead from the depths of the ground. The black bead was as large as an elephant, its surface was smooth and its aura was deeply concealed. This is the result of my Fei Clan's efforts. Even a legendary immemorial would be sealed by my clan. Fei Wu sighed deeply when he saw the primordial chi seed again. His grand ambitions were in vain. Fei Clan was exterminated, but he was fortunate enough to revive. All his efforts in life to help his ancestor were not in vain. Giant Sun Immortal analyzed for a while and combined with Fei Wu's information, he understood the primordial chi seed's details. The primordial chi seed was a lump of primordial chi. But when its consciousness completely recovered, it would turn into a human form. It would be extremely lifelike, indistinguishable from a normal person. And when it did not harmonize the three chi, when the three chi were in chaos, it would be a lump of primordial chi. When the heaven chi was abundant, it would float up. When there was more earth chi, it would sink into the ground. When he fought with Fei Clan, he had not completely recovered his consciousness and could not display his full strength. Fei Wu and the rest had indeed made ample preparations. The killer move they deduced was especially effective against the primordial chi seed, thus it was able to imprison him. Although Fei Wu only had rank 7 cultivation, Fei Clan had many rank 8s, they had immortal goo houses and the foundation of a super force. Of course, the most important thing was that the primordial chi seed did not have consciousness, its strength had fallen sharply. Once it lost consciousness, even Spectral Soul Demon Venerable could not keep Fairy Myrtle, Ing Wu Xie and the rest. The world had changed. By now, the power of Fei Clan's killer move was already very weak, almost reaching its limit. But even if the primordial chi seed regained its freedom, with its current state, it would still remain at the same spot without any consciousness. Giant Sun Immortal used the primordial chi to inspect the depths of its immortal aperture and immediately found many rank 8 immortal yuan stone. The immortal aperture origin core's production of immortal essence was as natural as breathing. Providence always suppressed one's will, causing the legendary immemorial immortal chi seed's immortal aperture to accumulate a large number of rank 8 immortal yuan stone. Rank 6 Immortal Yuan Stone did not have much meaning to Giant Sun Immortal, but rank 8 Immortal Yuan Stone was different. Giant Sun Immortal was overjoyed, but he also found a problem. There was a lot of providence in rank 8 Immortal Yuan Stone. If he wanted to absorb these Immortal Yuan Stones, he would need to get rid of these providence. It was slightly troublesome. If he did not handle it well, it would affect the efficiency of the Immortal Yuan Stone converting into Immortal Essence. For example, a rank 8 Immortal Yuan Stone, after getting rid of Providence, could only convert half a bead of rank 8 Immortal Essence. Rank 6 Immortal Yuan Stone did not have this problem, because there was too little Providence. Giant Sun Immortal thought. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable used Chi Seed back then. He also had rank 8 Immortal Yuan Stone, but he purposely spread the rank 6. He probably did not want the variant human goo immortals to suspect him. But during Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's era, Chi Seed committed suicide and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable altered Providence. She could only use the origin core of the Celestial Court to produce rank 6 Immortal Yuan Stone. It's just that, where did these rank 8 Immortal Essence Stones go? Was it used up, or is it still hidden? If it is hidden, why did we not discover it when we attacked the Celestial Court? Did Spectral Soul Demon Venerable rob the Celestial Court's treasury and let him obtain it? Giant Sun Immortal shook his head. Later, spectral soul demon Venerable was captured by star constellation Immortal Venerable and turned into a puppet. If he obtained this batch of extremely valuable rank 8 Immortal Yuan stone, star constellation Immortal Venerable would take the chance to take it back. But it was clear that up until now, star constellation Immortal Venerable had always been lacking immortal essence. No, star constellation Immortal Venerable cultivates wisdom path. What if this is all her disguise? Giant Sun Immortal frowned. A solemn expression appeared on his face. If she has a lot of immortal essence, why is she lacking immortal essence? What is she using it for? Ever since star constellation Immortal Venerable refined the wisdom path Tao marks of the celestial court, Giant Sun Immortal could no longer investigate her situation. As for Feng Yuan, Giant Sun Immortal could easily investigate him. If that is the case, O star constellation Immortal Venerable, what are you hiding, and how deep are you hiding it? Giant Sun Immortal looked toward Central Continent. Eastern Sea. Any Venerable has talent that ordinary geniuses cannot surpass. Feng Yuan had already studied the gains he obtained from Giant Sun Immortal's transactions. He had obtained what he wanted. Feng Yuan had already refined the rank 5 Blood Skull Goo recipe. He had only used rank 4 Blood Skull Goo earlier, but Giant Sun Immortal had already developed it to rank 5 recently. Even though it was a mortal goo recipe, it was an advancement that surpassed the limits of the world. This showed how talented Giant Sun Immortal was. Rank 5 Blood Skull Goo only needed to extract a certain amount of bloodline from a relative. It was not like rank 4 Blood Skull Goo, which needed to be slaughtered. There was also the method to produce twins. Giant Sun Immortal had no choice but to reveal the results of his yin-yang path that he had secretly researched. Back then, in 88 Point Jinyang Tower, there was the Giant Sun Immortal inheritance of yin-yang path. The content was for 2 Goo immortals to cooperate and prolong one's lifespan through intercourse. But this method had a flaw. If one side's lifespan was extended, the other side's lifespan would be reduced. In other words, it was transferring one side's lifespan to the other. Right now, the yin-yang path research results that Giant Sun Immortal traded with Feng Yuan were far more comprehensive and complete than those in 88 Point Jinyang Tower. Giant Sun Immortal had great ambitions in creating this path. He wanted to use yin-yang to explain all things in the world. This was similar to how Feng Jioge wanted to use sound path to sing about all living beings in the world. But as Giant Sun Immortal's strength and vision continued to rise, he realized that his yin-yang concept was too crude. He eventually gave up on it and did not continue creating it. Even though there were some results in yin-yang path, it was far from a qualitative change and could not truly become a brand new path. At most, there were only many paths mixed in, as well as some scattered small results occasionally. The yin-yang coitus life extension method was one of these small results. As for abortion goo, placate fetus goo, multiple births goo, pregnancy goo, reincarnation goo, dead fetus goo, and so on, they were other small results. Multiple births goo was what Feng Yuan wanted. Rank 1 was 1 birth goo, it could give birth to a second child. Rank 2 was second birth goo, it could give birth to twins at once. Rank 3 was triplets, rank 4 was quadruplets, rank 5 was quintuplets. Chapter 2332. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Top point small speakix 23 So, can you tell me about my father? Gui Feng Xiang looked at the hairy man Gu Immortal in front of him. Standing beside him was a female immortal. The hairy man Gu Immortal 12th hair looked at the female immortal before looking at Gui Feng Xiang. This female Gu Immortal was the mermaid Lian Kuexi. It turned out that after Gui Feng Xiang passed the tribulation and became a Gu Immortal, he would return to the hairy man continent and visit his unconscious mother, the former Steel Thread City Lord. Lian Kuexen had been protecting him during the tribulation. She told him about the true nature of this world. Gui understood. If he wanted to save his mother, he had to contribute to this world and great love Immortal Venerable. This way, he could use the contribution points he earned to issue missions and invite those healing Gu immortals to heal his mother. Moreover, Lian Kuexen told Feng Xiang, this hairy man continent was guarded by a hairy man Gu immortal. If you want to find your father, you can go and ask him. Guyue Fong Xiang followed Lien Kuxian's lead and met 12th Hair for the first time. He asked about his father. 12th Hair nodded. Your father? I know a little. But that was a long time ago. If you want to know, help me with something. Guyue Fong Xiang was a little hesitant. He did not agree immediately. Lien Kuxian saw this and said, 12th Hair, this is Fong Xiang, a newly ascended immortal. If your request is too important, forget it. Guyue Fong Xiang gave Lien Kuxian a grateful gaze. 12th Hair laughed. Fong Xiang, you have half hairy man blood in you. Why would I bully you? Don't worry, this is only about the settlement of the drifting refinement nest. Oh, to think that you have already finished refining the nest? Lien Kuxian was truly surprised. 12th Hair said, with the method Master created, us hairy man Gu immortals only did some simple things. Then 12th Hair looked at Fong Xiang and said, the drifting refinement nest has been completed. You only need to place it in the refinement sea. This was much easier than crafting a wandering refining nest. If you can complete it, I will tell you about your father. Guyue couldn't make up his mind and subconsciously looked at Lien Kuxian. Lien Kuxian smiled at him and nodded gently. Alright, I agree. Guyue immediately made up his mind. 12th Hair moved drifting refinement nest into Guyue's immortal aperture. When Guyue first saw the drifting smelting nest, he saw this strangely shaped building. It was as big as a mountain, but its shape and structure were like a beehive. It was filled with small spaces of different sizes. The smelting nest was narrow at the top and wide at the bottom. It was orange-yellow in color, and its bottom was the foundation of an island. It could float on the surface of the sea and resist the strong winds and huge waves. It was very stable. How amazing! Fong Xiang used his investigative means to take a look, and his eyes immediately widened in astonishment. 12th Hair laughed and said in a proud tone, this was personally created by Master. Of course it is extraordinary. Every drifting refinement nest can be considered an embryonic secluded domain of heaven and earth. Refinement nests contain countless refinement path Dao marks. Refining Gu inside will not only increase the chances of success, it can also save on the cost of Gu refinement. Refinement nests can not only contain tens of thousands of refinement path Gu masters, they can also contain no more than 10 refinement path Gu immortals. With refinement path Gu immortals guarding them, the refinement nests can continuously produce immortal Gu. Every drifting refinement nest can be seen as a refinement path super resource point. Alright, there is not much time left, you should quickly set off. Fong Xiang nodded and immediately set off with Lien Kuxian towards Refinement Sea. Refinement Sea was at the center of Mini Eastern Sea. It was not big compared to other sea areas, but its value was extraordinary. This is a true secluded domain of heaven and earth. After Lien Kuxian's explanation, Fong Xiang learned about the value of Refinement Sea below. Master is truly amazing. His methods are unimaginable. He is like an immortal god. He can even refine a secluded domain of heaven and earth. Fong Xiang praised repeatedly. Right now, Refinement Sea had been completely perfected by Fong Yuan. It had become a true secluded domain of heaven and earth. In the past, the land spirit of Langya had used calamities and tribulations to collect water path Dao marks, painstakingly creating the embryonic form of Refinement Sea. But in Fong Yuan's hands, the efficiency of creating Refinement Sea had increased by countless times. Firstly, Fong Yuan was a venerable, he was stronger than long hair ancestor, not to mention the land spirit of Langya. Secondly, Fong Yuan was a refinement path Supreme Grandmaster. The current Supreme Martial Grandmaster was definitely more powerful than the previous Supreme Martial Grandmaster. Thirdly, Fong Yuan had the sovereign immortal body. His Dao marks did not conflict. He could use any path's methods. He directly used water path methods. It was much more convenient than the land spirit of Langya back then. Fong Xiang soon found his target location, but he needed to set up an immortal formation. It was much more complicated than he had imagined. Because there was not just one floating refinement nest, in the current Refinement Sea, there were many of them. Setting up a floating refinement nest was not as simple as leaving it behind. It needed to be stabilized at the same spot and form some sort of connection with the surrounding refinement nests. When the number of refinement nests reached a certain amount, the immortal formation would activate, and all of the refinement nests would float along with the waves of refinement sea. They were like ink and brush, drawing on the image of refinement sea. Refinement sea helped refinement nests refine goo, and when refinement sea expended a lot, refinement nests would become refinement sea's replenishment. This was already a vast and grand system. Under Lien Kuexian's guidance and cooperation, Feng Xiang started to set up the immortal formation. 3 days later, they had only completed 10% of it. This won't do, it is too slow. Lien Kuexian immediately decided to spend some contribution points to issue missions and recruit helpers. Not long after, a Gu Immortal arrived. I am a newly ascended formation path Gu Immortal. My name is Honest Ni. This Ni clan Gu Immortal was a pure human. He received Lien Kuexian's mission. With his help, the progress was rapid. After another 3 days, the construction of the smelting nest was completed. Feng Xiang and Honest Ni parted reluctantly. In these 3 days, he and Honest Ni became good friends. Feng Xiang had been living in the 3 continents of hairy men his entire life. He rarely interacted with humans. He knew that his father was a human, thus, he had always been curious and had good feelings towards humans. Honest Ni had an honest and kind nature, thus, the two naturally became good friends. Feng Xiang's good feelings towards humans increased once again. After completing 12th Hair's task, he immediately returned to the hairy man continent to ask about his father. As for Honest Ni, after getting some contribution points from Lien Kuexian, he decided to return to his clan. After returning to Ni clan, he was welcomed and cheered by the entire clan. Ni clan was originally located in southern border, but Feng Yuan moved it into the sovereign immortal aperture to make it easier for him to research human path Gu refinement methods. Now that Feng Yuan had become a refinement path venerable, Ni clan lost its value, but they were also rooted in the sovereign immortal aperture. Ni clan had several Gu immortal seeds, but only the most inconspicuous Honest Ni succeeded in his immortal ascension. With a Gu immortal, Ni clan became a super force. Honest Ni gathered the higher-ups of Ni clan and explained his thoughts. One of Master's clones has made some progress in researching Dream Path recently. He has created a Dream Path formation that can raise the aptitude of a clan. I have already prepared enough contribution points. I will bring you to the formation now. How about that? Seeing that Honest Ni succeeded in his immortal ascension, he did not forget his roots and was concerned about the development of the clan. The higher-ups were very touched. They nodded in agreement. Honest Ni placed his clansmen into his immortal aperture and set off again. They flew towards Meng Qiuzhen's location. After Honest Ni knelt down and explained his intentions, Meng Qiuzhen brought him to a Dream Path formation. After Honest Ni paid enough contribution points, Meng Qiuzhen activated the formation. The former opened his immortal aperture's entrance and let out his clansmen, watching them enter the Dream Path formation. Little won't be injured, right? Honest Ni stared intently until the last person from the Ni clan entered the formation and disappeared. His face was filled with worry, especially when his parents were among them. Meng Qiuzhen smiled lightly, shaking his head. How can there be injuries? Don't worry. Saying so, he activated the formation. At the next moment, the Ni clansmen who entered the formation fell down one by one. Some started to snore. They fell asleep on the spot. Next, puff puff puff, a series of muffled sounds could be heard. These Ni clansmen self-detonated in their sleep. Their blood was extracted by the big formation and transformed before it was injected into the body of the only surviving Ni family clansman. After completing all this, the human sea in the depths of the formation activated. Thereupon, the countless Ni clansmen who self-detonated revived, but they were still asleep. How many clansmen have entered the formation? Honest Ni asked again. There have been 4 waves, you are the 5th. Meng Qiuzhen said, don't worry, it is very safe in this formation. At the same time, the Ni clansmen started the second wave of self-detonation, but this time, the remaining clansmen were replaced by someone else. After such a massacre, the Ni clansmen all raised their aptitudes. Meng Qiuzhen stopped the formation and woke these clansmen up. At once, the Ni clansmen cheered loudly, their voices were deafening. "This is great, my aptitude has increased again. What method is this? So strong, so strong." This child honest Ni is very valuable. He did not forget his roots after becoming an immortal, he still wants to repay the clan. Honest Ni checked all the clansmen, almost all of them had a great aptitude. This is truly a miracle. Only a person like Master, such a legend, can do it. Honest Ni sighed in admiration, his reverence towards Feng Yuan deepened. But he did not know the truth. This was not a dream path formation, it was a blood path formation. But the dream path explanation was easy to convince Gu immortals. The matter of entering the formation to sleep seemed very normal when it was related to the dream Tao. Chapter 23:33. Feng Yuan's divine sense spread rapidly in the sovereign immortal aperture. Maybe I need to construct some wisdom path formations to facilitate the spread of my divine sense? Feng Yuan thought. The divine sense's speed was actually very fast, but the sovereign immortal aperture was too big. Every time Feng Yuan used his divine sense to check the situation in his immortal aperture, it was not very convenient. Ordinary Gu immortals did not have such a problem, although their immortal apertures were also called small worlds, they could not compare to Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. Feng Yuan's divine sense soon arrived at his destination. Mini Western Desert, Inkman City. In an inconspicuous corner of the city, there was a family. The male Inkman Gu master was a young man with limited aptitude, he was only rank 2. Right now, he had a worried expression as he paced back and forth outside the bedroom. Wah! A baby's cry suddenly came from the bedroom. The male lead was overjoyed. He quickly rushed into the bedroom and saw his wife, as well as the female doctor who he had spent a lot of money to invite. The female doctor was holding an Inkman baby boy in her hands. He was very small and somewhat ugly, but he was very healthy. Everything is normal. The female doctor smiled at the male lead before turning her gaze to the baby boy's hand. There was a pair of Gu worms in his hand. It was bone flesh unity Gu. The female doctor's eyes were filled with shock. Because she had personally delivered the baby, she had seen this pair of Gu worms being born together with the baby boy. If I had not seen it with my own eyes, I would not have believed it. This should be the effect of the life-sending temple? The female doctor asked the Inkman male lead. This was the first time the Inkman male lead had seen it. His eyes quickly turned red as he looked at this pair of Gu worms. With his level and wealth, he did not know how much time and effort he would have to spend to obtain such Gu worms. But now, this pair of rare Gu worms was born together with his son. This was such a huge surprise. The Inkman male lead nodded and said with a choked voice, "Yes, after the life-sending temple was built in the city, we discussed to give it a try. To think we actually succeeded." The female doctor sighed. "You are definitely not the only one. This life-sending temple is indeed as advertised, it can quickly give birth, and if we are lucky, there will even be Gu worms." The male Inkman wanted to say something but hesitated. The female physician gave him a questioning look. On the bed, the still very weak female Inkman took the initiative to ask the female doctor to examine the bloodline of their family of 3. The female doctor suddenly realized that the family was worried that the baby boy was not their biological son. A moment later, the test was completed. The result made everyone happy. "This is my son, I finally have a son. Heavens, I finally have a son." The male Inkman no longer had any misgivings as he hugged the baby boy and cried tears of joy. Feng Yuan's spiritual force quietly retreated after witnessing the entire scene. The life-sending temple was his setup. There were many of these mortal Gu houses. After Feng Yuan ordered them to be built, they were distributed all over the sovereign immortal aperture to make it easy for people to use them. Life-sending temple was a human path immortal Gu house. It used the human path Gu worms pregnancy Gu, third fetus Gu, death fetus Gu, multiple fetus Gu, and safe fetus Gu. He even used a large number of time path and refinement path Gu worms to assist him. The actual effect of the life-sending temple was to extract the yin and yang energy of the man and woman, then used the pregnancy goo to make the woman pregnant. He then used 3 births goo to form triplets. Under the effect of death fetus goo, 2 of the triplets were refined as goo materials. The remaining triplets were protected by safe fetus goo. The 2 triplets were refined into bone-flesh unity goo and were born at the same time as the remaining triplets. The entire process of pregnancy and birth did not exceed 7 days. This was the effect of time path goo worms. This way, the population of the various clans in the sovereign immortal aperture would grow rapidly. As the population grew, clans would be formed, and through dream path methods, they would be able to raise their aptitudes and goo immortal seeds would increase. Moreover, during this process, everyone in the sovereign immortal aperture would worship, love, and be deeply grateful to Feng Yuan. It could be foreseen that they would become more and more loyal to Feng Yuan. The attached bone-flesh unity goo is the vital goo of newborns. They will naturally refine it. Thus, these people will have rank 5 vital goo when they are born. When the scale of bone-flesh unity goo reaches a certain level, they will switch to other goo worms. This way, these people will grow even faster. Feng Yuan planned in his mind. It was not difficult for the current him to do this, it was a simple matter. He was using a human body goo refinement method. It was one of the profundities of refinement path. Ni clan was of a higher level. When Ni clan's bloodline reached a certain stage, the current generation Ni Xiong would appear and produce immortal goo in their bodies. Feng Yuan was only producing mortal goo this time. Giant Sun Immortal created the yin-yang path. Its essence is abortion goo, safe fetus goo, and multiple fetuses goo. Almost all the venerables in history have comprehended human path killer moves from the legends of Renzu, but these methods are too high level, they are not suitable for the lower levels. Thus, the Celestial Court set up Divine Emperor City to develop the foundation of human path. But the truth is, there is a special man among the venerables. He has already developed many basic mortal goo of human path. It is just that he kept them and did not spread them widely. Human path's development prospects are quite good. Feng Yuan sighed. High-level human path killer moves could easily overturn the situation of the Fate War. But low-level killer moves could also be put to good use. Feng Yuan was certain, human path was not inferior to heaven path. Most importantly, human path had not been developed yet. Human path should be suppressed by heaven path. Just by using these human path mortal goo created by Giant Sun Immortal, I have already achieved such terrifying results. The heavenly Tao that cares about balance cannot tolerate such a qualitative and quantitative growth of human path at the same time. Feng Yuan was starting to understand why the Celestial Court was developing human path. The Celestial Court had been messing with Providence, using Fate goo as the pillar. After Fate goo was destroyed, the first thing Providence disliked was the number 1 superforce, Celestial Court. Without using Providence, the Celestial Court decided to develop human path. But how could Star Constellation Immortal Venerable not know about the current flaws of the immortal formation derivation? Feng Yuan had a deep gaze. The immortal formation derivation was located in Celestial Court. All the results of its derivation would be known by Providence. This meant that the goo cultivators who entered and exited the derivation formation would be advancing the heavenly Tao at the same time. But even if it was known by the heavenly Tao, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's use of the derivation immortal formation could still benefit from it. She could develop it and surpass the other venerables. Maybe in her scheme, she would first eliminate the other venerables and let the Celestial Court gain dominance again before dealing with Providence. Thus, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable has never entered the derivation immortal formation. Maybe she is waiting for a good opportunity? Feng Yuan guessed. At least, Feng Yuan knew that Crazed Demon Cave was suitable for the derivation immortal formation. The first 7 layers of Crazed Demon Cave might not be able to isolate Providence, but the 8th and 9th layers definitely could. Other than that, Feng Yuan did not see any other examples. It was even more impossible to put the derivation immortal formation in a Venerable's immortal aperture. Because derivation immortal goo was rank 9, there was too much Providence contained in it. If it was left in a venerable's immortal aperture, the providence inside derivation immortal goo would be connected to the 5 regions providence, thus allowing the venerable to be sensed by providence. Feng Yuan had once suffered from such a disadvantage. Limitless demon venerable must have participated in the crazed demon formation. After all, this formation required wisdom path. Thus, star constellation immortal venerable had the initiative in the battle in crazed demon cave. After returning to the celestial court, she easily constructed the derivation formation. But crazed demon cave was probably created by limitless demon venerable alone. Star constellation immortal venerable does not know the profundity of it, otherwise, she would have constructed such a super resource point first. Feng Yuan's divine sense continued to search. Many families in Inkman City were giving birth. The overall situation was very smooth. Every newborn had bone-flesh unity goo as their vital goo. Speaking of which, the goo recipe of bone-flesh unity goo was also modified by Feng Yuan. Rank 8 wisdom goo gave Feng Yuan a certain amount of help. During this period of time, Feng Yuan easily raised wisdom goo to rank 8. Other than that, refinement C and human C were also constructed. But human C lacked human mountain. It was not a complete secluded domain of heaven and earth, thus it would still expend energy. The cost of reviving mortals was much lower than reviving goo immortals. Human C could last for a long time. Other than human C and refinement C, Feng Yuan had also collected a lot of Qian Kun crystal wall. The scattered Qian Kun crystal wall in Eastern Sea, Southern Border, and Western Desert had probably all been collected by Feng Yuan. As for the other 2 regions, because of Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's protection, Feng Yuan did not ask about it when he stole Heavenly Secret. The complete Qian Kun crystal wall was stronger than thieving Heavenly Secret. It recorded everything that happened in the world. If thieving Heavenly Secret was said to be a ladle used to scoop water out of a water vat, then Qian Kun crystal wall was that water vat. And according to Feng Yuan's understanding of thieving Heavenly Secret, the complete Qian Kun crystal wall could nurture primordial domain. With a thought, Feng Yuan's divine sense left Inkman City and went to mini Eastern Sea to inspect the floating refinement nests. These floating refinement nests were arranged properly. There were no problems. Their source was Feng Yuan's stone nests. Back then, Feng Yuan used the concept of assembly line production to create these stone nests to accommodate hairy man goo masters to refine goo. Right now, each of the floating refinement nests could be considered an incomplete secluded domain of heaven and earth. They were of a much higher grade than Feng Yuan's stone nests. Some of the floating refinement nests had already accommodated many hairy man refinement path goo masters. The first batch of goo worms to be refined were relic goo and connecting heaven goo. Feng Yuan's divine sense lingered for a while before moving again. A moment later, under the control of his divine sense, many goo worms expended a large amount of rank 9 immortal essence to activate an immortal killer move, Endless Trouble. The core immortal goo of this move was rank 8. It could teleport calamities and tribulations to the next time, and erupt together with the next calamity or tribulation. Feng Yuan had already modified this killer move and used it many times. He adjusted the sovereign immortal aperture's time flow to be very fast. The calamities and tribulations were already going to descend, but Feng Yuan used endless trouble time and time again to delay them until the next time. This had the disadvantage of angering providence. When the calamities and tribulations truly erupted, they would be even more powerful. But for the current Feng Yuan, this disadvantage was exactly what he wanted. Even if the calamities and tribulations erupted and angered providence, causing their power to rise sharply, Feng Yuan would still be able to survive and obtain a huge amount of Dao marks. Chapter 23:34. Actually, Feng Yuan had no choice but to use the killer move Endless Trouble. Wild Sand Literature Network. If he wanted to undergo tribulation, he would need to place the sovereign immortal aperture in the 5 regions and absorb heaven and earth chi. At that time, the will of the heavens would be manipulated and a calamity would be formed. Calamities and tribulations were not scary in the first place. Feng Yuan had complete confidence in dealing with them. But because of the tribulation, he would definitely be suppressed and probed by the other venerables. By then, because Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture could not be moved and was deeply connected to providence, if the venerables attacked too fiercely, obscured heavenly secret might not be able to conceal Feng Yuan. That would expose Feng Yuan. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal should have used their methods to delay the calamities and tribulations. Feng Yuan was almost certain. The three venerables confronted each other. No one wanted to undergo tribulation first. Once they underwent tribulation first, they would expose their weakness and be suppressed first. If they were suppressed badly, it would be hard for them to catch up to the other venerables. They might even die because of it. Grand tribulations and myriad tribulations were like this. The chaos great disaster was a venerable's greatest weakness. After using endless trouble this time, I am not far from the chaos great disaster. Feng Yuan thought. Venerables still faced calamities and tribulations, a grand tribulation every 10 years, a myriad tribulation every 50 years, and a chaos great disaster every 100 years. That was to say, after 8 grand tribulations and 1 myriad tribulation, it would be the chaos great disaster. Feng Yuan's endless trouble killer move had already been used many times. After 2 more grand tribulations, it would be the chaos great disaster. In this aspect, Feng Yuan was the weakest among the 3 venerables. When the killer move Endless Trouble stopped, Feng Yuan showed a strange expression. Even though Endless Trouble succeeded like before, there was a difference this time. Feng Yuan felt a faint sense of hunger. After transforming into the sovereign immortal body, he naturally needed to eat, otherwise he would be hungry. But this hunger was clearly different from ordinary hunger. It came from the essence. Feng Yuan's expression turned solemn. He understood the reason. The sovereign immortal aperture wanted to devour the venerable immortal aperture. The sovereign immortal body originally had this flaw, or rather, it was a drawback. However, Feng Yuan originally estimated that after he became a venerable, the time limit would be even longer. But what he didn't expect was that at this moment, he already felt a faint sense of hunger that couldn't be eliminated. This was much earlier than what he had expected. Is it because the sovereign immortal aperture has grown too much, it annexed too many grotto heavens previously, so it is constantly buying resource points? Feng Yuan vaguely felt that he had guessed the truth. He had developed the sovereign immortal aperture too well. The greatest disadvantage of the sovereign immortal aperture was also its greatest advantage. It was the non-conflicting Dao marks. But Feng Yuan developed the sovereign immortal aperture too well. The sovereign immortal aperture's Dao marks did not conflict with each other, causing the sovereign immortal aperture's foundation to be unstable. But previously, even with rank 8 cultivation level, I had never felt hungry. After reaching the venerable realm, I've developed a sense of hunger. What is the reason for this? No matter what, refinement path, food path, heaven path, and human path, these 4 paths all have the possibility of resolving the sovereign immortal body's problem of eating. Feng Yuan continued to think. Refinement path was his most proficient path. There was no need to say more. Raising the sovereign immortal body to rank 10 would solve the problem. Food path replenished consumption and promoted growth. Children needed to eat constantly to replenish their nutrients and grow. The sovereign immortal body had the same logic. As for heaven path and human path, sovereign immortal fetus Gu's body used the 10 extreme physiques as its Gu materials. It was a pure human path Gu worm. But even though it turned into the sovereign immortal body, it had the sovereign immortal aperture. In this aspect, it also had the profundity of heaven path. And from the point of non-conflicting Dao marks, it clearly belonged to the heavenly Dao. The problem now was that these 4 paths all had the possibility of completely solving the sovereign immortal body's problem of consuming food. It was like there were 4 paths, but Feng Yuan did not know if these 4 paths could be taken at the moment. Refinement path Feng Yuan was the clearest about it. He had to modify and innovate to have a chance of resolving the sovereign immortal body's problem. Food path and human path had not been developed yet. Heaven path was also uncertain. They might not exist. Feng Yuan might need to innovate further. After all, The rank 9 sovereign immortal fetus Gu had already broken the balance of the heavenly path. It was spectral soul demon Venerable's creation. The difficulty of resolving the sovereign immortal body's problem of eating from the root was high even for Feng Yuan. Even though he was a venerable now, he did not have much confidence. He needed to invest resources and effort to deduce. After all, rank 9 sovereign immortal fetus Gu was already an unprecedented existence in the world. Other than a permanent solution, there was also a temporary solution. That was to satisfy the need to eat and annex the Venerable's immortal aperture. This was very difficult. It meant that Feng Yuan had to defeat the Venerables. If it was just one Venerable, Feng Yuan would have an easier time. The difficulty was with many Venerables. If one was too strong, it would cause a chain reaction. Feng Yuan currently did not have the terrifying strength to suppress all the Venerables. Once he was exposed, it would be disadvantageous to him. But if I can really annex a Venerable's immortal aperture, there is another benefit: I can avoid the calamity. That means, as long as I do it properly, I do not need to take the risk of passing the chaotic calamity. I can directly jump over this huge flaw. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan's heart involuntarily moved. He thought of Paradise Earth. Paradise Earth was assassinated by him in Crazed Demon Cave. His soul dissipated, but his immortal body and immortal aperture were left behind. Because he cultivated Heaven Dao, his immortal aperture was very stable. He was different from other paths. Because of this, Feng Yuan was able to preserve it until now. Even though Paradise Earth's immortal aperture was only rank 8, it was only a step away from Venerable level. Paradise Earth's immortal body had enough Heaven Path Dao marks. He only lacked Heaven Path attainment level to almost become a Heaven Path Venerable. That was to say, Feng Yuan only needed to split a soul and use Paradise Earth's immortal body's immortal aperture to form a Heaven Path clone. A Heaven Path clone with rank 8 cultivation level, but in fact, it is only a step away from Venerable. Feng Yuan was moved. If his Heavenly Dao realm could reach the supreme level, he would be able to create an avatar of the Heavenly Dao. At that time, be it for a fight between Venerables, or if he had no other choice, annexing this Venerable's immortal aperture would be very helpful to Feng Yuan. It is a pity that there is only a bit of truthful floating ice left. Most of it has been used up. The remaining is definitely not enough for me to become a Heaven Path Supreme Grandmaster. Feng Yuan sighed. Yutian. Ziwei, you can't escape. Duke Tong rapidly closed the distance between him and Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle's face was deathly pale. Ing Wu Xie, who was being carried, said, "Let me block them, quickly escape." The Celestial Court had many methods. Duke Tong and the rest were revived Gu Immortal seniors. Fairy Myrtle was a wisdom path great expert, but she could not deceive them for long. Most importantly, the environment of Yutian had changed greatly. The original black and white reversal clouds had almost all disappeared. Fairy Myrtle could not make use of them. Thus, even though Fairy Myrtle had temporarily escaped from the pursuers' line of sight, not long after, the pursuers of the Celestial Court found her again and chased after her. Seeing that Duke Tong was attacking again, Fairy Myrtle also felt despair. It was not easy to persist until now. She was already at the end of her rope. Feng Jioga, if you don't attack now, when will you? Fairy Myrtle shouted. Duke Tong sneered in disdain. Ziwei, how many more times do you want to play this trick? Feng Jioga did not appear. He was not the savior of the Shadow Sect Immortals. However, another change occurred. A pink beast roared. Its whole body flickered with dreamy radiance as it pounced over. What is this? Duke Tong stared with wide eyes. A dream realm? Fairy Myrtle gritted her teeth and flew towards the pink beast with Ing Wu Xie without dodging. Soon they were swallowed by the beast. After swallowing Fairy Myrtle and Ing Wu Xie, the beast did not seem to be satisfied. It did not stop and pounced towards Duke Tong again. The dense dream path aura forced Duke Tong to retreat. This is a dream realm? Why is it in beast form? Duke Tong was helpless. He did not have the confidence to enter and exit dream realms freely. What's more, this dream was completely different from the previous love reports. It was a dream where one could move and hunt. Compared to the previous dream realms, This dream realm is more in line with the description in The Legends of Renzu. What is going on? Duke Tong was bewildered. He reported to the celestial court while tracking the dream realms. When the dream realms pounced at him, he retreated. When the dream realms left, he followed from afar. Next, he discovered even more dream realms. These dream realms had different appearances, but they were all in beast form. Groups of dream realms. This is a new change in spectral heaven. Duke Tong was even more bewildered. He could only watch as that dream realm that had swallowed Fairy Myrtle and Yingwu Xie mixed into the beast group. Mr. Tong's investigative methods weren't effective against dreams. In addition, the appearance of the dream was constantly flowing and changing, so he quickly lost track of the key dream beast. He didn't know which one of the dream beasts was it. Star constellation Immortal Venerable soon received Duke Tong's report. She sighed, starry light flickered in her eyes. Heaven Path Dream Realm has indeed appeared. It even swallowed Fairy Myrtle and Yingwu Xie. This is all Providence's scheme. In star constellation Immortal Venerable's plan, Yingwu Xie was extremely crucial. If she could capture him, he would be the best pawn to deal with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. But now, when Duke Tong chased after him, at the crucial moment, a Heaven Path Dream Realm appeared and disrupted Star Constellation's plan. In that case, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had a backup plan. She immediately sent an order to Fairy Beautiful Soul. After this Soul Path Great Expert received the order, she first showed a surprised expression. Next, she returned to the Celestial Court and opened the secret warehouse, taking out a soul. Finally, she placed this soul into her immortal aperture and used her own methods to nurture it, modifying the soul's memories. Her immortal aperture's light flowed even faster. Inside the immortal aperture, a few days later, Fairy Beautiful Soul finished modifying the soul. She immediately reported to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, Bo Qing's soul is ready. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable nodded after receiving this report. Right now, he still lacked the body of a Sword Path Gu Immortal. P.S. Happy May Day, everyone. Last night, I received a notification from Venerable Gu's management team. Only then did I know that Qidian had tacitly agreed to all authors' Scream and Explode chapters activity. I originally had no intention of participating, but in the next few days, I will add 2 chapters to last month's monthly votes. Other than that, it seems that a Gu Immortal team activity has started. This is a chance to obtain a Gu Immortal title. Those who are interested can participate. Fu Pin Chinese. Chapter 2335. Where am I? Puma. Fairy Myrtle had woken up from her dream, but she had forgotten about herself. She had a blank expression on her face as she looked at her surroundings. She realized that she was standing on a piece of yellow earth. It was desolate and lifeless. She looked down at herself. Her body was made of mud. Her hands and feet were small, and her entire body was dry. I seem to have forgotten something important. Fairy Myrtle frowned. No matter how hard she tried, she could not remember what it was. She had even forgotten whether the important thing was a thing or a person. She could not remember it no matter how hard she tried. However, this vast and desolate yellow earth gave her a sense of familiarity. The word popped up in Fairy Myrtle's mind. However, the desolate homeland made her feel a sense of sadness. At that moment, a gust of wind blew past. The wind was getting stronger and stronger, causing sand to fly everywhere. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. There were no clouds in the sky, but it was raining cats and dogs. Millions of raindrops the size of beans fell on the yellow earth. Soon, it turned into a huge piece of mud. Fairy Myrtle was standing in the middle of the mud. Her entire body was soaked, and she was in a sorry state. However, no matter how strong the wind and rain became, she kept her head up. Her vision was miraculously not obstructed at all. She realized that she knew this piece of yellow earth like the back of her hand. She also realized that she could control the wind and rain as if she was moving her fingers. She thought to herself, this wind and rain is too strong. Let's just make it smaller. The next moment, the wind and rain really did become smaller. Wisps of green appeared from the swamp and spread everywhere. They were the sprouts of wild grass. Looking at the wild grass, Fairy Myrtle's heart was filled with endless joy. This was life. She finally felt that she was not so lonely anymore. It's a pity that they grow too slowly. It would be great if they could grow faster. And so, time began to speed up. The greenery grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, the grass grew taller than her feet. More and more greenery spread out, turning the barren yellow earth into a grassland. Some of the depressions in the terrain were filled with rainwater, turning them into clear ponds. Fairy Myrtle walked through the lush bushes and stood by the pond. With the reflection of the water, she could finally see her face clearly. She was a clay doll made of purple clay. There were golden patterns on it to depict eyes, nose, and mouth. Fairy Myrtle suddenly realized who she was. That's right, so I'm this blessed land spirit. Zhongzhou State. Under the starry sky calculation array. Outside the embroidery building. By Qing, Feng Kim Hong, pays respects to Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. The mother and daughter pair greeted respectfully. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's main body was inside Embroidered Tower. She did not open Embroidered Tower and let the mother and daughter in. Instead, she used an information path mortal goo to draw an image in the air outside Embroidered Tower. The image was of those heaven path dream realms. After a while, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable spoke. Feng Kim Hong, have you seen such a dream realm before? Feng Kim Hong was watching with rapt attention. He answered, reporting to Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, I have never seen such a dream realm before. But I have already expected it. According to the current dream realms, they can be divided into human path, beast plant path, and heaven path. The so-called human path dream realms originate from humans or variant humans. They are their dream realms. The beast plant dream realms originate from the fierce beasts and plants that existed in the past and even now. As for heaven path dream realms, they originate from heaven and earth itself. Inside Embroidered Tower, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable nodded, saying, very well, prepare yourself. One day, you might need to go to two heavens and explore these heaven path dream realms. But Feng Kim Hong shook his head, rejecting her. Please forgive me for not being able to do that. I am only a mortal. I do not have any confidence in exploring such a dream realm. I cannot ensure my own safety either. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable raised her eyebrows. She did not expect Feng Kim Hong to reject her so directly. At once, the scene fell into silence. Fairy Bai Qing, who was at the side, felt the pressure. She wanted to speak but did not say anything in the end. The atmosphere made her feel like she was suffocating. As for Feng Kim Hong, he still had an indifferent expression, as if he did not sense anything. All right. You can all leave. After a long while, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable spoke. I will take my leave. Feng Kim Hong stood up and bowed towards Embroidered Tower before turning around and leaving. Looking at the departing figures of the mother and daughter, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sighed deeply. Her gaze was complex. Ying Wu Xie was devoured by the heaven path dream realm. It was truly a pity. He was a good pawn to deal with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, but Providence got rid of him. Dream realms could not be explored. That meant Ying Wu Xie was doomed. Feng Kim Huang's theory of heaven path and human path dream realms proved Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's thoughts. But Feng Kim Hong was only a mortal goo master. He was not a goo immortal yet. It was understandable that he could not do anything about these dream realms. But I cannot conceal these heaven path dream realms. It is only a matter of time before the two venerables find out. The battle of three venerables is about to start again. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was worried. Because this time, it was much more complicated than before. Black and white heavens had passed, only spectral heaven was left. Spectral heaven was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's territory. If a venerable barged in, how would Spectral Soul Demon Venerable react? Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's mind was not clear. He was filled with providence. Heaven path dream realms were the same. What was the relationship between the two? Would they help each other? Previously, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was weak, star constellation Immortal Venerable was not worried. But it was different now. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had reached an agreement with rank 9 Fire Gu. He slaughtered countless life forms in the two heavens. His soul foundation had risen to a terrifying level. If this time, because of the Heaven Path Dream Realms, a fight between Venerables would occur, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable would likely join in, he would be a formidable existence. Star constellation Immortal Venerable thought about it. She decided to stop refining Central Continent's wisdom path Tao marks. She started to accumulate immortal essence to deal with the battle. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's determination to get rid of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable became firmer as time passed. Since In Wu Xier is gone, I need to make good use of Bo Qing. Star constellation Immortal Venerable decided to create a powerful Spectral Soul clone. Even though there was a huge risk, modifying the soul was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's specialty. Fairy Maiden Soul's action was no different from showing off in front of an expert. But the situation forced her to do so. Star constellation Immortal Venerable could not care less. Bo Qing's soul was filled with Sword Path Tao marks. He needed a Sword Path Gu immortal body. This body should contain an immortal aperture. The higher the cultivation level, the better. However, in the entire world, there were not many Gu immortals who cultivated Sword Path. There were a few in Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, but they only had rank 7 cultivation level. Looking at the 5 regions, there was not a single rank 8 Sword Path Gu immortal, lone cultivator, or demonic cultivator. In fact, after Star Constellation Immortal Venerable made some deductions, she found that there was only one rank 8 Sword Path Gu immortal in the current world. Western Deserts She Clan's first Supreme Elder? Prince's Impatience, Red Heart Traveler, and 9 Spiritual Fairy showed strange expressions. The Celestial Court needs his immortal aperture and body. This is crucial to the fight between Venerables and the safety of the world. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's voice was still as cold as the moon. The 3 immortals looked at each other and said resolutely, "Lord Immortal Venerable, please give us your orders." Star Constellation Immortal Venerable transmitted to the 3 immortals. How could she cooperate with one Zi Hong and Zhou Xiong Xen? The 3 immortals heard this plan and their eyes shined with bright light. They left with great confidence. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was silent for a moment before contacting Genesis Lotus Will in the Celestial Court. Genesis Lotus Will was originally stationed in Divine Emperor City, but through Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's methods, it grew stronger and split off a portion to guard the Celestial Court. The main task of this Genesis Lotus Will in the Celestial Court was to nurture Tsang Xianzi. Tsang Xianzi was a legendary immemorial beast. Her main body was a huge green vine that connected heaven and earth. She took 300 years to sprout, 300 years to flower, and 300 years to bear fruit. The fruit she bore was called the firmament fruit. When melted in a grotto heaven, it could enlarge the immortal aperture sky. Thus, the firmament vine was called the 10th heaven of the world. She had made an agreement with Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. She agreed to move into the Celestial Court. She was very special in the Celestial Court. She did not need to listen to orders. She only needed to offer a batch of firmament fruits every 1,000 years. But in the Fate War, she was killed by Feng Yuan's time-cutting edge. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not have any methods, but Genesis Lotus Will originated from Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. She had a method to revive Tsang Xianzi. Tsang Xianzi's death is actually very beneficial to the Celestial Court. Genesis Lotus Will communicated with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. In 100 or so days, Tsang Xianzi's body will return to its original state. By then, I will take over this body and add another legendary immemorial battle strength to the Celestial Court. Even better, the fruits that Tsang Xianzi bears in the future will contain my own will. By using this fruit to reconstruct the Celestial Court, we will be able to isolate Providence. In the future, when we have a new Celestial Court, the results of our derivation formation will all be used by us. Providence will no longer know about it. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable nodded. This plan will take a long time, it is not urgent. Regarding the revival of Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, what else do you remember? Genesis Lotus will shook his head. Back then, when my main body set up the revival plan, my knowledge was limited. I only knew that he left behind a self-portrait that could be used to revive. But I don't know where the self-portrait was hidden, I can't recall it either. But you, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, you are Senior Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's disciple, don't you know about his revival method? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sighed. To speak the truth, Master did tell me to leave behind 2 revival methods, in case of emergencies in the future. The first revival method is the Celestial Court Chi Harvest fruit. But before this fruit matured, it was plucked by that scoundrel Feng Yuan. The second revival method is related to Primordial Origin's Secret Treasury. Primordial Origin's Secret Treasury? Primordial Origin's Secret Treasury was created by Master in secret. It stored a large number of rank 8 Immortal Yuan stones that Yi Chi Z produced back then. Master also made arrangements in the treasury for rebirth. But I can't find them. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable said that she could not find them. It was not that she had no clues. In fact, be it Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable or Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's revival, she had relevant clues. She even knew that they were both in Central Continent. But she could not begin to examine and explore, because she would be discovered by the other Venerables. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable revived, the other Venerables would definitely be on guard against the other Venerables of Celestial Court reviving. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable needed to refine all of Central Continent's wisdom path Tao marks to conceal these revival plans. She would not be discovered by the other Venerables. Even if the other Venerables found out, she could use Central Continent's geographical advantage to resist the Venerables' attacks and protect the revival plans of the other Venerables of Celestial Court. Only after Star Constellation Immortal Venerable refined all of Central Continent's wisdom path Tao marks would she start reviving the other Venerables of Celestial Court. Celestial Court's foundation was extremely deep. Once the 2 Venerables revived, they would dominate the world once again. After all, the 3 Venerables were united, their combined strength was terrifying. It was far superior to Giant Sun Immortal and Feng Yuan fighting alone. Even if Giant Sun, Feng Yuan, and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable worked together, they could not match the unity of the 3 Venerables of Celestial Court. This was the same concept. But the appearance of the Heaven Path Dream Realm delayed Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's plan once again. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had to stop refining Tao marks and accumulate immortal essence to defend against the upcoming Venerable confrontation. Northern Plains. Giant Sun Immortal sighed. He tried his best, but after absorbing the rank 8 Immortal Yuan stone, the immortal essence he obtained was only 70% of the Immortal Yuan stones. This 70% was only rank 8 Immortal essence. Against this providence, I am not a Wisdom Path Immortal Goo after all. I lack the crucial Luck Path Immortal Goo. Maybe I can transact with Feng Yuan? No, I cannot expose myself. Eastern Sea. Heaven Path Dream Realm? Good. Very good. Feng Yuan had been planning to create a Heaven Path Venerable clone not long ago. He was worried that his Heaven Path attainment level was not high enough, but the Heaven Path Dream Realm appeared. But the contest for the Heaven Path Dream Realm might cause the Venerables to fight again. I should refine another rank 9 Immortal Goo to help me attack and defend. Feng Yuan secretly started to refine rank 9 Immortal Goo again. He had a lot of immortal essence. Even if he refined this rank 9 Immortal Goo, he would have a lot to deal with the future Venerable competition. Chapter 2336. Western Desert. Shi Lunzhou suddenly opened his eyes. The immortal formation was warning, someone was invading. Such guts, they actually dared to invade my Shi clan's skeleton mountain. Shi Lunzhou was shocked and furious, he quickly checked. He saw an immortal goo house crashing into the defensive immortal formation. Inquiry Doc. Feng Clan. Shi Lunzhou had a solemn expression. He asked for help from Shi clan while activating the defensive formation. Ever since Fang clan's chaos, Shi clan had strengthened many immortal formations around their resource points. Almost all of them had teleportation abilities. Thus, Shi Luanzhou was not flustered. He frowned as his battle-intent soared. Since Fang clan has been hiding for so long and suddenly attacked me, they must have made ample preparations. I alone am not Fang clan's match, but I can use the immortal formation to stall for time. Once the anti-Fang alliance army arrives, Fang clan will suffer. Of course, if the situation worsens, I will immediately use the immortal formation to teleport myself out. Shi Luanzhou was controlling the formation when his eyes suddenly opened wide. He could not help but feel flustered. He was shocked to find that the formation was actually restricted. Even though the formation could still operate, the teleportation ability could not be used. They were targeted after all. Shi Luanzhou gritted his teeth. He forced himself to calm down as he thought about how to escape this dangerous situation. He felt that he had a chance to escape. He was a rank 7 Bone Path Gu Immortal. He was guarding Shi clan's resource point, Skeleton Mountain. This resource point was Bone Path. He had the geographical advantage. Moreover, Shi Luanzhou had been guarding here for a long time. He knew the terrain like the back of his hand. After thinking for a while, Shi Luanzhou arranged a portion of his will and some immortal essence before leaving quietly. The defensive immortal formation was still defending under his will. Fang clan's immortal Gu house's attacks were rumbling like thunder. It was getting stronger and stronger. Shi Luanzhou's will shrunk rapidly, but he could hold on for some time. Shi Luanzhou went deep into Skeleton Mountain. This Skeleton Mountain was dark. Soul smoke was rising from it at all times. Every once in a while, bone armors would grow out of the mountain rocks. Some looked like humans, some were animals. There were all kinds of strange things. Other than these bone armors, there were also black fog crows that flew above Skeleton Mountain, feeding on the soul smoke. Fang clan's immortal Gu house's attacks caused the entire Skeleton Mountain to shake. The countless skeletons that were originally stuck in the mountain rocks were motionless. However, the mountain was shaking uncontrollably. These skeletons pulled their legs out and ran wildly in the mountain. The skeletons collided with each other, killing each other. It was extremely chaotic. Shi Luanzhou had already activated his killer move. His appearance changed as he turned into a mammoth skeleton, running in the mountains. He blended in among the countless skeletons, completely inconspicuous. But good things didn't last long. Wisps of water vapor wrapped around his body like ropes. Celestial friend Shi clan, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Soon after, a voice entered Shi Luanzhou's ears. Shi Luanzhou fell into despair. Rank 8 Gu Immortal? You are not a member of the Fang family. In the next moment, the water vapor rope exploded and tied Shi Luanzhou up. Shi Luanzhou frantically struggled, but his eyes darkened and he fainted. News of the Fang family's attack on Skeleton Mountain, a resource point in the Shi family's territory, was quickly transmitted to the Shi family's headquarters. Soon after, the Shi family notified the Anti-Fang Alliance. When the Anti-Fang Alliance arrived at Skeleton Mountain, there was only a piece of barren land left. The entire Skeleton Mountain was gone. This is indeed Fang clan style. Shi Luanzhou is the Gu immortal guarding this place. He cultivates Bone Path and is quite strong. To think that he went missing. Sigh, I'm afraid he is in trouble. Fang clan is causing trouble again. This is unforgivable. If we capture them in the future, we will tear their tendons and skin them alive to vent our hatred. Just as the Anti-Fang Alliance was cursing and gritting their teeth, another shocking news arrived. Dong clan's Dragon Roar volcano was also taken over by Fang clan. Dragon Roar volcano was a fire path resource point, but every time the volcano erupted, it would emit a dragon roar. At this time, they could plunder a large amount of sound path cultivation resources. When the Anti-Fang Alliance arrived at the original location of Dragon Roar volcano, they could not see any volcano. Good heavens, even the magma underground has been extracted. It seems that Fang clan is going to cause a huge commotion again. They have been hiding for some time. They must have exchanged for immortal Gu or killer moves from Heaven Refining Demon Venerable. Their strength has risen greatly. Otherwise, why would they dare to come out? That's right. Be it Dragon Roar Volcano or Skeleton Mountain, they are important places that Fang clan would not easily invade before. But now that both of them have been taken over, Fang clan's strength must have risen greatly. More importantly, will Fang clan continue to commit crimes? Where will their next target be? Where is the nearest resource point to Dragon Roar Volcano? Shangqing Grassland. Shangqing Grassland was a rare grassland in Western Desert. It was rich in water and grass. It produced water path and wood path cultivation resources. But just as the Anti-Fang Alliance was discussing this, news of Shangqing Grassland being taken over by Fang clan spread again. The Anti-Fang Alliance was in an uproar. Fang clan's attack this time displayed extremely sharp offensive power. It was several times stronger than before. Skeleton Mountain, Dragon Roar Volcano, Shangqing Grassland. Everyone, look, Fang clan's route has been marked. Their next target is Dong clan's Ascension Pit. Then what are we waiting for? Go and reinforce them. Dong clan sent news. Because Ascension Pit is in Dong clan's blessed land, it is not heavily guarded. Most importantly, Dong clan did not send any Gu Immortals to guard Ascension Pit. Gu Immortals were far fewer than resource points. Normally speaking, resource points at the border of a territory would be guarded by Gu Immortals. And such blessed lands' resource points would reduce manpower as much as possible. The Anti-Fang Alliance rushed to Ascension Pit without stopping. They found that the Immortal Formation was broken. There was commotion deep in the pit. It seemed that Fang clan's Immortals were still plundering resources inside. We finally caught them. Kill them. We need to get rid of Fang clan, otherwise, our Western Desert will be in chaos because of them. The Anti-Fang Alliance was filled with anger as they charged down. But not long after, an immortal formation rose from the heavenly pit, trapping the entire Anti-Fang Alliance in it. We fell for a trap. Such a powerful immortal formation, I cannot even communicate with jewel yellow skies, let alone send a message. This immortal formation is mainly used to trap. It does not have much killing power. Oh no. Fang clan purposely set this up. They do not want to fight with us. They want to plunder resource points. Sai, what do we do? I wonder if Dong clan's resource points will be destroyed next. The Anti-Fang Alliance was trapped by the immortal formation. They lost all contact. At the same time, Shi clan's headquarters received an urgent report. Fang clan's main force suddenly appeared in Evil Spirit Desert. They were attacking the Giant Spirit Oasis at the center of the desert. Giant Spirit Oasis was Shi clan's super resource point. It was heavily guarded by Shi clan. They could not afford to lose it. Shi clan's first Supreme Elder was still in closed cultivation. The second Supreme Elder thought about it and decided to take action personally. They controlled Shi clan's 2 immortal Gu houses and mobilized as many Gu Immortals as possible to reinforce Giant Spirit Oasis. At the same time, they asked for reinforcements from the Anti-Fang Alliance. Shi clan's second Supreme Elder had no choice but to mobilize almost all of their forces. Ever since Fang clan lost all of their territories, they could easily mobilize all of their forces. This made it very difficult for the other super forces to resist them. Shi clan's second Supreme Elder would have to deploy enough troops to have any hope of resisting the entire Fang clan's attack. If they sent too few people, they would be sacrificing their lives for Fang clan. But this way, Shi clan's headquarters would naturally be empty. There was a deafening rumble. Several figures suddenly descended and violently charged into the Shi family's base camp. They were Princes Impatience, Red Heart Traveler, 9 Spiritual Fairy, as well as Wan Zihong and Zhou Xiong Exin who had just arrived from Feather Heavenly Pit. 5 rank 8 experts attacked Shi clan's headquarters together. Shi clan's first Supreme Elder, we came for you. Red Heart Traveler said loudly. If you surrender now, you will be able to preserve your life. 9 Spiritual Fairy added. In the secret room, Shi clan's first Supreme Elder slowly opened his eyes, sighing faintly, what ability does my Shi clan have to make the Celestial Court make such a huge move? Celestial Court is the leader of the righteous path. Why would they launch a sneak attack on a Fangjing Path superforce? My Shi clan has never colluded with the demonic path. Wan Zihong sneered. Shi Clan's first Supreme Elder, don't try to argue. You act one way on the surface and another way behind the scenes, secretly protecting Fong Clan and colluding with Fong Yuan. Otherwise, how could Fong Clan exist so freely until now? Zhou Xiongxen nodded. I have already gathered sufficient evidence. Shi Clan's first Supreme Elder was silent for a while before smiling. Celestial Court? Hee, as expected of the Celestial Court. Chapter 2337. Immortal Killer Move, Rumor Cage. Zhou Xiongxen clapped his hands. In an instant, countless silver words flew out, flying around Lin Clan's public blessed land. These words were as large as carriages, some were as small as ants. They weaved together to form a huge sphere that enveloped the 5 Gu immortals of Celestial Court and Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder. Success! Zhou Xiongxen let out a breath of air, showing an excited expression. A good start was already half the battle. The other 4 immortals of Celestial Court also relaxed a little. What they were most afraid of was Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder leaving. Everyone was rank 8 Gu immortals, 5 against 1. Celestial Court had the advantage, but if the rank 8 Gu immortals wanted to escape, they could not capture them with numbers. Conflicting Dao marks made it hard for Gu immortals to display their advantage in numbers. Especially when Celestial Court's 5 immortals cultivated Wood Path, Information Path, Fire Path, Blood Path, and Transformation Path, they all repelled each other. The speed at which Rumor Cage Battlefield was created is truly the fastest in the world. But to think that Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder did not run away. Did he see through it? The 5 immortals of Celestial Court transmitted to each other, conversing rapidly. They had already set up a temporary immortal formation outside the Lin family's public blessed land base camp when they appeared in such a dignified manner. Once Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder escaped and flew out of the blessed land, the immortal formation would activate and he would be attacked. His speed would be affected. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had personally ordered for the immortal apertures and bodies of Sword Immortals. Celestial Court's group naturally made ample preparations. Even though this formation did not have much offensive power, it was personally modified by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to counter Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder's escape. And public blessed lands had always had weaker defenses than individual blessed lands. As an information path great expert, Zhou Xiongxen had traveled in Western Desert for a long time. He had already gathered the relevant information. Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder had already fallen into Rumor Cage Battlefield. Prince's impatience shouted as he flew in. He moved his body and flew in the air, opening his mouth towards the hall below. Flames shot out of his mouth, landing on the ground and spreading rapidly, turning into an intense sea of fire. The palace was only a mortal Gu house. It burned in the sea of fire and quickly collapsed. The first Supreme Elder of the Lin family was forced to come out of seclusion and fight the enemy in the sky. The prince's impatience retreated slowly. Lin family's first Supreme Elder Lin Jianxing, have a taste of my power. Wan Zihong giggled and stepped forward. She activated a Wood Path killer move, flower petals flew and enveloped the battlefield. A sweet fragrance spread rapidly. The 5 immortals of the Celestial Court held their breaths. Lin Jianxing had a solemn expression on his face as he pushed with both hands. For a time, sword chi swept out and transformed into a huge wave. The waves surged, washing away all the poisonous fragrance petals in the air. Wan Zihong's figure suddenly disappeared among the petals and appeared behind Lin Jianxing in the next moment. Wan Zihong stretched out her left pinky, her fingernail glowing purple, and poked Lin Jianxing. Immortal killer move, flower-piercing finger. Lin Jianxing was hit, and his figure paused. Sword chi suddenly rose and locked Wan Zihong in place. In the next moment, the huge wave of sword chi that he had summoned earlier rolled back. The huge wave of sword chi surged and engulfed Lin Jianxing and Wan Zihong. The 4 immortals of the Celestial Court did not make a move. They watched from the sidelines to prevent Wan Zihong from being injured. The huge wave of sword chi dissipated, only Lin Jianxing was left, while Wan Zihong vanished again. At the next moment, Flower petals flew around Prince's impatience, condensing into Wan Zihong. Wan Zihong's body was already covered in wounds, but at this moment, she smiled proudly and said, "Delay him. He's been hit by my technique, and the longer he stays here, the more thorns will grow on his body, hindering his movements until he's killed." Wan Zihong had already succeeded. She retreated and started to heal her injuries. The other Celestial Court Gu immortals continued to surround Lin Jianxing, not giving him any time to rest. The Celestial Court made full use of their advantage in numbers. Every silver character that formed the rumor cage suddenly started to shine with a bright light. The dense light seemed to turn into flowing water, drifting in the air as it flowed and gathered. Then, ferocious silver-white tigers jumped out of the silver light. The tiger group howled and pounced towards Lin Jianxing. It was Zhou Xiong Xian's killer move, 3 men become tigers. Prince's impatience attacked again. Countless beautiful firebirds formed in the air. The firebirds were burning with extraordinary agility. They formed groups and followed the tiger group. Red Heart Traveler also attacked. Giant pillars of blood-colored light rolled down one after another. The tiger group, firebirds, and blood pillars formed 3 waves of attacks. Lin Jianxing was surrounded, but he did not dodge. Facing the attacks, he howled, sword chi gushed out in all directions and charged into the tiger group. Beside the tiger group, sword chi suddenly condensed and turned into vines that tightly coiled around the countless fierce tigers. The vines had countless sword path thorns that pierced deeply into the fierce tigers' bodies. The fierce tigers howled in pain. They were like balloons that were pierced. Most of them collapsed on the spot. At this time, the Firebird group charged into the battlefield with surging flames. Lin Jianxing activated the technique again. The sword chi in the battlefield was replenished and turned into fierce winds. The violent winds whistled, killing the remaining tigers and blowing away countless firebirds. The remaining half were also swaying left and right, unable to form a battle formation. The blood pillars pressed down and suppressed the fierce winds, causing them to weaken rapidly. Lin Jianxing had no choice but to teleport and retreat. After opening up some space, he released a large amount of sword chi. The sword chi turned into an ice wall that quickly condensed and trapped the blood pillars within, continuously wearing them down. 3 waves of attacks were neutralized by Lin Jianxing, showing his incredible sword path attainment. 9 spiritual fairies saw this and praised, "Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder's method is truly unique, it is truly extraordinary. I can't hold it in anymore, take this." 9 spiritual fairy turned into an immemorial desolate beast. Her roar was like thunder, causing rumor cage to shake. 9 spiritual fairy and Lin Jianxing fought. Each of her moves were powerful and heavy. Lin Jianxing was forced to retreat. Lin Jianxing had to continue retreating. He could not block 9 spiritual fairies' attacks. Transformation Path and Strength Path Gu cultivators had a huge advantage when fighting at the front lines. Like this, Celestial Court's 5 immortals continued to attack. From the start of the battle, Lin Jianxing was already at a disadvantage. Even though their Dao marks conflicted, they cooperated with tacit understanding. Celestial Court's attacks were like a tidal wave. They were unending and did not stop. On one hand, they were suppressing Lin Jianxing, not giving him any chance to study Rumor Cage battlefield. On the other hand, they were weakening him and creating a good opportunity for the final captive. Lin Jianxing's sword chi was exquisite and mystical. It turned into all sorts of forms. His sword path attainment was extraordinary. The 5 immortals of Celestial Court praised him inwardly. But he was only one person. He could not fight against so many, while Celestial Court had 5 Gu immortals. As time passed, the situation became more disadvantageous to Lin Jianxing. Strange, what method did he use to suppress my flower thornfinger? Wan Zihong saw that Lin Jianxing could move freely. She was curious. Right at this time, Prince's impatience suddenly used a move. After Lin Jianxing was hit, his whole body started to burn with gray-white flames. Firebirds flew out of the flames. Lin Jianxing's aura fell sharply. His speed also slowed down. Seeing that the time was ripe, Red Heart Traveler decisively used Blood Sun Red Sun Seal. He spat out a mouthful of blood. This blood had a fragrant smell. It flew into the air and spun around, like a miniature blood sun. It emitted endless blood light as it pounced towards Lin Jianxing. Lin Jianxing's body was surrounded by sword qi. He flew out and turned into a giant python, attempting to block the blood sun. But this blood sun seemed to be illusory. It passed through the obstruction and directly landed on Lin Jianxing's head, turning into a red sun seal. Lin Jianxing's expression changed slightly. The red sun seal quickly displayed its might, suppressing fiercely and forming blood-colored threads. The blood-colored threads wrapped around Lin Jianxing, gradually forming a blood cocoon. Just as Lin Jianxing was about to be captured alive, at the next moment, Lin Jianxing's body collapsed, turning into vigorous sword qi that poured out of the blood threads. After flying to one side, these sword qi condensed again, returning to Lin Jianxing. There is such a method? No, something is not right. This is not Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder. The 5 immortals of Celestial Court's expressions changed. They saw a flaw in this transformation. They were shocked to find that the Lin Jianxing who was trapped was not a Gu immortal, but only a killer move. The 5 immortals of Celestial Court had been toyed with until now, only realizing it now. He is essentially just a lump of sword qi. No wonder my flower thorn finger did not work. So that's it. This is not Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder. He did not dodge when I used Rumor Cage earlier. Zhou Xiongxin cancelled the battlefield killer move with an unsightly expression. The 5 immortals of Celestial Court appeared in Lin Clan's public blessed land again. The true first Supreme Elder of Lin Clan, Lin Jianxing, stood in the air with his hands behind his back, smiling as he looked at the 5 immortals. You finally came out. Lin Jianxing has a great method. May I know the name of this move? Red Heart Traveler smiled warmly as he humbly asked for guidance. Lin Jianxing nodded slightly, saying calmly, this move is called Sword Qi Form. Sword Qi Form is a great move. Prince's Impatience praised sincerely. After this battle, no matter what happens to you, this move will definitely become famous in the 5 regions. Zhou Xiongxin also commented. Even though they were toyed with, the 5 immortals of Celestial Court only felt solemn. Their confidence and fighting spirit did not diminish. Earlier, in the battlefield of Rumor Cage, they were also restricted. After all, Rumor Cage created an information path environment. The 4 immortals of Celestial Court were suppressed. They did not dare to use their full strength, fearing that Rumor Cage would be damaged. Even if it was not damaged, the intense vibrations would cause damage to the battlefield and expose a flaw. Once Lin Jianxing made use of this flaw, he might be able to escape. Lin Jianxing stretched out his palm at this time, revealing several immortal Gu that were suppressed by sword qi. Celestial Court's immortal formation is truly exquisite. It seems to be specially modified for our clan's public blessed land. Is this the work of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable? The 5 immortals of Celestial Court could not conceal their solemn expressions. The formation that was secretly set up outside Lin Clan's public blessed land had already been dismantled by Lin Jianxing. But at the next moment, Lin Jianxing tossed the immortal Gu in his hand to the 5 immortals of Celestial Court. I will return the immortal Gu to you. This is our clan's headquarters. It will not be good to destroy it. Let's go to another battlefield. The 5 immortals of Celestial Court silently received the immortal Gu. They looked at each other before Red Heart Traveler nodded. Lin Jianxing is truly extraordinary. I am in admiration. There is a desolate area 1,500 li away from here. Follow me. Lin Jianxing flew out of the blessed land first. He was slow and had a calm attitude. Chapter 23:38. What should we do now? Since the immortal formation has been dismantled, we can only rely on Rumor Cage. What is Lin Jianxing planning? If he wants to wait for the Anti-Fang Alliance or Western Desert Righteous Path's reinforcements, he is making a mistake. Wan Zihong, Prince's Impatience, Zhou Xiongxin, Red Heart Traveler, and 9 Spiritual Fairy followed Lin Jianxing as they conversed secretly. Lin Jianxing's methods were beyond their expectations. He made the plans of the 5 immortals of the Celestial Court fail. Just by relying on a sword chi form killer move, he deceived the 5 immortals of the Celestial Court for a long time. This made the 5 immortals of the Celestial Court lose face. Lin Jianxing's main body used this chance to dismantle the immortal formation of the Celestial Court. This made the immortals of the Celestial Court realize there was a mistake in their formation arrangement. They should have sent someone to guard the immortal formation. In fact, the immortal formation had a certain amount of defensive power and a teleportation method. Once it was dismantled, information would be sent back. Even if the 5 immortals of the Celestial Court were inside Rumor Cage, they would receive a warning. Rumor Cage isolated communication inside and outside. Even Jewel Yellow Skies could not communicate with it. But this information would go straight to Rumor Cage. It would cause a slight tremor in Rumor Cage to send a warning. At that time, the 5 immortals of the Celestial Court would know that someone dismantled the immortal formation. They would observe the situation and send a few people back to deal with it. However, Lin Jianxing's methods were extremely exquisite. From start to finish, the 5 immortals of the Celestial Court did not receive any warning. They quietly dismantled the formation. But facing the 5 immortals of the Celestial Court, Lin Jianxing actually returned the immortal goo to them. Such magnanimity made even the 5 immortals of the Celestial Court admire him. In this situation, when Lin Jianxing suggested moving the battlefield, the 5 immortals of the Celestial Court did not have the face to continue staying in Lin Clan's public blessed land. This is it. Lin Jianxing, who was in front, slowly stopped. He stood in midair and turned to face the 5 deities of the Celestial Court. The 5 immortals of the Celestial Court scanned their surroundings. This desert was indeed, as Lin Jianxing had said, barren and devoid of life. It was a perfect battlefield. Fellow immortal Lin Jianxing, if you surrender, I will guarantee your survival with my life. Red Heart Traveler sighed. Lin Jianxing sneered. If you're staying at home, and an outsider suddenly barges in to frame you and make a big fuss about it, I'm afraid you won't be able to do anything about it. What would you do if they said they would spare your life? What's the point of saying so much? Just as Red Heart Traveler was about to answer, Wan Zihong suddenly made a move. She disappeared again and reappeared behind Lin Jianxing. All 10 of her fingers were sharp, and all 10 of her fingernails were dark violet in color. They tore through the air and clawed down fiercely towards Lin Jianxing's back. Wan Zihong was a demonic path goo immortal recruited by the Celestial Court. She did not lack viciousness in her heart and also had a sense of pride. Lin Jianxing had toyed with her for so long using sword chi form, she was already feeling indignant. Right now, she was still using the killer move flower-piercing finger, but it was 10 times stronger. This time, you have a body of flesh and blood. Let's see how long you can resist for? Wan Zihong's eyes shone with a sharp light. However, at the next moment, there was a sudden thunderous explosion. By the time Wan Zihong reacted, she had already been sent flying far away. Lin Jianxing, who was originally very close, could only see his back now. Because of the distance, his back was as small as a palm. What's going on? What killer move is this? Wan Zihong had just thought of this when she felt intense pain. She could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood, and was shocked to find that her defensive killer move was almost destroyed. What was that move just now? The other Celestial Court goo immortals were also uncertain. Lin Jianxing's method was too fast. The 5 immortals of the Celestial Court could not see it clearly. Zhou Xiong Exine quickly retreated and pulled some distance. Meanwhile, 9 Spiritual Fairy turned into an immemorial desolate beast again and charged towards Lin Jianxing. In this situation, transformation path goo immortals with thick skin were the best candidates to probe. Boom! But at the next moment, thunder rumbled. 9 Spiritual Fairy was also sent flying back. At least 3 of her ribs were broken. The other Celestial Court goo immortals could barely see that this was a sword path killer move. It was completely formed from sword chi, but it was too fast. It could not be seen with the naked eye. Even with investigative methods, they could only barely see it. This move is called Thunder Sword Chi. Please appraise it. Lin Jianxing shouted as he counterattacked the 5 immortals of the Celestial Court. Bam bam bam. Thunder rumbled. the 5 immortals of the Celestial Court were forced to retreat continuously. Lin Jianxing naturally did not just use Thunder Sword Chi killer move, he also used Sword Chi manifestation methods from time to time. Sword Chi manifestation killer move was exquisite and mystical, while Thunder Sword Chi was fast, too fast. It was so fast that the 5 immortals of the Celestial Court could not see it clearly, they could only use defensive methods to resist it. Lin Jianxing actually had such a method. Cover me. Zhou Xiong Xian transmitted secretly. Red Heart Traveler immediately flew in front of him, activating a majestic blood light. The blood light was like a ball, enveloping Red Heart Traveler and Zhou Xiong Xian within it. Zhou Xiong Xian had only prepared for a few breaths of time, but Lin Jianxing had already sensed it. Lin Jianxing pointed at the blood light barrier with his finger. Instantly, at least 3 Thunder Sword Chi killer moves landed and destroyed the blood light barrier. But Zhou Xiong Xian laughed heartily. You fell for my trap. He had already prepared it. He had only purposely delayed it to create the illusion that he needed a long time to prepare a powerful killer move. After all, the longer the killer move's preparation time, the stronger it would be. Zhou Xiong Xian cultivated Information Path. This move did not have the ability to attack when activated. However, once the enemy used a killer move and was blocked by this move, it would capture the information of the enemy's killer move and give Zhou Xiong Xian a warning. Zhou Xiong Xian had a warning. He quickly used Information Path methods to share the information with the other 4 immortals of the Celestial Court. This way, there was a clear change in the battle situation. The 5 immortals of the Celestial Court finally gained a foothold. They started to exchange blows with Lin Jianxing. Lin Jianxing's Thunder Sword Chi killer move was mainly because it was too fast. Before the enemy could react, they would already be hit. But Lin Jianxing still needed time to activate this killer move. Zhou Xiong Xian's Information Path killer move warning informed Zhou Xiong Xian and the rest when Lin Jianxing started to prepare Thunder Sword Chi killer move. With this added time, the 5 immortals of the Celestial Court could barely react in time. Both sides fought intensely for a while. The 5 immortals of the Celestial Court still had not gained control of the situation. They were still suppressed by Lin Jianxing. How is this possible? Is actually so strong? This is completely different from the information. Thunder Sword Chi and Sword Chi form are already incredible. Lin Jianxing's battle awareness is even more outstanding. It even surpasses mine. The 5 immortals of the Celestial Court were inwardly shocked. Lin Jianxing did not just rely on these 2 moves to dominate the battlefield, he also displayed terrifying strength. There was no strongest Gu Worm, there was no strongest killer move, but Gu Immortals could always be number 1. Even though Lin Jianxing was not number 1, he was vaguely above the 5 immortals of the Celestial Court. The 5 of us have different paths, we are restricting each other. This won't do. Lin Jianxing's main body has such battle strength, we need to weaken him to have a chance to use Rumor Cage. Let me do it. The 5 immortals of the Celestial Court conversed at lightning speed. Prince's impatience stood up. He sent out balls of sparks that fluttered about, and they quickly enveloped the entire battlefield. Lin Jianxing's sword chi surged, but when it encountered the sparks, it started to burn and was quickly expended. Lin Jianxing was stunned. His vital immortal Gu was rank 8 Sword Chi Gu. Be it Sword Chi form or Thunder Sword Chi, they both use Sword Chi as the foundation. Prince's Impatience's move could actually burn Sword Chi. This broke the foundation of his battle. At least 50% of Lin Jianxing's Sword Chi was burned, its power fell drastically. The 5 immortals of the Celestial Court took the chance to counterattack. After several rounds of fighting, a chance appeared. 9 Spiritual Fairy smoothly grasped it. 9 Spiritual Fairy turned into a willow tree. Her willow branches coiled around Lin Jianxing like a python, binding him to the willow tree trunk. Using this chance, Zhou Xiong Xian quickly used Rumor Cage battlefield. Seeing that Lin Jianxing had entered the battlefield again, the 5 immortals of the Celestial Court became energized. But at the next moment, 9 Spiritual Fairy cried out in pain. The willow tree immemorial desolate beast vanished. She returned to her human form. She was covered in blood as she retreated in panic. What happened now? The other 4 immortals of the celestial court were shocked. Be careful! 9 spiritual fairy was hidden behind Zhou Xiong-exen. Her expression was still filled with shock and even a trace of fear. Lin Jianxing broke free from the bindings. He smiled as his aura slowly rose. Sensing this aura, the 5 immortals of the celestial court had a change of expression. Pseudo-venerable. He concealed himself so deeply. He is actually a pseudo-venerable. At this point in the battle, Lin Jianxing finally started to display his full strength. Translucent milky white threads appeared around his body. The threads were extremely fast. They shot towards the 4 immortals of the celestial court. Sword Path Killer Move, Sword Chi Condensed Thread. This is the move. 9 spiritual fairy reminded in a low voice. The other 4 immortals of the celestial court had stern expressions. The transformation path 9 spiritual fairy who had transformed into an immemorial desolate plant was defeated miserably by this move. They naturally would not let down their guard. Red Heart Traveler activated all of his defensive methods and took the lead to block these threads. The threads were extremely sharp, so sharp that they could not be described with words. They actually cut into his body. If not for Red Heart Traveler reacting in time and pulling some distance away, he would have been cut into pieces. This move cannot be blocked head-on. Soon, the other 3 immortals of the celestial court also tested the power of this move and reached a consensus. The threads were unimaginably sharp. Even the 5 immortals of the celestial court could only dodge. Lin Jianxing did not move from the center. He activated more and more threads, gradually filling the entire battlefield. The 5 immortals of the celestial court awkwardly found that the battlefield they wanted to trap Lin Jianxing in was gradually becoming an obstacle for them to dodge the threads. The 5 immortals of the celestial court finally realized. Lin Jianxing had not moved the battlefield to stall for time. The reason he returned the immortal goo was because he believed he could fight 1 against 5. He could defeat the 5 immortals of the celestial court. Lin Jianxing, aren't you looking down on us too much? Remove rumor cage. Let me use my strongest method. No, let me do it first. Facing the incomparably powerful Lin Jianxing, the 5 immortals of the celestial court decisively removed rumor cage and used their strongest killer moves. Lin Jianxing's smile did not change as he activated another method. For a moment, sword lights danced in the air, appearing out of thin air. Sword Path Killer Move, Sword Light Division. Bam bam bam. In this battle, Lin Jianxing won 1 against 5. He killed the Gu Immortal Wan Zi Hong of the Celestial Court and heavily injured Zhou Xiong-exen, Prince's Impatience, and Red Heart Traveler. 9 Spiritual Fairy was captured because she brought up the rear. Lin Jianxing's name spread throughout the 5 regions. Chapter 2339. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Mini Eastern Sea. Refinement CC area. The sea breeze blew, the surface of the sea was rippling, the sound of waves could be heard. A rank 5 hairy old man was lying on a small sampan, unconscious. The sampan moved with the waves. If nothing happened, this hairy old man would die in the sea. But a ship passed by here. After noticing the sampan, screams and shouts could be heard from the ship. After the hairy old man woke up, he found himself on the ship. Old man, are you also going to the Refinement Path Sacred Land to compete for the right to enter and exit the drifting refinement nest? The hairy Gu masters on the ship asked. The old man nodded. I live in Kokidahara. I heard about the drifting refinement nest. I know that it was created under the orders of the Supreme World Lord, Great Love Immortal Venerable. Such a refinement path sacred land might give me hope of breaking through. The hairy Gu masters on the ship gasped. Old man, you traveled such a long distance from Kokidahara to here. It was not easy. We are truly in awe. The hairy old man shook his head and smiled bitterly. Initially, I was not alone. There were 3 others. But the journey was dangerous. 2 of my companions died. The remaining one did not dare to continue. He returned. Thus, I am the only one who came here. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture was not safe either. Especially when abnormal situations occurred frequently, The only places that had a stable environment were the settlements of large tribes. They usually had defensive immortal formations or goo immortals guarding them. Thus, even rank 5 goo masters could not travel long distances. They had to take huge risks. The hairy man old man asked the hairy man goo masters on the ship where they came from. Like he expected, these hairy man goo masters came from mini Eastern Sea's 3-hair continent. Back in Langya Blessed Land, the yellow hair continent, black hair continent, and white hair continent were collectively known as 3-hair continent. These hairy man goo masters had different cultivation levels. Most were rank 4, few were rank 5, and there were also rare rank 3. I am truly envious of you. You live so close to the refinement path's sacred land. The hairy man old man sighed internally. So what if it is close? This place is strictly forbidden. How can the refinement path's sacred land be freely entered? According to what I know, many goo immortals' descendants can enter freely. Alas, we can't compare. They have goo immortal seniors. They use flying boats to enter and exit this place. They are extremely fast. Hopefully, this test won't be difficult and I'll pass. From now on, you will have the right to enter and exit this place freely. The hairy man goo masters discussed among themselves. Several days later, the hairy man old man and the ship's hairy man goo masters arrived at a floating refinement nest. The drifting refinement nest was so huge that all the goo masters gasped in admiration. A voice transmitted into everyone's ears, guiding the rookies on the correct path, allowing them to smoothly enter the drifting refining nest. The structure of the drifting smelting nest was even more complicated. There were countless rooms of different sizes and corridors. It was very easy to get lost. Under the guidance of that voice, the hairy man goo masters found their own rooms and moved in. The Fong family had all the necessary living facilities, but they were all very simple. The style of ascetic cultivation was undoubtedly evident. That night, the newly arrived hairy man goo masters rested well. From the second day onwards, goo materials were transported into the individual goo refinement rooms in their rooms. The hairy man goo masters started to refine goo. According to that mysterious voice, this was the first test. The goo masters were asked to use their most proficient methods to process goo materials or refine goo worms. This test lasted for 3 days. During this period, the goo masters could display their skills to their heart's content. After the test, the goo masters' rooms were moved. Some went to higher floors, while others went down a few floors. The drifting refinement nest did not prohibit goo masters from interacting with each other. Thus, all sorts of small gatherings were held at night. The elderly rank 5 hairy man goo masters saw many outstanding goo masters. Hairy men were the majority, but there were also humans and even a few variant human goo masters. He also obtained a lot of information from this. One day, according to everyone's conjecture, the higher the floor, the better the results of the test. Because the higher the floor, the bigger and better the room, the better the food. The goo masters revolved around this standard and started to compete intensely. The drifting refinement nest never lacked goo materials, refining goo worms, or trying to create new goo. Through a good performance, the goo masters could even seek the guidance of the mysterious voice and learn profound goo refinement knowledge and techniques. After living here for several weeks, all of the goo masters felt their strength rising rapidly. 14 days passed like this. The goo masters faced the middle stage test. A set of high-quality goo materials were processed by many goo masters together. The goo masters were in their own rooms, observing the images and processing them remotely. The images were very lifelike, be it the temperature or the smell, they were all the same. The true goo materials were placed in a secret location. Inside the refinement path goo formation, they were not placed in front of any goo master. Such methods were unimaginable. All of the goo masters were shocked and filled with admiration. After the middle stage test, more than 10 days later, it was time for the final stage test. This time, they were processing immortal materials. Of course, the topic was goo immortals. Every drifting refinement nest had at least one refinement path goo immortal. The other goo masters did some auxiliary work, such as processing the immortal materials and so on. After passing the final stage test, The remaining goo masters would have the qualifications to enter and exit Refinement C freely. But this qualification had a time limit of 50 years. After that, they would have to take the test again. The drifting refinement nest that Feng Yuan created was mostly filled with goo masters. The early stage standard was not high. Most goo masters could pass and obtain this qualification. But in the future, with the explosive growth of the population, the competition in all aspects would become very intense, especially regarding the qualifications to enter and exit Refinement C. Every drifting refinement nest could make use of Refinement C to greatly increase the success rate of goo refinement. At the same time, the goo materials that were wasted in the refinement nests would be converted into Refinement C after passing through the drifting refinement nest. Both sides complemented each other. If not for the replenishment of these drifting refinement nests, Refinement C's sea level would have already fallen by a lot. After all, Feng Yuan had been refining rank 9 immortal goo for many days already. The center of Refinement C was a forbidden area among forbidden areas. Only goo immortals with Feng Yuan's permission could enter. Because here was 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool. Suddenly, there was a loud sound from 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool. A pillar of light formed and pierced the sky. The pillar of light slowly dissipated, and a rank 9 immortal goo appeared. This immortal goo crystal spider was transparent, without any flaws. The spider's 8 legs were very long and slender, while its body was very petite, supported by the 8 legs. It was heavenly web goo. And on the back of heavenly web goo, there was a white mark that resembled a spider web. This was unique to rank 9 heavenly web goo. It did not exist on the back of rank 8 heavenly web goo. The refinement is complete. Master has another rank 9 immortal goo. Oh heavens, we participated in the whole process. This is the supreme glory of refinement path. As long as this continues, Master will definitely trample all the venerables under his feet in the future. 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool also had goo immortals participating in the refinement, the majority of them being hairy men. They looked up at the sky, gasping in admiration. Under the control of Feng Yuan's divine sense, the rank 9 heavenly web goo disappeared. Rank 9 heavenly web goo is also refined. Feng Yuan was calm. After refining many rank 9 immortal goo, he no longer felt excited or agitated. He was starting to get used to it. Although the goo refinement failed twice this time, there were no setbacks after that. It was very smooth. After thinking about it, Feng Yuan chose to refine heavenly web goo in the end. Feng Yuan's current situation was not bad. He needed an immortal goo to help him attack and defend. Between offense and defense, Feng Yuan chose the latter without hesitation. Because the sovereign immortal body's Dao marks did not conflict, its defense was very weak. This was Feng Yuan's shortcoming. If this aspect was broken by other venerables, then in a direct confrontation, Feng Yuan would have no place to stand. The consequences would be severe. Heavenly web goo could release a huge net to trap the target when activated. Strictly speaking, it was not a defensive goo, it was used for offense. But it was the absolute core of the defensive killer move, expanding heavenly web. Expanding heavenly web's power rose sharply. It was even more powerful than reverse flow protection seal. Moreover, heavenly web goo could be mixed into obscured heavenly secret, increasing the power of this killer move by several times. The reason why Feng Yuan chose Heaven Path and gave up on Refinement Path was because Refinement Path was not good at offense, and it was too widespread. Heaven Path had a broad future and was developing well. It was even more outstanding than Human Path in this aspect. The most amazing thing was that almost no one had the qualifications to cultivate Heaven Path. Thus, Feng Yuan's choice of using Heaven Path as a base was very wise. Using Heaven Path as an offensive method was naturally the best choice. After storing the rank 9 heavenly web goo, Feng Yuan inspected his inventory. Because he had failed twice earlier, he had expended a lot of Heaven Path immortal materials. As for the secluded domain of heaven and earth, Refinement C, even though the sea level had fallen, it had not broken through the limit. It could recover on its own. Of course, drifting Refinement Nest could speed up Refinement C's recovery. Just as Fang Yuan was calculating which rank 9 immortal goo he should refine next, a piece of news entered his ears. The 5 immortals of the Celestial Court surrounded Lin Clan's first supreme elder, Lin Jianxing, but suffered a crushing defeat. Lin Jianxing's pseudo-venerable battle strength was exposed. Not only did he collude with Fang Clan and leak information to them, he was also an otherworldly demon. There was a lot of evidence of Lin Jianxing's collusion with Fang Clan. It could be said to be irrefutable. As an information path great expert, Zhou Xiong not only had the ability to gather clues, he also had the ability to create false evidence. As for Lin Jianxing's otherworldly demon identity, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had personally deduced it. Right now, the world was in an uproar, especially Western Desert. It was extremely chaotic. A pseudo-venerable had finally appeared in this region. Western Desert's righteous path had yet to straighten their backs when they were dumbfounded. This pseudo-venerable Lin Jianxing was actually involved in the demonic path. He had deep connections. Chapter 2340. If not for the Celestial Court exposing it, no one would know that Lin Jianxing had pseudo-venerable battle strength. They had hidden it so deeply, they definitely had ulterior motives. In fact, from the reactions of most of Lin Clan's Gu immortals, they did not know about it. Western Desert's righteous path superforces were watching. Many of them were waiting for Lin Jianxing to explain, but Lin Clan remained silent and did not give any explanation. Western Desert's righteous path did not make a move. They were not willing to create an alliance against Lin after the anti-Fang alliance. The consequences of attacking Fang Clan were right in front of them. If Lin Clan did the same thing as Fang Clan, with a pseudo-venerable leading the entire clan, how would Western Desert's righteous path survive? Fang Clan cannot attack now. It seems that Fang Clan's previous attacks were all a facade created by the Celestial Court. Fang Yuan looked at the complete information again and understood. Ever since Western Desert's Fang Clan lost the resource points of their entire clan, they had to rely on Fang Yuan even more. Thus, Fang Yuan's control over them was even deeper. If Fang Clan attacked in a large scale, they would definitely inform him and ask for his instructions. Fang Yuan could not help but find it funny. The Celestial Court wanted to interfere in Western Desert. Of all people, they had to choose the strongest opponent. But soon, Fang Yuan fell into deep thought. He thought of a question: why did the Celestial Court suddenly attack Lin Clan? Was it because they found out that Lin Clan's first supreme elder had pseudo-venerable strength, so they wanted to eliminate him in advance for the sake of Celestial Court's dominance over the 5 regions? This possibility was too low. Not to mention the fact that the Celestial Court's biggest obstacle in stabilizing its position as the overlord of the 5 regions were the other venerables. Even pseudo-venerables had to stand aside. If the Celestial Court found out that Lin Clan's first supreme elder had pseudo-venerable battle strength, why did they only send 5 Celestial Court Gu immortals to kill Lin Jianxing? This did not make sense. Then what is the Celestial Court's true motive? Why did they suddenly attack Lin Clan? Fang Yuan learned from Fang Clan that Lin Clan and Fang Clan did not collude in secret. This was all a setup by the Celestial Court. Is it because Lin Jianxing is an otherworldly demon? That wasn't right either. The Celestial Court's attitude towards the extraterrestrial devils was not completely one-sided. As long as they could recruit him, the Celestial Court would. Even Fang Yuan had been recruited by the Celestial Court. The Celestial Court's recruitment criteria were also very clear, as long as it was a human. Then what exactly is the reason? Even if the number 1 wisdom path expert, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, was not the decision-maker, she had at least agreed to deal with Lin Clan. However, she made a rare miscalculation. What made her agree to attack the Lin family? The problem here was very crucial and worthy of Fang Yuan's deep consideration. Even though Wisdom Gu was only rank 8, it was helpful to Fang Yuan. After he used all sorts of wisdom path methods, Fang Yuan had a guess, but he was not sure. After all, everything was just a calculation. What was the truth? Fang Yuan naturally had a way to prove it. He immediately ordered for a rank 5 Gu master to undergo immortal ascension. Right now, There were few such rank 5 Gu immortal seeds left in the sovereign immortal aperture. And these Gu immortal seeds did not have a deep foundation, they did not have enough experience, their chances of passing the tribulation were very low. This was why Feng Yuan decided to suppress them and let them continue to accumulate their foundation. But because this problem was very important, Feng Yuan felt that it was worth it even if he had to waste a rank 5 Gu master. In the end, this rank 5 Gu master failed and died because the 3 Qi were out of balance. But during this short period of time, Feng Yuan used Thieving Heaven's secret killer move to find out the truth. When Star Constellation Immortal Venerable gave the order to deal with Lin Clan, she was an embroidered tower outside the Celestial Court. But Bo Qing's soul was taken out from the Celestial Court's secret treasury. This was the most obvious evidence. Furthermore, when Fairy Maiden's soul modified Bo Qing's soul, she was in the Celestial Court the entire time. Feng Yuan obtained even more precious information. Fairy Myrtle and Ying Wu Xie were trapped in the Heaven Path Dream Realm, so Star Constellation Immortal Venerable decided to nurture Bo Qing, even though this was a risky move. This way, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's motive was clear. She wanted to use Bo Qing to deal with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Feng Yuan's gaze was eerie as he muttered. He knew why Star Constellation Immortal Venerable wanted to deal with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's previous performance was already the #1 threat to the Celestial Court. Of course, this was Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's understanding when Feng Yuan tried to conceal himself. If the fact that Feng Yuan had many rank 9 Immortal Gu was exposed, then Spectral Soul Demon Venerable would be tossed aside. Not only would Star Constellation Immortal Venerable find trouble with Feng Yuan, Giant Sun Immortal would also have to join forces with Star Constellation to deal with Feng Yuan. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. At this moment, Feng Yuan rapidly deduced and thought deeply. Thoughts surged in his mind, gathering into surging waves that rose and fell. He knew that an opportunity was right in front of him. A huge opportunity. If he missed this opportunity, as time passed, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable might succeed. If he missed this opportunity, there would be no more opportunities like this. Would he be able to grasp this opportunity? If he could not, the result would be terrible for Feng Yuan. At once, Feng Yuan could not make a decision. Even though he knew about the Celestial Court's secrets, he did not know about Star Constellation Immortal Venerable herself. How much progress had she made during this period of time? Giant Sun Immortal, Longevity Heaven, and Feng Yuan were all shrouded in mystery. Feng Yuan had refined rank 9 Immortal Gu. He had an advantage in this aspect, but the other venerables might try to offset Feng Yuan's refinement path advantage in other aspects. Feng Yuan did not like war, even though he did not dislike it. In his opinion, war and killing were only ways to gain benefits. Harming the enemy while harming oneself was already a good outcome in a war. The risk of war was huge. Rashly starting a war was not wise. Compared to war, Feng Yuan preferred to do business and plunder. But Feng Yuan was clear about one thing. Venerables had to fight, they had to fight frequently. Then let's fight. After thinking for several days, Feng Yuan finally made this decision. After he made his decision, he immediately took action. On one hand, he sent Gu Immortals to Western Desert to approach Lin Jinxing and recruit him. On the other hand, he sent his capable subordinates to make arrangements. After making arrangements, Feng Yuan flew into the sky, entering Spectral Heaven. Great Love Immortal Venerable suddenly flew into Spectral Heaven. This important information was quickly captured by the Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven. It was quickly spread to the whole of the 5 regions Gu Immortal world. A Venerable's every action would attract the attention of all Gu Immortals. Not to mention Feng Yuan's huge action. What is Heaven Refining Demon Venerable trying to do by entering Spectral Heaven? To fight against Spectral Soul Demon Venerable? Giant Sun Immortal was very confused. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's heart jumped. Not long ago, she and Feng Yuan had already completed the transaction regarding the Starry Sky calculation formation. Lin Jinxing exposed his true battle strength. She had miscalculated, She was about to deal with this when Fang Yuan made such a move. Star constellation Immortal Venerable had not even deduced when an intense feeling told her that things were going to turn bad. But as for what would turn bad and how, Star constellation Immortal Venerable did not know yet. Everything was waiting for her to continue deducing, or for the situation to continue developing. Among the venerables, Fang Yuan is in the worst situation. Why did he go to spectral heaven? Star constellation Immortal Venerable was confused. Spectral heaven had already become spectral soul demon venerable's territory. Other Gu immortals entered and left spectral heaven, but spectral soul demon venerable did not make a move. But what if a venerable like Fang Yuan went to spectral heaven? This was like a mountain with a tiger. Normally, when small animals stepped on it, the tiger would not move. However, if another ferocious tiger entered the mountain peak, it would definitely arouse the vigilance of the original ferocious tiger, and a battle might even break out. Would spectral soul demon venerable make a move against Fang Yuan? The answer to this question was related to the hearts of the two venerables. They activated investigative killer moves and paid close attention to spectral soul demon venerable's movements. The two venerables were shaken. At the same time, they thought of a possibility. Did Fang Yuan have a way to deal with spectral soul demon venerable? That was why he had the confidence to enter spectral heaven? But why did he suddenly enter spectral heaven? The same question appeared in front of star constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal. Giant Sun Immortal's first thought was, has Fang Yuan already quelled the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's internal problems and started annexing variant human grotto heavens? Star constellation Immortal Venerable's heart jumped. She had a bad feeling. Does Fang Yuan already know about the Heavenly Path Dream Realm? In the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, he killed Paradise Earth and obtained the truthful floating ice left behind by Limitless Demon Venerable. Fang Yuan did not conceal his movements. After entering spectral heaven, he went straight for the Heavenly Path Dream Realm. Soon, he arrived at the Heavenly Path Dream Realm. After sensing this, Giant Sun Immortal's heart shook. This is a dream realm? The dream realm that is most similar to the description in The Legends of Renzu has appeared. So Fang Yuan's target is them. Star constellation Immortal Venerable frowned slightly. Fang Yuan had heaven path cultivation level and was also the #1 person in the world in dream path attainment. The Heavenly Path Dream Realm was too helpful to Fang Yuan. I cannot let Fang Yuan succeed. Star constellation Immortal Venerable thought of this and immediately contacted Giant Sun Immortal. Giant Sun Immortal realized that these were all Heavenly Path Dream Realms. On one hand, he agreed to cooperate with Star constellation Immortal Venerable to suppress Fang Yuan and prevent him from obtaining these Heavenly Path Dream Realms. On the other hand, he was thinking, was this real or fake? This was the first time Giant Sun Immortal learned of the existence of Heavenly Path Dream Realms. But he was clear, I already have a rank 9 Gu, even though it is light Gu, it is damaged and useless for now. But this is enough for Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Heaven Refining Demon Venerable to work together against me. So in this situation, are the two of them working together to plot against me? Undeniably, this was very likely. Fang Yuan looked at the Heavenly Path Dream Realm in front of him and used Dream Butterfly Immortal Gu to enter. Dream Butterfly Immortal Gu was an investigative Gu. Soon, Fang Yuan learned of the situation in the Heavenly Path Dream Realm. His heart burned with passion. The Heavenly Path has to pay a huge price to create these Heavenly Path Dream Realms. They need to pay the true meaning. That is to say, if I obtain these dream realms and absorb their true meaning, I will obtain them. The parts that the Heavenly Path loses will be obtained by me. My attainment level in Heaven Path is even higher than the Heavenly Path. Of course, this could not be considered a Heaven Path Supreme Grandmaster, because in the current Heaven Path attainment level, there were too many things that Fang Yuan could not comprehend. Fang Yuan, how have you been? Just as he was thinking, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable arrived. It is easy to do things in the dark, but hard to do things in the open. Giant Sun Immortal should be here soon. Fang Yuan thought of this and smiled at Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, saying, Star Constellation, I must obtain these dream realms. If you do not retreat, leave your life behind. Chapter 23:41. You want me to leave my life behind? It is rare to see such hospitality from Feng Yuan. Star constellation Immortal Venerable smiled at Feng Yuan's threat, but her heart shook slightly. Star constellation Immortal Venerable and Feng Yuan had fought several times, but it was rare to see Feng Yuan so unyielding. This showed how much Feng Yuan was determined to obtain these Heaven Path Dream Realms. Precisely so, Star constellation Immortal Venerable wanted to stop Feng Yuan. It has been a long time since we last fought. Feng Yuan must have improved a lot. Star constellation Immortal Venerable said, her long hair fluttering in the air. Her long hair was black like the night sky, but countless starlight specks flickered between her hair. It was like a condensed Milky Way. It was dazzling and could not be ignored. Ding ding ding, countless starlight specks flowed out of her hair, converging into a starlight current. This current was made up of countless starlight fragments. As they surged, they collided with each other and gave off a crisp sound. Feng Yuan's brows furrowed. He had never seen this move before. He pointed his finger and used a method called 7 Kills Rainbow. At once, metal paths yellow light, wood paths jade light, water paths light blue light, fire paths red light, earth paths brown light, wind paths green light, and lightning paths dark blue light fused together, turning into a huge spiral light pillar that crashed into the starlight current. Rumble! The two collided, creating a loud sound that shook heaven and earth. Next, the sound of countless starlight fragments colliding filled everyone's ears. Feng Yuan's 7 Kills Rainbow pierced through the starlight fragments and flew up like a mixed-colored dragon, attacking Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable smiled lightly. She moved like the wind as she retreated to a certain distance. The more Feng Yuan's 7 Kills Rainbow entered the starlight, the weaker its momentum became. At first, it had an unstoppable penetrating force, but soon, it was surrounded by countless starlight fragments and weakened. Eventually, the light pillar became thinner and thinner. By the time it reached Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, it was only smoke. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had a smile on her face as she watched the 7 Kills Rainbow dissipate like smoke. Feng Yuan frowned slightly as he stared at the scattered stardust on the battlefield. Each of these star fragments was extremely small. They were not true star fragments, but formed by killer moves. Originally, the stardust shone with a faint blue light and converged into one, turning into a deep blue torrent. But now, these star fragments had dispersed and absorbed Feng Yuan's 7 Kills Rainbow. The surrounding surface was stained with golden, emerald, light blue, scarlet, dark brown, and so on. The entire battlefield was covered in colors, and the scene was dazzling and resplendent. However, Feng Yuan sensed a strong sense of danger from this beautiful scenery. He continued to use killer moves to test them, but the result was the same. The killer moves did not show their might for long before their power plummeted and were absorbed by countless star fragments. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable activated her method again. From time to time, she flicked her fingers, and from time to time, her fingers danced in the air. Along with her movements, streaks of starlight Dao marks lit up on the battlefield. The scale of these starlight Dao marks expanded rapidly and connected with each other. In just a dozen or so breaths of time, the incomplete form of a battlefield killer move was created. But how could Feng Yuan let Star Constellation Immortal Venerable succeed so easily? Once the battlefield killer move was created, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would immediately gain a huge territorial advantage. Feng Yuan immediately tried to obstruct her, but the effect was minimal. These star fragments protected the Dao marks. Even if Feng Yuan destroyed them, these Dao marks would break into countless star fragments and replenish them. I still have to thank Feng Yuan. Without permanence Gu, these two moves would not exist. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable said. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's two moves were unheard of by Feng Yuan. They were truly extraordinary when used together. Feng Yuan saw that he could not break them directly. He had a thought and decisively stopped probing. using another killer move. At the next moment, 5 colored lights shone around him. They were Southern Restriction Purple-Black Miasma Light Chi, Central Restriction White-Gold Holy Light Chi, Northern Restriction Jade Licorice Light Chi, Western Restriction Scarlet Raging Flames Light Chi, and Eastern Restriction Azure Water Blue Light Chi. The 5 colored lights were connected as one, but they were also distinct. They quickly spread and dyed the battlefield, enveloping Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's incomplete battlefield killer move as well as countless star fragments. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable nodded slightly, showing an expression of praise. Be it the previous 7 killings Rainbow or the current 5 restriction Profound Light Chi, they were both modified by Feng Yuan. If it were the original version, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would immediately use a method to break it and cause Feng Yuan to suffer a backlash. The previous 7 killings Rainbow Killer move was also ordinary in terms of modification. In just this short period of time, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had already understood it. As long as she had some time, she would be able to deduce a method to break it directly. However, the 5 restriction Profound Light Chi's killer move had been modified very well. Other than the killer move's power being increased, the speed at which it was unleashed had also become much faster. This modification clearly surpassed 7 killings Rainbow. It showed Feng Yuan's effort in this. He must have invested a lot of time and effort into this. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable thought. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable started to suffer a backlash. She did not have the sovereign immortal body, she had conflicting Dao marks. When she fought in this 5-colored Profound Light Chi, the stronger the killer move she used, the greater the backlash she suffered. However, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was the #1 wisdom path expert in history. Since 5 restriction Profound Light Chi was exposed, how could she not have any countermeasures? During this period of time, she had thought of at least 3 methods to deal with every method that Feng Yuan exposed. Thus, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable chose the simplest method. She opened her immortal aperture's entrance slightly and let out countless star beasts. These star beasts were as large as white whales, some were as small as mosquitoes, some had sharp horns, some were soft and curved. In short, they had all kinds of shapes and sizes. But without exception, these star beasts were at least immemorial desolate beasts. Among them, there were leaders whose auras were clearly stronger than the others. Their eyes flickered with intelligence. The star beasts charged into 5 restriction Profound Light Chi without any obstruction. It turned out that the killer move 5 restriction Profound Light Chi originated from Tao Zhu. He had created it by imitating the 5 regional walls. The 5 regional walls could obstruct the living beings of the 5 regions, but they did not have much effect on creatures of the 2 heavens. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had specially nurtured these star path beasts. They were all from the 2 heavens. They were not suppressed by 5 restriction Profound Light Chi. The star beasts attacked in groups. They were ferocious and surging like a tidal wave. Feng Yuan activated killer moves, slaughtering groups after groups. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable continued to increase her forces. The number of star beasts was still increasing slowly. Especially the star beast leaders, they had immortal apertures with goo worms in their bodies. Their intelligence was not inferior to humans. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable seems to be able to nurture legendary immemorial beasts on a large scale? Feng Yuan's heart shook. But thinking about it, he understood. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable is the #1 wisdom path immortal. She is most proficient in enlightening star beasts and giving them wisdom. Actually, it was not just Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Thinking about the countless variant goo immortals in Kray's Demon Cave, they were all created by Limitless Demon Venerable from mountains, rocks, wind, and fire. In a way, in terms of enlightening legendary immemorial desolate beasts, Limitless Demon Venerable's achievements were even more shocking than Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. In order to nurture so many star beasts, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had to expend a vast amount of star path resources. The fusion of the 2 heavens not only gave me a vast amount of heaven path immortal materials, it also gave her a vast amount of star path resources. Not only did she create the star path calculation formation, she also nurtured so many star beasts. Feng Yuan speculated about star constellation Immortal Venerable's foundation. The truth was, star constellation Immortal Venerable had expended a huge amount of resources to nurture so many star beasts. Not just the gains from the fusion of the two heavens, but also the star path resources in Celestial Court's treasury. Seeing that the star beasts were charging towards them, Feng Yuan maintained 5 restriction Profound Light Qi while activating Sword Tongue Dragon Soul. Countless dragon souls danced and sword qi spread, but they could not match the star beasts in the sky. They only managed to slow down the star beast army's attacks slightly. When these star beasts were injured, the surrounding star fragments would fill their wounds and heal them quickly. If the star beasts were heavily injured and reached their limits, they would die and turn into countless star fragments. In a certain area, the star fragments would become denser, and when they reached a certain level, they would easily form star path Dao marks. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's 3 moves were interconnected. One would weaken while the other would strengthen. They were closely linked and coordinated. Feng Yuan's situation became more difficult. It seems that this is another combat system of star constellation Immortal Venerable. Feng Yuan sensed this. His thoughts moved rapidly. This battle with star constellation Immortal Venerable was different from the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. It was also different from the battle for rank 9 Light Gu. The battle in Crazed Demon Cave was about seizing the primordial domain and the Crazed Demon formation. It was about making use of the situation and maneuvering around. It focused on information, the will of the people, and the competition of forces. The battle for rank 9 Light Gu focused on pursuit. It focused on speed, timing, offense, and defense. This time, if Feng Yuan wanted to seize the Heaven Path Dream Realm, he had to occupy this battlefield and have the terrain advantage. Great minds think alike. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was the same. Be it Feng Yuan's 5 restriction Profound Light Qi or star constellation Immortal Venerable's mysterious incomplete star fragment battlefield, they were both targeting this. The moment star constellation Immortal Venerable fought, she directly used a new combat system, causing Feng Yuan's 5 restriction Profound Light Qi and other methods to be ineffective. Feng Yuan was wise and decisive. Seeing that the situation was bad, he immediately stopped all his offensive methods and only used defense to protect himself. Star constellation Immortal Venerable saw this and waved her sleeves. All the star beasts charged forward. Feng Yuan could only dodge while preparing his killer move. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's eyes shined with starlight. She suddenly took out a lantern-like secluded domain of heaven and earth. It was her mental state. She used her mental state to aim at Feng Yuan's direction and shook it lightly. Feng Yuan's mind was filled with countless emotions. They assaulted his body and mind. But Feng Yuan was prepared. He activated more than one defensive killer move. Among them was the killer move Calm and Collected. This move had been used in Crazed Demon Cave. It was modified now. It quickly suppressed and destroyed Feng Yuan's emotions. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's interference failed. Feng Yuan stabilized his footing and prepared successfully. He opened his mouth slightly. A faint smoke came out of his mouth and ears. The smoke was pink. It gathered above Feng Yuan's head, turning into the exquisite appearance of Dang Hun Mountain. At the next moment, the killer move erupted with power. Mini Dang Hun Mountain above Feng Yuan's head shook intensely. Ding, ding, ding. It was like the sound of crystals colliding. It was so clear that it was piercing to the ears. The pink sound wave could be seen with the naked eye. Wherever it went, star beasts howled and froze on the spot before collapsing. The battlefield was originally filled with star beasts, but now, a large area was cleared. Even the stronger leader star beasts could not resist it. They fell to the pink sound wave. Not just that, even the star fragments in the sky broke apart, vanishing completely. The surrounding star path Dao marks broke one after another, drowning in the pink sound wave. Immortal Killer Move, Year Shocking Dream Wave Soul Sound. This move's power swept through the battlefield, easily changing the situation. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's expression changed. Fu Pin Chinese language. Chapter 2342. This time shocking dreams, soul sound, this was a combination killer move. It used rank 8 rule path Gu, rank 8 wisdom path great shock Gu, rank 8 time path year Gu, rank 7 dream armor Gu, rank 8 water path great wave Gu, rank 8 bell tone Gu, and the core was the secluded domain of heaven and earth, Dang Hun Mountain. Precisely because the core was the secluded domain of heaven and earth, Dang Hun Mountain, it was comparable to a rank 9 killer move, with the amplification of Feng Yuan's Dao marks of corresponding paths. Its power was earth-shattering. With this move, Feng Yuan immediately broke through star constellation Immortal Venerable's 3 consecutive moves. He swept away the disadvantage and regained his might. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's expression changed. Thoughts moved rapidly in her mind as she tried to analyze this move. This move seems to be Feng Yuan's trump card, the source of his confidence in fighting me. Roughly speaking, this move encompasses rule path, wisdom path, time path, dream path, water path, soul path, and sound path. It's truly difficult to resist all of them. Wisdom path was easy, but dream path was difficult. Even though the relevant immortal Gu was only rank 7 dream armor Gu, star constellation Immortal Venerable could not resist it effectively. Feng Yuan had an advantage in the dream path. He was the number 1 person in the world. The greatest source of this move's power is still Dang Hun Mountain. I wonder how much time and effort Feng Yuan spent to deduce this move? Star constellation Immortal Venerable calculated in her mind. She could not help but feel helpless. The new combat system that she had painstakingly designed was broken by Feng Yuan just like that. No matter how exquisite the combination of the 3 moves was, Feng Yuan's year-shocking dream wave soul sound was extremely domineering. It swept through the battlefield with invincibility. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was more concerned about the time and effort she used to deduce these 3 moves compared to Feng Yuan's effort to deduce the killer move year-shocking dream wave sound. It would be better if she spent less time and energy on it. If she gave up more, it would be a loss that outweighed the gain. The outcome of the battle between Venerable Ones also signified the level of the Venerable One's cultivation and management skills. Star constellation Immortal Venerable calculated in her mind. She felt that if Feng Yuan paid less than her, the possibility of that happening was quite low. However, that was not the case. The main source of this killer move, year-shocking dream wave soul sound, came from nature. In the remote antiquity era, there was an immemorial desolate beast called the frightening year beast. Wherever it went, frightening year Gu would fly away. Now, it was already extinct. Dream waves were a kind of phenomenon. In Feng Yuan's previous life, when dreams appeared on a large scale, dream waves would form. Dang Hun Mountain didn't need to be mentioned. The soul sound withered flower tree was also a rare ancient desolate plant that was already extinct. It could use wood path resources as nourishment to send out soul sounds that affected the souls of the surrounding living beings. These phenomena and innate instincts were things that naturally existed in the world. After Feng Yuan stole the heavenly secrets, it became an important reference. Creating compound killer moves was actually much easier than creating killer moves of a single path. Especially when Feng Yuan had rank 8 wisdom Gu. He could always provide him with the most accurate inspiration. He did not have to waste time on the wrong path. This year-shocking dream wave soul sound was only a quasi-rank 9 killer move in essence, because it did not contain a rank 9 immortal Gu, only the secluded domain of heaven and earth, Dang Hun Mountain. Thus, the rank 8 wisdom Gu was very helpful to the deduction of this move. Star constellation Immortal Venerable. Can you deal with this move? Feng Yuan smiled as he got closer to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had no choice but to retreat, maintaining her distance from Feng Yuan. A combat system was very difficult to construct. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's painstaking combination of 3 moves was very exquisite. It was already the prototype of a combat system. But after being broken by Feng Yuan's unreasonable move, the combination of 3 moves became a joke. Of course, this did not mean that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's efforts were in vain. Maybe in the future, when she obtained rank 9 Star Path Immortal Gu, her power would rise sharply and she would be able to resist Fang Yuan's combination killer move. Thus, the foundation of a combat system was still Immortal Gu. When Venerables fought, they had to compete with rank 9 Immortal Gu. Without rank 9 Immortal Gu, they would have to compete with secluded domains of heaven and earth. In this aspect, Giant Sun Immortal had the incomplete Blood Sea, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had Book Mountain, Mental Realm, and Door of Life and Death, while Fang Yuan had Dang Hun Mountain, Luopa Valley, City Well, Reverse Flow River, Hu Land, Refinement Sea, Human Sea, and the incomplete Qian Kun Crystal Wall. Only with a solid foundation, after fighting to a stalemate, would the combat system be the key to victory. Fang Yuan, you have incredible talent indeed, your talent is shocking. This move has great power, it is also mysterious and mystical, it is hard to defend against. But I have a move here, please take a look. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable said as she shook the mental realm in her hand. Fang Yuan showed a vigilant expression as he activated Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Reverse Flow River had already been repaired, Reverse Flow Protection Seal had been modified. Originally, after the killer move was activated, it turned into a snowy robe with large sleeves, there were ripples on the surface of the robe, it was the scene of Reverse Flow River flowing slowly. The surface of the snowy robe was covered in mist. There was also a rainbow light, it was pure blue and curved like a ribbon, it coiled around Fang Yuan's arm, nape, and waist. Now, other than that, Fang Yuan's handsome face was covered with a layer of translucent veil, causing half of his beautiful face to be faintly discernible, and accentuate that pair of beautiful eyes that were not covered, giving off a mysterious and unparalleled charm. The lantern-like mental realm shook slightly. In an instant, the surrounding battlefield turned darker. The mental realm seemed to have become the only source of light, it had a mystical suction force. This move had a huge range, Fang Yuan was directly hit, the emotions accumulated in his heart were extracted by the mental realm and absorbed. Fang Yuan immediately activated Calm Killer move, but he could not stop this process. He used other methods but could not stop it, his expression changed. Because it was only extracting emotions at first, but gradually, along with the extraction of emotions, Fang Yuan's Wisdom Path Dao marks were also extracted. Wisdom Path cultivation had three main elements: thoughts, wills, and emotions. Emotions were related to Wisdom Path Dao marks to begin with. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's move was very powerful. Other than extracting emotions, it could also extract Wisdom Path Dao marks, weakening the opponent's Wisdom Path foundation. My emotions are extracted, they will form a blank space. If Star Constellation Immortal Venerable extracts my emotions, it will be very easy. Fang Yuan had a bad feeling. During the entire process, his Reverse Flow Protection Seal did not react. Clearly, this extraction was very subtle, it could not be considered an attack, it could not trigger Reverse Flow Protection Seal's counterattack. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable probably thought of this move to deal with Reverse Flow Protection Seal. She succeeded. Fang Yuan's previous efforts in modifying Reverse Flow Protection Seal were all for naught. In just a few breaths of time, Fang Yuan had already lost 100 Wisdom Path Dao marks. He activated defensive methods like Dream Armor Gu, but they had no effect. The core of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's move was her mental state. It was a quasi-rank 9 killer move, and with the amplification of her Wisdom Path Dao marks, its power was terrifying. Dream Armor Gu's methods were still too weak, they could not resist it. Reverse Flow Protection Seal's level was high enough, it had enough power, but it could not be triggered. Fang Yuan had a choice, that was to continue using this shocking Dream Wave Soul Sound Killer move to fight attack with attack. But he thought about it and found it difficult. His original plan was not to engage in an intense battle with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. This was a situation where both sides were heavily injured, it was most beneficial to Giant Sun Immortal. Moreover, Fang Yuan did not want to fight Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, his main goal was the Heaven Path Dream Realm. Thoughts collided in Fang Yuan's mind. After a few flashes of thought, he made up his mind and secretly used Heaven Path Killer move Heavenly Web. This move was supposed to form a pure white net around the Gu Immortal to block attacks. But now, it had turned into a pure white light and entered the dense fishnet formed by obscured heavenly secret. Thus, the dense net had the power of both heavenly web and obscured heavenly secret. Heavenly Web Gu was a rank 9 immortal Gu. The defensive ability of Heavenly Web was superior to Mental State Killer move to begin with. Heaven's Web was flawless. It blocked the flow of Fang Yuan's emotions. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable gasped in shock. And even more amazing was that Fang Yuan did not expose his rank 9 immortal Gu aura. Because the two moves merged into one, they were concealed by obscured heavenly secret. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was worthy of her reputation. After a few rounds of fighting, she forced Fang Yuan to use rank 9 Heavenly Web Gu. Because of this, obscured heavenly secret had to bear a huge burden. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's mood was even heavier. She could not resist Fang Yuan's shocking dream turbulent soul sound, but Fang Yuan resisted her Mental State Killer move. That was to say, she could not even use the tactic of using offense against offense. Does Fang Yuan have wisdom path methods that are not weaker than mine? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not help but suspect. Fang Yuan thus gained the upper hand. He finally had time to attack the Heaven Path Dream Realms. He did not make things difficult for Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. He only resisted her and used his methods on those Heaven Path Dream Realms from afar. The first method was pure Dream Reality Seeker transformation, of course. But ordinary dream realms could be turned into pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies by this move. But the Heaven Path Dream Realms had no effect. Not just that, they were enraged by Fang Yuan. The Heaven Path Dream Realms turned into a wave of attacks that pressed down on Fang Yuan. These Heaven Path Dream Realms are filled with providence, while the pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies condense dream realms, using human will as the core to form the human body. Unless I use a method to get rid of all of the providence in the dream realms. After knowing this, Fang Yuan used Heaven's Will Dissipation Killer move. He had used this move many times against dream realms. It was very effective. But now, even though this move was effective, the side effect was even greater. Fang Yuan looked at the Heaven Path Dream Realms that were hit and shrank. He felt a heartache. It seems that my Heaven's Will Dissipation Killer move can be used against ordinary dream realms, but it is very crude against Heaven Path Dream Realms. Not only did it weaken providence, it also got rid of the true meaning in the dream realms. Fang Yuan did not gain nothing. After this attempt, he understood that providence and Heaven Path true meaning were intertwined in Heaven Path Dream Realms. They were hard to differentiate. His wisdom path methods were too crude. He could not differentiate the two accurately. He could not deal with providence alone. But Fang Yuan still had a way to deal with it. At the next moment, he sent out his Dream Path clone Meng Qiuzhen to protect him as he was swallowed by the Heaven Path Dream Realm. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sighed. She was somewhat anxious. Fang Yuan's strength was exposed. She was very surprised. He actually started to absorb the Heaven Path Dream Realms right under her nose. Giant Sun, are you going to watch as Heaven Refining Demon Venerable absorbs these Heaven Path Dream Realms and gets stronger? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable contacted Giant Sunday. Of course not. At the next moment, Giant Sun Immortal appeared. P.S. Venerable Goob reached the 100 Alliance stage a few days ago. This is a very rare achievement. Here, I would like to thank all of you for your support and love. Thinking about the difficult past of this book, I could not help but sigh. Originally, the 100 Alliance stage would add chapters every day, but in the last month, my grandmother passed away. It was a huge blow to me. I was immersed in a sea of sorrow. I was unable to extricate myself. From my personal experience, my grandmother was the most important person in my life. In a way, she was even more important than my parents. In the last month, I often cried silently. I was in so much pain that I could not concentrate on my writing, work, life, and many other matters. A few days ago, my grandmother held a funeral. When I went out and returned home, it was designed to be updated at a fixed time, so I could not add chapters in time. Today, I added chapters. I apologize to everyone. Please forgive me. Tomorrow, I will continue to add chapters for April. Chapter 2343. Ever since Feng Yuan ascended to spectral heaven, Giant Sun Immortal had been paying close attention to this place. When Feng Yuan and star constellation Immortal Venerable fought, Giant Sun Immortal was joyful at first. After all, the fight between two venerables was the most beneficial to him. But soon, he was worried that Feng Yuan would not be able to withstand star constellation Immortal Venerable's attacks and would lose too early. If Feng Yuan cannot hold on, I will help him. Giant Sun Immortal had already prepared to help Feng Yuan in secret. Of course he had good intentions. Firstly, Feng Yuan was too weak. It was not beneficial to Giant Sun Immortal. In Giant Sun Immortal's opinion, the Celestial Court was his greatest enemy. Secondly, Giant Sun Immortal wanted Feng Yuan and star constellation Immortal Venerable to continue fighting each other. So he wanted to help Feng Yuan and maintain the situation of the two venerables. It was most beneficial to him. After all, I have primeval chi seed. My immortal essence is greatly replenished. If I expend some of my immortal essence in a fight between venerables, it would be even more harmful to them. Giant Sun Immortal had such a thought at the time. This was not wrong. It was a wise decision. But he did not know the truth. He only knew the information he obtained from this perspective. But what he did not expect was that after star constellation Immortal Venerable and Feng Yuan fought, Feng Yuan actually gained the upper hand. This was out of his expectations. After all, in his impression, Feng Yuan was last in refining Dao marks. Even though he had potential, his immortal essence storage was last. How did he gain the upper hand? He even forced star constellation Immortal Venerable to ask for help from Giant Sun Immortal. However, Giant Sun Immortal had witnessed the entire process of the fight between the two venerables. He was not surprised after the initial shock. This time, the killer move Shocking Year Dream Wave Soul Sound left a deep impression on him. Feng Yuan used the secluded domain of Heaven and Earth Dang Hun Mountain as the core to create such a powerful killer move that swept away star constellation Immortal Venerable's incomplete combat system. It was logical that Feng Yuan could win. When the killer move Shocking Year Dream Wave Soul Sound showed off, Giant Sun Immortal was not too worried. He even let go of his worries and probed into Feng Yuan's background. The reason? Feng Yuan lacked immortal essence. He was ranked last in terms of refining natural Dao marks. What did he do with his remaining time? But now Giant Sun Immortal saw it. Oh, so it is used to deduce killer moves. Oh, so he was using secluded domain of Heaven and Earth as. He was even more assured that he could use the arcane realm of Heaven and Earth as the core. It seems that Feng Yuan does not have a rank 9 immortal Gu after all. He had to use a secluded domain of Heaven and Earth to create a quasi-rank 9 killer move. The Giant Sun Immortal couldn't help but feel envious. Feng Yuan had the most secluded domains of Heaven and Earth. Star constellation Immortal Venerable also had many, but Giant Sun Immortal had the least. He only had one, and it was only an incomplete blood sea. He also wanted a complete arcane realm of Heaven and Earth. Giant Sun Immortal watched from the side. When he saw Feng Yuan's Year Shocking Dream Wave Soul Sound gaining the upper hand, he felt reassured. However, when he saw that Feng Yuan actually resisted star constellation Immortal Venerable's mental state killer move, he could not sit still. Star constellation Immortal Venerable activated a wisdom path killer move with her mental state as the core. Giant Sun Immortal had already expected it. But he did not expect Feng Yuan to have defensive methods that could block star constellation Immortal Venerable's mental state killer move. Feng Yuan's reverse flow protection seal was already a huge headache for Giant Sun Immortal. He had spent a lot of effort to secretly deduce and modify luck path methods to deal with it. To think that Feng Yuan had other defensive methods that surpassed reverse flow protection seal. Feng Yuan's performance was out of Giant Sun Immortal's expectations again. This time, Giant Sun Immortal was wary. There was no helping it. Star constellation Immortal Venerable could not see through Feng Yuan's defensive methods. Giant Sun Immortal was the same. To think that Fang Yuan has such deep attainment in wisdom path. In such a short period of time, you were able to create, deduce, and modify so many killer moves. Giant Sun Immortal joined the battle, staring at Fang Yuan as he praised sincerely. This was nothing. Fang Yuan had Thieving Heaven's secret and wisdom goo. With the advantage of the sovereign immortal body, compound killer moves were easy to create. Individually, these advantages were so outstanding that venerable ones would be envious of them. Now that these advantages were stacked together, even Fang Yuan felt terrified. Things like this year's shocking dream wave soul sound, heavenly web retraction, and so on were only a portion of Fang Yuan's recent achievements. The reason why he chose them was because Fang Yuan felt that they were suitable for this situation. Fang Yuan had at least 10 killer moves of the same level as them. This showed the power of Thieving Heaven's secret. Of course, the rank 8 wisdom goo also provided a lot of help. Mainly because of these two, Fang Yuan was able to catch up in modifying killer moves. He had many trump cards in his hands. When he used them, he could even choose and think carefully. Of course, Fang Yuan did not show it on the surface. Facing Giant Sun Immortal, he frowned and snorted coldly, "I have to obtain the Heaven Path Dream Realm, you want to stop me? Between the Celestial Court and me, who is stronger, does Giant Sun Immortal not know?" Giant Sun Immortal looked at Fang Yuan's sharp gaze and calmed down, becoming a little complicated. In his mind, compared to the Celestial Court's star constellation Immortal Venerable, Fang Yuan was still weak. Why was that? Because Fang Yuan did not have enough immortal essence. He became a venerable in the shortest time. He did not even have a headquarters. During this period of time, how many natural refinement path Dao marks did he refine? It was very obvious. Thus, even though Fang Yuan was ferocious now, even suppressing star constellation Immortal Venerable, the truth was he was relying on the novelty and power of his killer moves. How much immortal essence did he have to sustain them? How could he fight a battle of attrition? In Giant Sun Immortal's view, Fang Yuan's situation was not optimistic. But even though Fang Yuan was weaker, Giant Sun Immortal still wanted to stop Fang Yuan. He stood on star constellation Immortal Venerable's side for now. Why? Because Fang Yuan wanted the Heaven Path Dream Realm. He could not do that. If so many Heaven Path Dream Realms were absorbed by Fang Yuan, he would definitely rise up. That would change the situation of the Venerables. This was something Giant Sun Immortal did not want to see. Giant Sun Immortal felt that the Celestial Court and star constellation Immortal Venerable were his greatest threats. He also wanted to stop the rise of Fang Yuan, the weakest Venerable with the greatest potential. Thus, he joined the battle. On the surface, he was helping star constellation Immortal Venerable, but in the dark, he was trying to make star constellation and Fang Yuan fight a battle of attrition. He wanted to maintain and expand his advantage over them. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's choice, from his point of view, was very rational. With his help, star constellation Immortal Venerable immediately changed the situation. She suppressed Fang Yuan instead. Remote Heaven Battlefield's environment was of no help to the three Venerables. Both sides relied on their foundation and strength. In this situation, Fang Yuan was clearly at a disadvantage. After all, he was fighting 1 against 2. Of course, this was under the condition that Fang Yuan held back most of his strength. He did not fight with his full strength. The battle of the three Venerables shook heaven and earth. The Gu Immortals of the 5 regions watched the battle nervously. Oh no, Lord Alliance Leader's situation is not good. Good, this demon Fang Yuan has such a day. To think that I, Giant Sun Immortal Ancestor, have allied with the Celestial Court. The Celestial Court did not find trouble with me, they are quite sensible. Working together, she can easily make Giant Sun Immortal help her. Star constellation Immortal Venerable is truly the #1 person in Wisdom Path. The rank 8 Gu Immortals had a clearer understanding of the situation. Seeing that Fang Yuan was suppressed and in a pathetic state, the Eastern Sea Immortals had grim expressions, while the Central Continent and Northern Plains Gu Immortals were overjoyed. They had high morale. Thunder rumbled, killer moves collided, causing countless specks of light to shine. Fang Yuan's situation was bad, but he was calm. Even though the two venerables worked together, they did not share the same path. They could only deal with Fang Yuan in a continuous battle. Moreover, the two venerables were wary of each other. If one wanted to set up a battlefield, the other would not allow it. Thus, without the threat of battlefield killer moves, Fang Yuan could choose whether to fight or retreat. It was still in his hands. And most importantly, Meng Qiuzhen had already entered deep into the Heaven Path Dream realm. He was advancing. Because the clone and the main body had the same attainment level, Fang Yuan could clearly sense that his Heaven Path attainment level was slowly rising. Thus, Fang Yuan only needed to maintain the situation. What was the use of having an advantage on the surface? It was reasonable to say that a man strives for a breath of air and a Buddha bears an incense stick. But Fang Yuan was already past the age of fighting for pride. He was more willing to fight for benefits. If honor and benefits went against each other, Fang Yuan would not hesitate to choose the latter. This was the current situation. He could be very domineering and suppress the two venerables. But he could not kill them, so what was the use? It would instead make them wary of him. The two venerables would work together even more closely. Wasn't this creating more trouble for himself? As for the morale of the 5 regions Gu immortals, Fang Yuan did not care about that. What was the use of that? Even if Fang Yuan lost today, the 5 regions Gu immortals could not defeat Fang Yuan. They still feared and respected Fang Yuan. As long as Fang Yuan did not die, who could Fang clan, the 2 Heavens Grotto Heavens variant humans, and Eastern Seas super forces rely on? They still had to follow Fang Yuan. It was just that he felt even more uneasy and worried about his future. But what did the worries of these minor characters have to do with Fang Yuan? Fang Yuan did not need to care about these things. No matter what, these minor characters were only resources and tools in Fang Yuan's eyes. The Gu cultivation world focused on experts. The true trend was the competition between venerables. Even if Fang Yuan lost, as long as Meng Qiuzhen gained something, he would be the biggest winner behind the scenes. It was a victory even if he lost. As for Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal, no matter how much they beat Fang Yuan up, as long as Fang Yuan was alive and absorbed the entire Heaven Path Dream realm, victory was no different from defeat. Fang Yuan knew this. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was also aware of this. Seeing that the two venerables could not force back Fang Yuan even after working together, he was still able to absorb the true meaning of the Heaven Path Dream realm. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was truly anxious. She transmitted to Giant Sun Immortal, Giant Sun, if this continues, Heaven Refining Demon Venerable will really succeed. What are you still holding back? Sukamejant Sun Immortal snorted coldly. Star Constellation, are you not holding back? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had a solemn expression. I will prepare a killer move to find Fang Yuan's Dream Path clone and try to get rid of him. Giant Sun Immortal looked at her deeply and nodded. Then I will break Fang Yuan's reverse flow protection seal and exert pressure on him. I will fight for an opportunity for you. Chapter 2344. Even though Giant Sun Immortal had joined the battle, he had been conserving his battle strength. He wanted to conserve his immortal essence and continue to hide his trump cards, so that Star Constellation and Fang Yuan could fight against each other. But even though Fang Yuan was in a sorry state and was at a disadvantage, he was actually benefiting continuously. Giant Sun Immortal could not stand it anymore. Giant Sun was an immortal venerable. He would not be easily deceived by the situation in front of him. Fang Yuan, take this. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable suddenly gave a low shout. He first used the move Flowing Waste Luck. Before using the move Accumulated Weight Return. Wasted Flowing Luck was activated very quickly. Fang Yuan could not dodge it at all. Because Giant Sun Immortal did not use this move against Fang Yuan, it was aimed at himself. Giant Sun Immortal's body was immediately shrouded in a thin golden fog. At the next moment, this golden fog mysteriously appeared on Fang Yuan's body. Fang Yuan was shocked, but he soon understood the profundity. It turned out that after Giant Sun Immortal and Fang Yuan fought, their luck became even more intertwined. It was as if they were building a bridge. forming a close connection. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable started from there. Following the clues and tracing back to the source, this lingering waste luck found its way to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had quite a bit of luck path attainment. He immediately saw through this layer. But at the same time, his luck path attainment was far inferior to Giant Sun Immortal. Even if he saw through this profundity, he could not block this move. Waste luck lingered around Fang Yuan's body as it continued to whittle away at his luck. Fang Yuan had reverse flow protection seal to begin with. At this moment, it activated and returned wasted flowing luck. Giant Sun Immortal saw this and was overjoyed instead. He used reverse flow protection seal to make this layer of backlash return to him through the luck of both sides. Next, the killer move accumulated weight reflected its effect, causing the golden fog around him to become denser. The golden mist, which had become denser, returned to Fang Yuan's body through the connection of providence. After being reflected by reverse flow protection seal, lingering wasted luck was amplified by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's accumulated gravity retraction killer move. It returned to Fang Yuan. After repeating this several times, the power of wasted luck killer move grew stronger and stronger. Fang Yuan immediately showed a solemn expression. Venerables could not be underestimated. Not only did Star Constellation Immortal Venerable think of a way to deal with reverse flow protection seal, Giant Sun Immortal also did the same. In comparison, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal. She was more thorough in her targeting. She prevented reverse flow protection seal from activating. As for the Giant Sun Immortal, he didn't target it thoroughly. He took a different approach and imitated the reverse current protection seal. If the countercurrent protection seal can reflect an attack, then the Giant Sun Immortal, will also reflect it. Through the combination of the two moves, Giant Sun Immortal gained the upper hand. Because the killer move wasted luck killer move was getting stronger, even if reverse flow protection seal could reflect it, the scale of reverse flow river was fixed. Before both sides reached their limits, Giant Sun Immortal achieved the tactical goal of using his immortal essence to exhaust Fang Yuan's reverse flow river. Reverse flow protection seal was indeed difficult to deal with. When Giant Sun Immortal fought Fang Yuan earlier, he used all sorts of attacks to attack reverse flow protection seal, causing reverse flow river to wear him down. Reverse flow protection seal was indeed hard to deal with. When Giant Sun Immortal Venerable fought Fang Yuan earlier, he used all sorts of attacks to attack reverse flow protection seal, causing reverse flow river to wear him down. Now, he was using the combination of waste luck and return from accumulated weight, which was much more effective than his previous direct attacks. Using immortal essence to exhaust secluded domains of heaven and earth was also a great advantage. After all, accumulating immortal essence was much easier and cheaper than restoring reverse flow river. Fang Yuan was shocked and furious. Giant Sun Immortal, I will definitely repay you for what you did today. Giant Sun Immortal looked at Fang Yuan and sighed internally. He felt that Fang Yuan was very unwise to fight for the Heaven Path Dream Realm. But Giant Sun Immortal thought about it and felt that it was understandable. After all, the Heaven Path Dream Realm is a crucial resource that can change the situation of the Venerables. If these Heaven Path Dream Realms were rank 9 Blood Path Immortal Gu, Blood Path or Luck Path secluded domains of heaven and earth, I might also be blinded by the benefits. It seems that Fang Yuan wants to develop in the Heaven Path aspect. Giant Sun Immortal used his hidden method to suppress Fang Yuan even more. On the other side, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable also prepared her move. She activated a move that shined with boundless blue light. The light shone on the dream realm. The Heaven Path Dream Realm suddenly went crazy. Its shape kept changing. It was like a ball of dough that was being kneaded continuously. Oh no. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable actually has a method to deal with dream realms. Fang Yuan saw this and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. Immediately, he cancelled reverse flow protection seal and only used obscured heavenly secret and heavenly web to endure Giant Sun Immortal's 2 attacks as he charged towards Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Back to when Fang Yuan's clone Meng Qiuzhen entered the Heaven Path Dream Realm, his vision changed. Next, he found that he had turned into a pink doll-like land spirit. Meng Qiuzhen was not surprised. He chuckled and started to use his abilities to modify and manage this blessed land in the dream. Different from Fairy Myrtle and Ying Wu Xie, Meng Qiuzhen came prepared. Since Fang Yuan took the initiative to attack, he had naturally made preparations in advance. Even though he could not use Thieving Heavenly Secret to investigate the details of the Heaven Path Dream Realm, he had a general understanding of the rules of the Dream Realm. Meng Qiuzhen tried for a while and found out the limits of his abilities. Immortal Killer Move, Butterfly Probing Heavenly Secret. This move used Dream Path Investigative Immortal Gu Dream Butterfly as the core and was modified from exposing Heavenly Secret. It could be used in Heaven Path Dream Realms to detect the calamities and tribulations that would appear in the Heaven Path Dream Realm. This move was one of Fang Yuan's preparations. After Meng Qiuzhen activated this move, he learned about the first earthly calamity. But he was not satisfied. He activated it twice and expended a lot of immortal essence to investigate the next two earthly calamities types and scales. This was different from exposing Heavenly Secret. Exposing Heavenly Secret could only detect what the next calamity or tribulation was, and the Gu cultivator could not undergo the next tribulation for too long. But Butterfly Probing Heavenly Secret could only detect 3 earthly calamities at most. Of course, this number depended on the killer move's power as well as the current scale of the Heaven Path Dream Realm. After doing all this, Meng Qiuzhen started to work on it. There was only a rocky ground in front of him. It was flat and had no signs of life. He mobilized the wind and clouds to form lightning bolts that bombarded the rocky ground. 30% of the rocky ground was blasted away, the rest was filled with cracks and ravines. Meng Qiuzhen stopped the lightning bolts and started to mobilize the Earth's power. The 30% of the rocky ground was no longer as compact as before. After a while, it started to tremble slightly. Next, the rocky ground started to tremble more intensely. Eventually, several earth trenches that reached deep into the ground were formed. After the earth trenches formed, Meng Qiuzhen mobilized the wind and clouds again, accumulating dark clouds. But this time, he did not ask for lightning bolts, he only focused on pouring rain. This blessed land in the Heaven Path Dream Realm had few water path Dao marks. It was not beneficial to Meng Qiuzhen's plan. But under Meng Qiuzhen's persistent efforts, the rain accumulated more and more, eventually overflowing the earth trenches and covering the rocky ground. After doing all this, Meng Qiuzhen calculated the time. He had already spent a lot of time. The first earthly calamity was approaching. He activated Creation Dream, creating countless hard rock spikes out of thin air. When he created almost all of the rocky ground with spikes, the first earthly calamity descended as expected. Desolate Beast Calamity. A 4-armed ape charged into the blessed land. It roared and chased after Meng Qiuzhen. Meng Qiuzhen was a land spirit, but he could not teleport. He was chased around by the 4-armed ape. Looking at the 4-armed ape chasing him and destroying countless spikes, Meng Qiuzhen did not show any fear. He smiled instead. Everything was going according to plan. After the 4-armed ape showed off its might for a while, it was covered in wounds and was bleeding profusely. This stimulated its ferocious nature. It became even more berserk. Its speed finally surpassed Meng Qiuzhen. Meng Qiuzhen was prepared. He did not run on the ground. He entered the underground trenches instead. He was small and nimble. Even though the 4-armed ape was agile, it was like an elephant. It was always blocked outside. Even when it extended its arms into the trenches, it could not catch Meng Qiuzhen. Meng Qiuzhen was even calmly experiencing the land spirit's ability. To be honest, this was a rare and precious experience. Gu immortals were not land spirits. Even though they were the owners of the immortal aperture, their control over their immortal aperture was far lower than land spirits and heavenly spirits. Like Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture, to understand the situation he had to use his divine sense to cover a certain area. Only then could he find out the situation. Land spirits and heavenly spirits were formed from the obsession of the Gu immortal after they died. They were formed by the combination of the heavenly power of the immortal aperture itself. From this, it could be seen that the land spirit and heavenly spirit were one with the immortal aperture. The Gu immortals' obsession gave them spirituality. Land spirits and heavenly spirits had deep understanding and control over the immortal aperture. If Feng Yuan wanted to know the number of Dao marks, he would need to use perceivable Dao immortal gu and other methods. However, it was much easier for the land spirits and sky spirits to understand. Just by observing it, it was like observing the texture of one's skin. One could know the number and distribution of Dao marks. After several days of chasing and escaping, Meng Qiuzhen did not have any injuries, but the four-armed ape was heavily injured. It died of exhaustion. After it died, Meng Qiuzhen used wind and rain to make its flesh rot. Its bones were smashed into pieces by the lightning bolts. Then he buried it, adding all of his strength path Dao marks into the blessed land. After doing all this, Meng Qiuzhen opened his small doll hand and picked up a small hard rock, crushing it with a squeeze. Meng Qiuzhen nodded with a joyful expression. Land spirit strength was closely related to the heavenly power of heaven and earth. But where was the foundation of the heavenly power? It was the Dao marks in the immortal aperture. After passing the desolate beast earthly calamity of the four-armed ape, the strength path Dao marks in the blessed land increased sharply. Meng Qiuzhen's strength increased greatly. Originally, he could not crush these rocks, but now he could. Crushing the rocks was just a small test. Next, Meng Qiuzhen used his strength to create waves on the water surface. Chapter 23:45. The waves continued to crash on the rocky ground, destroying all the rocks and earth spikes. The rocky earth trench was already submerged in water. The underwater force was surging and colliding continuously, widening the earth trench. Kacha, kacha, kacha sounds resounded throughout the blessed land. The originally intact stone ground, under the continuous flow of water, was being split apart. The scattered rocky ground formed 5 large rocky islands and dozens of small rocky islands. After this step was completed, Meng Qiuzhen let out a breath of air, feeling a sense of accomplishment. It was not easy to reach this step. Initially, this dream realm blessed land had the most earth path Dao marks. The remaining water path, wind path, lightning path, and other Dao marks were few. The difference between the former and latter was huge, causing the rocky ground to condense into one and be hard to split apart. The pros and cons of the rocky ground were obvious. It could produce stone materials and produce ores. It was good for the reproduction of rockmen, but it was not good for the growth of vegetation. The blessed land's terrain itself was not a bad thing. However, when Meng Qiuzhen investigated the 3 earthly calamities, he found that the first was the strength path calamity, the four-armed ape, the second was the fire path calamity, the third was the transformation path calamity, the flying fly tribulation. Meng Qiuzhen knew that this dream realm blessed land's calamities were not mainly earth path. Using earth path as the direction did not have much future. Meng Qiuzhen immediately decided to modify the terrain. After Gu masters advanced to immortal, very few would change the terrain of their immortal aperture first. This step was not easy. Thankfully, this was a dream realm, and Meng Qiuzhen had the power of an earth spirit. He first tried to break apart the intact rocky ground, but because he lacked strength path Dao marks, he could not do it fully. Next, he used a dream creation method to create earth spikes, using the earth trench's cave to kill the four-armed ape. This step was very difficult. Without the dream creation method, Meng Qiuzhen would not have earth spikes, and the four-armed ape would be able to last for a long time. He would have to wait until it starved to death, and the blessed land would slowly digest it before he could obtain strength path Dao marks. Using the earth spikes, Meng Qiuzhen quickly killed the four-armed ape. But because of conflicting Dao marks, the blessed land could only absorb most of the strength path Dao marks. Thankfully, this portion of strength path Dao marks was enough. Meng Qiuzhen successfully split the intact rocky ground. Next was the detailed work. Meng Qiuzhen chose a large island and started to crush the rocky ground around the island, forming large amounts of rubble. It was a tough job. It was better to first accumulate the thunderclouds and release the thunderbolts to bombard them. After the bombardment, he would use the strong winds and waves to wash them away. With the strength path Dao marks, the violent winds and waves were much stronger than before, but when used to crush rocks, the efficiency was not high. It took a lot of effort, but the results were not much. In fact, there were many good methods, such as using fire to roast the rock and then pouring water on it. That way, the hard rock would break into pieces more easily. But the Dream Realm Blessed Land did not have fire path Dao marks. This made Meng Qiuzhen very vexed. What he was doing now was like cutting a tree trunk with a knife. The tool was not the right one. After grinding like this for many days, there were crushed stones around the island. These crushed stones were ground by wind and water, becoming very small and smooth, like miniature pebbles. After completing the first island, Meng Qiuzhen went to the second island and continued his work. Between the islands was a sea of rainwater. To be honest, it couldn't be considered a sea. At most, it could be considered a large lake. Normally, Meng Qiuzhen could not be bothered to create waves. The water surface was as smooth as a mirror. Only when he crushed the rocks or walked on water would he take the initiative to stir up a storm. This Dream Realm Blessed Land did not have space path Dao marks. The space was not big. Meng Qiuzhen could not teleport as a land spirit. Time passed quickly as the small islands were remodeled. When Meng Qiuzhen finished remodeling all the large islands and 7 or 8 small islands, the fire path tribulation arrived. A torrential rain of fire rained down. Every drop of fire was the size of a wash basin. When the rain of fire rained down, there was a grand aura. Many of the fire rain smashed onto the stone islands, burning the stone ground or the crushed stones. Some of the small pebbles melted. The stones turned into lava that slowly but firmly flowed to the bottom of the water. Over time, the rocky island, which was originally tall and steep, quickly changed its landscape under the ravaging of the rain of fire. The surroundings of the stone island sank, the edges reached deep into the water, the middle was level with the water surface, while the back was slightly above the lake surface, forming a beach made of crushed stones. Most of the fire rain fell into the water. Water and fire stimulated each other to form a huge amount of water vapor. The water vapor flew up and gradually formed a thick layer of water clouds that covered the entire blessed land. Meng Qiuzhen hid underground. The earth path Dao marks were dense. He had the ability to escape underground as a land spirit. He allowed the fire rain to wreak havoc, occasionally taking care of the stone islands. The torrential fire rain tribulation lasted for a long time before dissipating. Meng Qiuzhen returned to the surface and immediately sensed that the air temperature had risen by several times. It was hot and humid. The entire sky above the blessed land was covered in thick clouds. Just now, there had been a huge rain of fire. It was as if someone had started a stove under the blanket. How could it not be hot? Meng Qiuzhen used wind power to blow away the clouds. It felt much better. But soon, water vapor started to gather in the sky again, forming thin clouds. After a period of time, it was likely that the thick clouds would form again. Meng Qiuzhen immediately understood. The fire path earthly calamity earlier brought about too many fire path Dao marks. He needed to restrain most of the fire path Dao marks. He could not let them interfere with the previous situation. If there were a large number of light path Dao marks, I could gather most of the fire path Dao marks and create an artificial sun in the sky of this blessed land. Meng Qiuzhen felt it was a pity. Even though this Dream Realm Blessed Land had light path Dao marks, they were few in scale. Thus, the blessed land had always been dark. Since the sun plan did not work, Meng Qiuzhen had other ideas. Immediately, he activated Create Dream Killer move. After more than 10 steps, he gathered a large number of fire path Dao marks at the base of the main island. The fire path Dao marks were restrained by the even denser earth path Dao marks, forming magma inside the main island. Outside the stone island, because the number of fire path Dao marks decreased, the temperature fell rapidly. There were only a few thin clouds floating in the sky. There were no longer any problems. Even though there is no artificial sun and there is no heat with magma, it is like geothermal heat. I can still use it. Meng Qiuzhen only needed to use the strength path Dao marks to erupt with firepower, turning the main island into an active volcano that would erupt with air currents and loud explosions, followed by magma and volcanic ash. At this moment, Meng Qiuzhen's heart shook. He had a realization. My blessed land has no chi path Dao marks or sound path Dao marks, but when a volcano erupts, air currents can erupt and thunder can erupt. Earlier, when the fire rain hit the water, it created a layer of water vapor. I do not have any cloud path Dao marks here. This is probably the source of the imitation of paths. Gu cultivators usually cultivated one path. After reaching a certain level, the Gu immortals' methods would be able to imitate the power of other paths, creating an overall balance. For example, would Path Killer Move Fleeting Bloom could imitate the power of Time Path. For example, Bai Xiang was an Ice and Snow Path Killer Move, but it had the power of Transformation Path. For example, Tossing Rock to Seek Path Killer Move was an Earth Path Killer Move, but it had the effect of Information Path. After comprehending this, a portion of the Dream Realm's true meaning was absorbed by him. Meng Qiuzhen's Heaven Path attainment level rose a little, his main body and other clones also advanced together. Meng Qiuzhen recalled himself and found that even though he became a land spirit, he could not completely control the Dao marks of every path. Even though the land spirit could control the heavenly power of heaven and earth, it was only a portion of the immortal aperture's foundation. For example, Meng Qiuzhen's painstaking effort to crush the rocks was essentially a lump of condensed earth path Dao marks, continuously scattering them. If Meng Qiuzhen had complete control over earth path Dao marks, he could turn the rocks into sand with just a thought and scatter them with the wind. The land spirit could control the heavenly power of heaven and earth, but it was only at the most superficial level. Moreover, he had to follow the rules. If he wanted to crush rocks, he had to use wind power, water power, and so on. Then how could he increase this level of usage? To be more specific, how could he turn a solid stone into flying sand? Meng Qiuzhen quickly thought of turning sand gu. This gu worm could turn soil and rocks into fine sand. He thought of all sorts of killer moves. There were fire path, water path, refinement path, and poison path. All of them could turn rocks into fine sand. At once, Meng Qiuzhen's perception of killer moves and gu worms was different. There were some things that he could not explain clearly. These things were accumulated in his mind. They were still far from the previous comprehension. Only by comprehending them completely could his heaven path attainment level rise. The heaven path dream realm was different from the previous dream realms. To absorb the true meaning of the heaven path dream realm, while developing the dream realm blessed land, one had to comprehend the true meaning of the operation of heaven and earth. This was difficult. The human path dream realm that Feng Yuan explored earlier, as long as he explored it to a certain extent, his attainment level would rise. The exploration of the heaven path dream realm was only to maintain close contact with the heaven path true meaning. To raise one's attainment level, one had to comprehend it. After all, this is a heaven path dream realm. It is separated from the human body. Meng Qiuzhen thought about it, when suddenly, the world turned upside down. The entire blessed land shook intensely, the lake water was overturned, the rock islands were flying and colliding. What's going on? Meng Qiuzhen's expression changed, the dream realm suddenly became chaotic, he felt a huge pressure. Meng Qiuzhen quickly activated dream armor to protect himself. Thankfully, the dream realm only lasted for a moment before it stopped. Meng Qiuzhen's face was pale, he was glad that he had dream armor gu and chose to explore the heaven path dream realm of a medium scale. He was not greedy. If not for that, he would have died in that calamity earlier. This is not a transformation of the heaven path dream realm, it is the power of the outside world. It is likely a venerable's doing. Meng Qiuzhen guessed in his mind. He looked at the chaotic scene of the blessed land and smiled bitterly. All the hard work he had put in previously had been for naught. If this happens a few more times, I won't be able to explore anymore. The calamity shell is getting stronger and stronger. I hope the main body can protect me. Chapter 2346. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's killer move was called Chaotic Will Scatter Dream. It was a wisdom path killer move, but a large number of dream path mortal gu were used to imitate the power of dream path. It could affect dream realms. Star constellation Immortal Venerable had deduced this move to deal with Feng Yuan's dream realm methods. Feng Yuan had once used pure dream reality seeker physique bodies to self-detonate and create dream realms to fight, but most methods in the world were ineffective against dream realms. Feng Yuan succeeded time and time again. Next, when Feng Yuan wanted to retract these dream realms, he would use pure dream reality seeker transformation to turn the dream realms into pure dream body clones and bring them away. But this situation did not hold true under the killer move Chaotic Will Scattering Dream. Chaotic Will Scatter Dream's dream path Mortal Goo was only a key. The true method was Wisdom Path. Star constellation Immortal Venerable used Wisdom Path methods to interfere with the wills and emotions contained in the dream realms, causing them to become chaotic. Be it the previous Human Path Dream Realm or the current Heaven Path Dream Realm, they both contained human will, human feelings, or providence. When these wills and emotions became chaotic, the dream realms, especially the orderly ones, would lose their order and become chaotic. Goo cultivators who explored the dream realms would suffer from this. They would be like fish that entered water but ended up burning. Once a pure dream reality seeker physique body was hit by this move, their stable human body would turn into a dream realm again. The human will, human feelings, and so on would be mixed with the dream realms. They would not be able to think clearly. For people like Meng Qiuzhen, whose body and soul were in the dream realm, as time passed, the chaotic dream realms would tear them to shreds. Thankfully, Feng Yuan's main body intercepted her in time. Star constellation Immortal Venerable had to stop this move. Meng Qiuzhen escaped danger. As for the hard work he had put into transforming the blessed dreamlands, it was already a minor detail. Star constellation Immortal Venerable retreated while avoiding Feng Yuan's attacks. She observed the Heaven Path Dream Realm. When she saw that the Heaven Path Dream Realm that devoured Meng Qiuzhen returned to normal without any other changes, she knew that Meng Qiuzhen was still alive. Star constellation Immortal Venerable sighed to herself. She deduced that this Chaotic Will Scatter dream was already the limit of her abilities. It was mainly the dream Tao that restricted her. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream path attainment level was almost blank. She did not have Immortal Goo and only used a large number of Dream Path Mortal Goo. He relied entirely on his terrifying Wisdom Path foundation to forcibly raise his killer move to rank 8. She wanted to do more, but she was powerless. Therefore, she could not rescue Fairy Myrtle and Ying Wu Xie, who were trapped in the Heavenly Axiom's dreamland. At most, she could use this technique to kill them. However, Fairy Myrtle needed a living soul clone, so killing him was pointless. She might be able to kill Meng Qiuzhen, but Chaotic Will Scattering Dream needed to be used continuously. If Feng Yuan interfered with her, Star constellation Immortal Venerable would suffer a backlash. It would be very dangerous. Feng Yuan's main body continued to attack. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's move made him nervous. He could only watch closely and try not to give Star constellation Immortal Venerable any more chances to activate it. The giant sun Immortal attacked furiously from the side. Feng Yuan's main focus was on Star constellation Immortal Venerable. Facing giant sun's attacks, he could only try to dodge. Giant Sun Immortal was aggressive and had rich battle experience. He did not let Feng Yuan succeed. Most of the attacks landed on Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan originally had Reverse Flow Protection Seal, but Giant Sun Immortal's lingering Luck Waste Killer move was too annoying. He cancelled this move and used Heavenly Web to block it. This was a true rank 9 killer move. After being amplified by Feng Yuan's Heaven Path Dao marks, Giant Sun Immortal's attacks were all ineffective. No matter how mystical or powerful Giant Sun Immortal's attacks were, they were like illusions when they hit Feng Yuan. They did not exist at all. What kind of defensive method is this? The more Giant Sun Immortal fought, the more shocked he became. Even his face was twitching. The tighter Feng Yuan's defenses were, the more Giant Sun Immortal wanted to see through him. But obscured Heavenly Secret and Heavenly Web were connected. Giant Sun Immortal's investigative methods were also defeated by obscured Heavenly Secret. Giant Sun Immortal could not see through it. Star Constellation Immortal was the same. The two venerables became more suspicious as they fought. Fang Yuan guarded against Star Constellation Immortal Venerable while transmitting his voice to Giant Sun Immortal, urging him to turn around and target Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. He emphasized the strength of the Celestial Court. He even promised that if Giant Sun Immortal chose to do so, Fang Yuan would develop more Blood Path Immortal goo and research results and trade them to Giant Sun Immortal. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable immediately felt better. Fang Yuan made such a huge concession, it was likely that he could not hold on for much longer. But his attacks became stronger. He transmitted, "Fang Yuan, you are too humble, you are probably the strongest of the three venerables. Let's not talk about anything else. Just this defensive technique of yours is something we can't even imagine." Fang Yuan quickly said, "This is a killer move that uses the secluded domain of heaven and earth, Citywell as the core. Giant Sun does not have any rank 9 killer moves now. How can you break it? Since you can't, why make things difficult for me and let Star Constellation Immortal Venerable gain the most benefits?" Giant Sun Immortal slowed down his attacks. But he was thinking, Fang Yuan is trying his best to persuade me, he is trying to be humble, but I am afraid he is really at his limit. He has the least immortal essence. These killer moves are very powerful. How can he not expend immortal essence? I need to slow down my attacks and let him take a breather. I need to maintain the current situation and let him exhaust Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. As for Heaven Path Dream Realms, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable almost succeeded earlier. How can Fang Yuan obtain so many Heaven Path Dream Realms in such a short period of time? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable saw that Giant Sun Immortal slowed down his attacks and felt something amiss. She scolded Giant Sun for his craftiness. She transmitted to Giant Sun Immortal. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable told Giant Sun that attainment levels were the hardest to raise. Since Fang Yuan wanted to develop in Heaven Path, these Heaven Path attainment levels would be of great help to him. How can we let him achieve his goal? Giant Sun Immortal said perfunctorily. The three venerables were in a deadlock for a while. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable continued to persuade, finally saying, "Giant Sun, look at Heaven Refining Demon Venerable. He has many disadvantages now, but he is already at a draw with us. If he has enough immortal essence in the future, what will happen?" Giant Sun Immortal sighed, replying, "I agree with Star Constellation's words." Saying so, he sighed again. He wanted to say something but stopped. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's eyelids twitched. She knew that if she wanted Giant Sun Immortal to make a move, she needed to show some benefits. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not hesitate. She immediately used Jewel Yellow Skies to transact many of her Blood Path research results to Giant Sun Immortal. Giant Sun Immortal obtained the benefits. He put in more effort to attack Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan sighed to himself. He knew that the strength he displayed was already close to the two venerables' limit. If he exceeded it, the two venerables' cooperation would become even stronger. The losses would outweigh the gains. Immediately, Fang Yuan shouted, "You forced me to do this." Before he finished speaking, he activated a killer move, turning into a spiral rainbow that pierced through the battlefield. The two venerables were stunned. Their expressions changed as they understood Fang Yuan's sinister intentions. They quickly blocked the spiral rainbow. The two venerables lacked tacit understanding. They attacked at the same time, releasing Fang Yuan's space. Fang Yuan was not affected by the enemy's attacks. He immediately retreated. After pulling some distance from the two venerables, he activated his killer move again and flew out of the battlefield. The two venerables had no choice but to block him. This time, they communicated using voice transmissions. They did not show any openings like before. But this way, Fang Yuan had the initiative instead. The two venerables could not help but feel frustrated, because Fang Yuan's attacks were targeted at Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Right now, the three venerables were fighting, but Spectral Soul Demon Venerable did not go berserk. It was a good thing for Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Fang Yuan had sinister intentions. He wanted to anger this venerable and lure him over, creating a chaotic scene that would allow him to take advantage of the situation. This battle continued for a while. The two venerables would definitely lose if they defended for too long. Eventually, Fang Yuan managed to hit Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's consciousness had dissipated. He was more like a soul beast than a venerable. After being provoked, he immediately charged towards the battlefield of the three venerables. Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had no choice but to fight. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable did not care who they were. As long as they were in front of him, he would take care of them. During this period of time, his strength had risen greatly. He was no longer in his weakened state. The three venerables fought Spectral Soul even more carefully than before. Spectral Soul's moves were vast and fierce. He even used killer moves from time to time. The three venerables did not want to provoke this lunatic. They had to fight each other again. The battlefield was chaotic. The chaotic battlefield was most beneficial to Fang Yuan. He finally had time to rest. If the situation had continued, his obscured heaven secrets wouldn't have been able to hold out. Immediately, taking advantage of the chaos, Fang Yuan secretly activated two obscured heavenly secret killer moves. His aura was concealed as he replenished himself. With Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's plan, she finally grasped the opportunity to lure Spectral Soul Demon Venerable into the group of Heaven Path Dream Realms. But the Heavenly Path Dream Realm did not clash with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's plan failed. The four Venerables entered the Heaven Path Dream Realm group. As long as it did not involve Dream Path, the Venerable killer moves could not harm the Heaven Path Dream Realm. The Heaven Path Dream Realms did not attack Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. They attacked the other three venerables. Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable worked together to deal with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan wanted to attack Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and exert pressure to prevent her from harming his clone, Meng Qiuzhen. As for Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, no matter who he was, he had to be killed. The Heavenly Dao Dreamland was no exception. It was just that his attacks were ineffective. After this chaotic scene lasted for several minutes, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable gradually gained the upper hand. She was a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal. She was skilled in scheming. The chaotic scene meant that she had to make more calculations. As she got used to it and understood the relationship between them, she could make use of the surrounding environment and become more composed. After realizing that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was using the surrounding Heavenly Dao Dreamlands, Giant Sun Immortal, or Spectral Soul Demon Venerable to block him, Fang Yuan knew that it was time to use another trump card. Immortal Killer Move, Heavenly Ghost Concealment. At the next moment, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable ignored Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan passed through Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's countless arms openly, quickly arriving in front of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. This ruthless killer move caused Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, who was caught off guard, to suffer a loss. Fang Yuan, well done, Fang Yuan, so that's it? Chapter 2347. Among the many modified killer moves, Heavenly Ghost Concealment was the first to be completed. Ever since the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Fang Yuan's Ghostly Concealment killer move was countered. Fang Yuan had the idea of modifying Ghostly Concealment. After that, Fang Yuan's Heaven Path attainment level rose rapidly, and with the killer move Thieving Heaven Secret, he modified Ghostly Concealment into Heavenly Ghost Concealment. Ghostly Concealment was rank 9 to begin with. It had not been modified much. But after adding in the Heaven Path Goo Worms, the method to deal with Ghostly Concealment immediately became ineffective. At this moment, Fang Yuan's body was covered in a layer of translucent black armor. On his face was a pale white skull mask. This was the sign of Heavenly Ghost Concealment. Different from obscured Heavenly Secret, Heavenly Ghost Concealment had a strong aura, but in Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's eyes, it was completely invisible. Giant Sun Immortal used many methods, but none of them had any effect on Fang Yuan's Heavenly Ghost Concealment. This is a Heaven Path method. This shows Fang Yuan's talent and attainment in this aspect. Giant Sun, are you going to watch Fang Yuan obtain these Heaven Path Dream Realms and become even more powerful? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable took the chance to persuade Giant Sun, increasing his wariness towards Fang Yuan. Giant Sun Immortal side. Fang Yuan cultivates all paths. Once he succeeds in heaven path cultivation, he will form a mystical connection with other paths. The results will be unpredictable. He was moved by star constellation Immortal Venerable. His attacks against Fang Yuan became fiercer. Even so, Fang Yuan's situation was much better now. He fought around Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, but his main target was still star constellation Immortal Venerable. Immortal Killer Move, 7 Kills Rainbow. This compound killer move was frequently used by Fang Yuan to disrupt star constellation Immortal Venerable. Star constellation Immortal Venerable wanted to use Chaotic Will Scattering Dream many times, but she was chased by Fang Yuan just as she was about to activate it. Sometimes, he would have to stop after just a short while to deal with Fang Yuan's attacks. When Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal attacked Fang Yuan got close to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and circled around, making Spectral Soul Demon Venerable take the brunt of the attacks. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was attacked. He became even more furious. He unleashed a torrent of attacks. He treated Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal as a thorn in his side. He ignored Fang Yuan, who was making use of him. After a long stalemate, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable decisively changed her strategy. She asked Giant Sun Immortal to guard her and fight for opportunities to use her killer move. Fang Yuan's expression turned cold. As the intensity of the battle deepened, the two Venerable Ones joined forces even more closely. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable roared as he pounced. His countless arms were like black pillars as they slammed towards Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Giant Sun Immortal shouted as he blocked in front of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. A vast golden fog covered most of the battlefield. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's countless arms slammed into the golden fog. His ferocious ghostly claws scratched everywhere in the golden fog. The golden fog dissipated but was quickly replenished. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was not in a clear state of mind. He should use a killer move now to have a chance of breaking the defense. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable knew this. Even if Spectral Soul Demon Venerable used a killer move, it might not be the right choice. Fang Yuan sighed. He had no choice but to attack again. He used another trump card. Immortal Killer Move, Permetha Dragon Snake Dust Fog Soul Detonation Wind. Fang Yuan pointed at Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable cried out in pain. 100 thick black arms twisted and turned into dragons and snakes, breathing out dust and thick fog before exploding. Countless wind blades swept out, blowing away Giant Sun Immortal's golden fog. Giant Sun Immortal coughed out a mouthful of blood. His defensive method was broken. He suffered a backlash. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was also affected. The Chaotic Will Scattering Dream that she had activated for a few breaths of time was forced to stop. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable roared furiously as he attacked the two Venerables. Because Fang Yuan was covered in heavenly ghost concealment, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was heavily injured. He thought that it was the work of the two Venerables. A new killer move. This aura. The core is definitely the secluded domain of heaven and earth, Luopa Valley. Giant Sun Immortal placed his hand on his chest, healing his injuries as he retreated, evading Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's ghostly claws. How many killer moves of this level has he deduced? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable gritted her teeth. Her eyes flickered with starlight. She wanted to see through Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan still had obscured heavenly secret on him. She could not see through it. After using this move, Fang Yuan immediately became exhausted. He did not attack anymore. He looked like he had expended a lot of energy. The reason why he did not use Year Shocking Dream Wave Soul Sound anymore was because he had already given rank 7 Dream Armor Immortal Gu to Meng Qiuzhen. The killer move Hurricane Dragon Snake Dust Fog Soul Bursting Wind he was using now was not inferior. But because it was a compound killer move, there were many paths and Gu worms involved. Fang Yuan's thoughts were quickly depleted. After all, he was currently maintaining Heavenly Web and Heavenly Ghost Concealment, these two killer moves. Thankfully, after activating rank 9 Obscured Heavenly Secret, he did not need to expend mental energy to maintain them. One of the disadvantages of compound killer moves was that they expended too many thoughts. Star constellation Immortal Venerable made some adjustments but still failed. Meng Qiuzhen continued to explore dream realms, bringing endless benefits to Fang Yuan's main body. Even though Fang Yuan's attacking frequency fell, he used Hurricane Dragon Snake Dust Fog Soul Bursting Wind to force the two venerables into a disadvantage. Spectral Heaven had just formed, the heavenly wind chi wall was not thick and there were no obstructions. It was easy for the 5 regions Gu Immortals to watch the battle. Seeing that Fang Yuan had the upper hand, Central Continent and Northern Plains Gu Immortals were shocked and worried. Some scolded Fang Yuan for being shameless, some prayed for the righteous path, while some had pale expressions due to the demonic might. As for the Eastern Sea Gu Immortals, they were overjoyed. Damn it, if my Blood Sea was successful, I would have such a powerful blood path killer move. Why would I be afraid of Fang Yuan's methods? Giant Sun Immortal gritted his teeth. The suppressed emotions in his heart had reached the limit. He finally used his full strength. Luck Path Killer Move, All Living Beings of Heaven and Earth. Giant Sun Immortal activated this move, forming a huge pillar of light. The pillar of light was golden and dazzling. It stood in the sky. It was extremely thick and tall. Giant Sun Immortal was inside the golden pillar of light. His arms and legs were spread out. He was in a posture. His hair fluttered in the wind, he screamed continuously, his expression was twisted and his veins were bulging. He seemed to be in great pain. During the activation of the killer move, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's attacks were all obstructed by the golden pillar of light. Fang Yuan tried to attack, but found that every time he attacked the golden pillar of light, his luck would be shaken. There were strong signs of it being absorbed by Giant Sun Immortal. Fang Yuan thus stopped wisely. Giant Sun Immortal, what did you do? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's expression was ugly. Giant Sun Immortal's move had immense power, even she was affected. The golden pillar of light lasted for a short 9 breaths of time before it stopped and dissipated. Giant Sun Immortal's body was covered in a layer of golden light, his muscles bulged and his golden hair danced in the wind, his entire body had expanded by a size. His gaze swept toward Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. His gaze was so sharp that even Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not help but squint. Giant Sun Immortal grinned. Star Constellation, don't blame me, this move has a huge range, it covers the whole 5 regions, you cannot avoid it. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable roared as he raised a terrifying black fog that covered the sky. Giant Sun Immortal roared as he puffed his cheeks and blew, forming a boundless tornado. The tornado swept everything. The black fog revealed hundreds and thousands of tadpole-tailed soul balls. The soul balls exploded around Giant Sun Immortal. Giant Sun Immortal snorted in disdain. That layer of golden light allowed him to remain unharmed. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's countless arms attacked. Giant Sun Immortal used his fists and legs to clash. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's ghostly claws and black arms were like eggs smashing into rocks. After the clash, countless golden lights entered the black arms and shot out, causing the black arms to explode. Giant Sun Immortal started to counterattack. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was immediately suppressed. No matter how he resisted, Giant Sun Immortal's attacks were even more merciless. Fang Yuan fought with Giant Sun Immortal. He found that be it offense, defense, movement, or healing, they were all strengthened in all aspects. Fang Yuan was also suppressed. He gradually realized something. This move is likely to forcefully extract external luck and use it on himself. But how big is the range of this killer move? Earlier, Giant Sun Immortal communicated with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable using voice transmission. Fang Yuan did not know that this move had an incredibly huge range. It directly covered the 5 regions. This move had an even more profound effect. It affected the luck of heaven and earth and all living beings, causing all of their luck to be affected and move around Giant Sun Immortal intensely. The killer move was named All Living Beings of Heaven and Earth. It was truly worthy of its name. Fang Yuan had Cooking Luck Pot and Slow Heavenly Web. His luck was not affected by this move. But star constellation Immortal Venerable's luck path defensive method was seen through by giant sun Immortal. It was useless. But star constellation Immortal Venerable did not show any signs of it. After all, the urgent matter now was to deal with Fang Yuan and kill Meng Qiuzhen. After activating all living beings of heaven and earth, giant sun Immortal's luck grew to a terrifying scale. Together with his combat system, his strength was amplified to a terrifying extent. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable lost his mind. After struggling for a while, he showed clear signs of defeat. Fang Yuan did not have a good time either, but he still had to focus on star constellation Immortal Venerable. Actually, giant sun Immortal's strength was not the main point. As long as there was no battlefield killer move restraining him, Fang Yuan could advance or retreat freely. In Fang Yuan's opinion, the main point was star constellation Immortal Venerable. He shouted at star constellation Immortal Venerable without transmitting his voice. Star constellation, you have a good plan. You let giant sun and I expend our immortal essence while you stall for time. Can you really destroy my dream path clone with this method? Star constellation Immortal Venerable smiled coldly. Fang Yuan, since you have such a plan, why don't you let me try again? Fang Yuan replied calmly, Star constellation, you are more skillful. You predicted that I would not dare to take the risk. In that case, I will have to use other methods. Star constellation Immortal Venerable and giant sun Immortal became vigilant. Since the start of the battle, Fang Yuan's killer moves had been very shocking. Especially his defensive methods, even the two venerables could not see through them. But even after the two venerables paid attention for some time, they did not see Fang Yuan revealing any more methods. Star constellation Immortal Venerable smiled. Fang Yuan, simply threatening is not a good method. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. I have already used this method. Speaking of which, star constellation's starry sky calculation formation is grand and profound. It is truly mystical. It is a pity that it was constructed in a hurry and is about to be destroyed in a hurry. Star constellation Immortal Venerable frowned. At the same time, Central Continent. Outside the starry sky calculation formation, Qi Si ancestors slowly appeared. Rumble, a Qi path killer move was activated. At the next moment, heaven and earth shook. Qi surged as if it was boundless, pressing down on the starry sky calculation formation. According to the management's understanding, as long as they complete the daily missions, they would gain a lot of battle strength. Chapter 2348. Ever since the sun had been destroyed, the 5 regions and 2 heavens had sunk into darkness. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, who was burning with blue eerie fire, could never replace the sun. Because what he gave to all living beings in the world was not vitality and warmth, but coldness and killing intent. Under the dark curtain, the countless stars shining in the sky above Zhongzhou State became the comfort of mortals. But now, even these dazzling and resplendent starlight had been brutally murdered. The airflow surged, vast and majestic, drowning out the myriad of starlight. Qi Si ancestor's sleeves fluttered. He had an indifferent expression as he flew horizontally, continuing to press forward. Previously, when Fang Yuan mobilized the troops, he was one of Fang Yuan's arrangements. Now that he received the main body's notification, he immediately acted. It was noisy inside the starry sky actuarial array. There were many Gu immortals guarding this place. Because the starry sky calculation formation's offense and defense were weak, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable arranged many Gu immortals here. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable also knew that the starry sky calculation formation, which had only been constructed for a short period of time, would become the target of other venerables. It was currently the weakness of the celestial court. Therefore, she also left the embroidered tower and the constellation chessboard in this array. Qi Si ancestor appeared in the northeast direction. With one move, he destroyed 3,871 stars. Urgent report. Fang Yuan's Dragonman clone of the enslavement path appeared in the northwest. Wu Shuai, 2,664 stars were destroyed. Star Constellation's will in the embroidered building was about to give the order. But suddenly the whole formation space shook violently. Next, the investigating Gu immortal shouted in a sharp tone, revealing a panicked expression. Jean Budu has appeared. He's attacking from the south and he's heading straight for me. Jean Budu? Star constellations will immediately mobilized her thoughts and looked through the starry sky calculation array. She saw a radiant youth wearing a huge bright red cloak. He was like a ferocious tiger descending the mountain, or a mad dragon descending to the world, exploding the air and causing a rumbling sound as he charged over. Star constellations will side. Feng Yuan could revive Gu immortals. They had already obtained clues from Feng clan. The resurrection of Jean Budu did not surprise the will of the constellation. However, the situation before her left her in a difficult position. Qi Si ancestor and Jean Budu had pseudo-venerable battle strength, while Wu Shuai was a peak rank 8 expert. On this level, the celestial court lacked elite experts who could face them head-on. Qing Chou could be counted as one, but right now, it had to protect the God Emperor City. In terms of strategic significance, the Divine Emperor City was even more important than the Starry Sky Calculation Array. As for Qin Ding Ling, Che Wei, and the rest, they were also rank 8s, but they were clearly inferior to Qi Si and Jean Budu. Feng Yuan can revive Gu immortals and preserve their cultivation level. Where are the variant human rank 8s among his subordinates hiding now? The situation was unclear, so the star constellations will decided to fight conservatively. It would focus on protecting the sky full of stars calculation array, and not rashly counterattack. Star constellation immortal venerables will personally control the starry sky calculation formation. Starlight shone brightly and dazzlingly. Qi Si ancestor and Wu Shuai had to close their eyes and use investigative killer moves. Only Jean Budu was thick-skinned. He opened his eyes wide and had no qualms about it. The starlight quickly dimmed. Qi Si ancestor, Wu Shuai, and Jean Budu's vision changed. They were in the middle of a huge chessboard. This is star constellation chessboard? This sky full of stars calculation array can actually make use of star constellation chessboard. Not just that, embroidered tower might be helping it as well. Feng Yuan's 3 clones conversed while attacking fiercely again. After a series of explosions, the sky full of stars calculation array shook intensely, but it barely managed to hold on. It was all thanks to embroidered tower and star constellation chessboard. Oh no, if the situation falls into a stalemate, how can the main body exert pressure on star constellation immortal venerable's main body? Qi Si ancestor's heart sank. The other 2 immortals knew that something was amiss. They attacked even more fiercely. Spectral heaven. The fight between the 4 venerables continued. Feng Yuan's clones attacked, but they were blocked by star constellation immortal venerables arrangements. But Feng Yuan's situation was turning for the better. Earlier, he was in a difficult situation because Giant Sun Immortal used his full strength. Now, his situation was turning for the better because of Giant Sun Immortal. Giant Sun Immortal's battle strength continued to fall. It turned out that even though all living beings, world, self-centered was strong, it forcefully absorbed external luck. It was like water without a source. The more it was used, the lesser it became. Not just that, when this move's effect completely disappeared, Giant Sun Immortal's luck would fall into a weakened state. It would only recover after a period of time. Star constellation Immortal Venerable had already learned of the attack on the sky full of stars calculation array. But she could not return to help immediately. Once she did, she would fall into Feng Yuan's trap. By then, would Giant Sun Immortal be left alone to deal with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and Feng Yuan's alliance? Would Giant Sun Immortal be willing to do that? Star constellation Immortal Venerable only cared about Celestial Court's benefits. This would definitely cast a shadow over the alliance of the 2 venerables. After all, Giant Sun was not a venerable of Celestial Court. He was not on the same side as Star constellation Immortal Venerable. It was only because of the situation. Star constellation Immortal Venerable even suspected that if she returned to Central Continent, Feng Yuan might pursue her relentlessly. In any case, among the venerables, only star constellation Immortal Venerable could pose a threat to Meng Qiuzhen. Feng Yuan dragged the battlefield to Central Continent. It was disadvantageous to Celestial Court. While Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sighed at Feng Yuan's craftiness, he could see through people's intentions and chose the perfect time to attack. She had to resist Feng Yuan's constant interference. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable also tried to use other killer moves against Feng Yuan. Even though Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was strong, he lacked intelligence. He was only a problem. Feng Yuan was the key. He was the biggest threat. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's repeated attempts had no effect. Feng Yuan used Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's cover. It was a shallow tactic but had great effect. The four Venerables fought for some time. Seeing that all beings in the world were about to weaken, Giant Sun Immortal had no choice but to use this move again. For a time, the golden pillar of light appeared once more. It lay across the heavens and the earth, and it was grand and resplendent to the extreme. Giant Sun Immortal's luck was strengthened again. His battle strength rose again. All beings in the world could be used continuously, but the backlash would become stronger. Right now, Giant Sun Immortal was in a difficult situation. His entire combat system was built on his positive luck. If his luck weakened, his battle strength would fall. Giant Sun Immortal naturally did not want to expose the weakness of all beings in the world the first time he used it. Feng Yuan saw that Giant Sun Immortal was raring to go again. He wisely retreated, using Spectral Soul Demon Venerable as a barrier to avoid the attack. Giant Sun Immortal saw Feng Yuan's actions and gritted his teeth in hatred. He knew that if he did not take any measures, the situation would repeat itself. Thus he immediately used a trump card. Luck Path Killer Move. Myriad things have flying yellow. Giant Sun Immortal's body flickered with golden light. The golden light was restrained as it slowly rose above his head, turning into an orange-yellow pill jade. The pill jade was extremely powerful. Feng Yuan and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable felt waves of fear. Next, Giant Sun Immortal gave a low growl. He raised his head and slammed his head towards the orange-yellow pill jade. The orange-yellow pill jade was sent flying towards Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan saw that Giant Sun Immortal's luck that had risen earlier had mostly collapsed because of this move. It almost returned to normal. He knew that this move was powerful. He could not deduce the profundity of this move. He did not take it head-on. He hid behind Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had no qualms. He swept his arm and slammed with his ghostly claw, sending the orange-yellow pill jade flying far away. The orange-yellow pill jade fell down from spectral heaven like a rubber ball. Seeing this, Feng Yuan and Star Constellation were slightly stunned. Giant Sun Immortal's move was extremely powerful. To think that it would be suppressed so easily? Giant Sun. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable transmitted. Giant Sun Immortal smiled confidently. Star Constellation, watch carefully. This move is extraordinary. It is the culmination of my own luck, the luck of all living beings, and the luck of heaven and earth. It is no longer limited to the concept of offense and defense. It can make use of the variables of heaven and earth and all living beings to create a stupefying battle result. It's just that this move requires a period of time to manifest its power. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable heard this and immediately asked the crucial question, how long will it take to see the result? Giant Sun Immortal's expression froze. The time is uncertain. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Giant Sun Immortal said again. This move has already been used, no need to worry. Star Constellation, why aren't you attacking Feng Yuan with me? Saying so, he charged at Feng Yuan. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable took a glance at the orange-yellow pill jade before cooperating with Giant Sun Immortal to circle around Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and attack Feng Yuan. The orange-yellow pill jade flew down and encountered a soul beast army. After piercing hundreds of soul beasts, its aura fell by 10%. Its direction also changed slightly. It continued to descend, piercing the heavenly wind chi wall. Its aura fell by another 10%. After reaching the sky of Central Continent, it shot straight into the star array formation. Star constellations was controlling star constellation chessboard and the star array formation to deal with Feng Yuan's 3 clones. While the two sides were in a deadlock, suddenly, an orange-yellow luck path killer move that looked like an egg squeezed into the huge chessboard with star paths. What is this? Qi Si ancestor and the rest became alert. Oh no! Star constellation's Will's expression changed. It turned out that the star array formation or star constellation chessboard, they were wisdom path methods, they were intricate and complicated. But the orange-yellow pill jade was a great achievement in luck path, it was a huge variable. The orange-yellow pill jade entered star constellation chessboard and immediately interfered with the entire battlefield, it absorbed and repelled star constellation's Will's arrangements, making everything even more chaotic. Star constellations will quickly made arrangements to suppress this variable and maintain the battlefield, but she could not help but expose a flaw. Feng Yuan's 3 clones were overjoyed, they immediately used this chance to attack the flaw. A moment later, with a loud sound, Feng Yuan's clones' vision changed, they returned to central continent sky. A small part of star constellation chessboard was destroyed, star constellation immortal venerables will quickly stored it in embroidered tower. Chapter 2349. Remote Heaven Battlefield. Sush. The 7 Killings rainbow arrived. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's body flickered with starlight as she successfully dodged it. She was about to retaliate when she saw Feng Yuan hiding behind Spectral Soul Demon Venerable again. This had happened more than 100 times since the start of the battle. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was no longer as angry as before, seeing that Giant Sun Immortal was being attacked by hundreds of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Star constellation Immortal Venerable activated her killer move and destroyed dozens of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Giant Sun Immortal used this chance to escape the encirclement of the giant arms. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was ambushed, he gave up on Giant Sun Immortal and targeted Star constellation Immortal Venerable instead. Star constellation, distract the Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, I will capture Feng Yuan. Giant Sun Immortal saw this and quickly communicated. Next, his body turned into a golden rainbow as he flew out, trying to get around Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and attack Feng Yuan, who was behind him. But at the next moment, Star constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly. She did not engage in a stalemate with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Instead, she left behind a star form phantom while her true body moved. The star form phantom was instantly destroyed by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. The latter immediately turned around and attacked Giant Sun Immortal. Giant Sun Immortal was trapped again. He was a little surprised. He quickly transmitted to Star constellation Immortal Venerable, Star constellation, why are you doing this? Star constellation Immortal Venerable sent the report of the battle inside the starry sky calculation formation to Giant Sun Immortal. She asked, Giant Sun Immortal, how do you explain this? This. Giant Sun Immortal smiled awkwardly. He immediately understood the reason. He explained, Star constellation, have you heard of the true meaning of luck path, fortune and misfortune come together? This luck path killer move is exactly like that. After I activated it, I completely lost control of it. I do not know how it works or how it manifests in the end. The starry sky calculation formation was not destroyed. This is just a small disaster. Misfortune turns to fortune. This small disaster now can be exchanged for great fortune in the future. We should be looking forward to it. Star constellation Immortal Venerable sneered, using my small misfortune to exchange for your great fortune? Giant Sun Immortal, is that what you mean? The Giant Sun Immortal choked and said, I will compensate for all direct losses, but as for the specific amount, how about we discuss it after the battle? Star constellation Immortal Venerable nodded at Giant Sun Immortal, continuing to fight alongside him. She chose to believe in the Giant Sun Immortal. From her point of view, although the Giant Sun Immortal's standpoint was different from the celestial courts, he valued family and had a deep humanity. He loved his descendants and was very protective of them. There was an obvious difference between him and Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan had no bottom line. He had to be extremely cautious and not believe in his promises. However, the words of the giant sun immortal could still be trusted, especially since the compensation wasn't that great. Of course, more importantly, in such a situation, a single venerable could not deal with Feng Yuan. Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not watch as Feng Yuan absorbed the entire Heaven Path Dream Realm. Starry Sky Calculation Formation. Qi Si ancestors stirred up countless air currents. It was hard to defend against them. Zhan Budu charged forward like a dragon. Nobody could stop him. Wu Shuai controlled millions of ants to infiltrate and devour the entire Starry Sky Calculation Formation. Star Constellation's Will in Embroidered Tower tried to repair Star Constellation chessboard while manipulating Embroidered Tower to help the Starry Sky Calculation Formation. The Starry Sky Calculation Formation had very low offensive and defensive power. If not for this, Giant Sun and Feng Yuan would not have watched Star Constellation Immortal Venerable create this formation so easily. Even with Embroidered Tower's help and the Gu Immortals in the formation space maintaining and repairing it, the Starry Sky Calculation Formation continued to break under the fierce attacks of Feng Yuan's 3 clones. Finally, several formation cores were exposed. These formation cores all have immortal Gu. My ants cannot invade them, they are very mysterious. Wu Shuai transmitted. Qi Si Ancestor and Zhan Budu both tried to do it but failed. These formation cores were shrouded in starlight. They were hard to distinguish between real and fake. Feng Yuan's 3 clones' attacks were like illusions. The starlight only shook intensely. I'm afraid he used a phantom path method. I am powerless. Zhan Budu shrugged. His main trump card was incomplete freedom transformation. He was good at charging at the front lines, he was not skilled in other aspects. Qi Si Ancestor also frowned. In this difficult situation, he suddenly glanced at the orange-yellow pill jade. After this orange-yellow pill jade destroyed Star Constellation chessboard, it shrunk in size, its aura and radiance dimmed greatly, 60% of it was used, only 20% was left. Why don't we try using Giant Sun Immortal's Egg Yolk Killer move? Qi Si Ancestor had already obtained information from the main body. He communicated with the other 2 clones, arranging a battle tactic. Zhan Budu and Wu Shuai attracted Star Constellation's will. Qi Si Ancestor successfully used his Qi Path Giant Hand to grab the orange-yellow pill jade before tossing it towards the closest formation core. This formation core was under Black Heaven Temple's Gu Immortal Zhang Ji's control. Seeing the orange-yellow pill jade approaching the formation core, he shouted and asked for help. Star Constellations will noticed it and immediately took action. Embroidered Tower shot out countless Dao marks, diverting the orange-yellow pill jade and causing it to land near the formation core. However, the Gu worms near the formation core were affected by the orange-yellow pill jade. They became chaotic. Zhang Jigong wanted to suppress this terrible situation, but Feng Yuan's 3 clones continued to bombard him. Embroidered Tower did its best to protect them, but the commotion still affected the other Gu worms. These mortal Gu were either destroyed or destroyed. It was not a big deal. As long as the immortal Gu in the formation core were stabilized, the missing parts could be replenished in time. But the actual situation was not like this. The surrounding mortal Gu shook and were destroyed. All sorts of minute changes stacked on top of each other and rapidly magnified, directly threatening the immortal Gu in the formation core. Zhang Ji's actions of stabilizing the situation turned into an accomplice. Next, under his incredulous gaze, the immortal Gu in the formation core cracked and shattered. Originally, the formation core's formation core immortal Gu were all complete. They were closely connected and concealed each other. But now, one of them suddenly collapsed, revealing a huge flaw. Feng Yuan's 3 clones immediately attacked fiercely. Star Constellations could not care about anything else. She could only focus on maintaining the star core calculation formation. Giant Sun Immortal, how do you explain this? Within Spectral Heaven, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable questioned again. Giant Sun Immortal sighed. I'll compensate you. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly. Is this just a matter of compensation? Giant Sun Immortal sighed again. Calm down, stopping Fang Yuan is the most important thing now. How can I be careless? Once this killer move is activated, it will not be under my control. Let's see how it develops. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. This move of yours is helping Fang Yuan's clone. Its power has already dissipated, it has completely vanished. How will it develop? How will it affect Fang Yuan's side? Giant Sun Immortal laughed heartily. Even though it has dissipated, it is only on the surface. The true variables are formless, they have already started to affect the world and all living beings, everything is changing. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's heart shook slightly. She was also deducing and deepening her understanding of the killer move Myriad Changes, Flying Yellow. Giant Sun Immortal's talent was astonishing. This move was truly out of the norm. It was not within the boundaries of any offensive killer move in history. It was extremely unique. Then I will wait and see. With a strong enemy ahead, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had to compromise with Giant Sun Immortal. Giant Sun Immortal let out a sigh of relief. The yellow pill jade vanished. He relaxed as he thought. Even if Celestial Court suffers losses because of this move in the future, they will not be able to produce any evidence. This move has linked variables. It is most beneficial to me. It seems that Celestial Court is my main enemy currently, thus, this move was not used on Fang Yuan. Instead, it is helping Fang Yuan to deal with Celestial Court. Giant Sun Immortal analyzed the situation in his mind. Inside the Starry Sky Calculation Formation, Gu Immortal Zhang Ji coughed out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale as a sheet. In order to protect the formation core, he had given it his all, but he failed in the end. Fang Yuan's 3 clones had already grasped the weakness. They started to expand their gains. Originally, because of Phantom Path, the Starry Sky Calculation Formation was perfect and flawless. Fang Yuan's 3 clones could not do anything about it. But now, they had a crucial breakthrough. They created a hole in the perfect formation and started to attack the surroundings from this hole. The healing Gu Immortal quickly rushed to Zhang Ji's side and started healing him. Zhang Ji was very dejected. He coughed out blood as he blamed himself. I have failed Celestial Court's nurturing. I have failed Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's request. I actually lost the formation core. The healing Gu Immortal quickly consoled him. This is all because of Giant Sun Immortal's killer move. It is not your fault. Zhang Ji still had a look of disbelief on his face. This Luck Path killer move is truly strange. It can link all the variables together and amplify them, eventually harming the formation core Immortal Gu. Like a pole that was pressed down, the other end would rise. The formation core's Immortal Gu and the surrounding Mortal Gu were like countless poles that were connected together. If one pole was pressed down, the other pole would rise, but the other pole would press down on the pole that was raised. These 2 variables would cancel each other out. Everything was unpredictable. Fei Huang did the exact opposite. It gathered all of the variables together and destroyed the formation core Immortal Gu. After a while of healing, Zhang Ji's injuries stabilized. During this period of time, 3 more formation cores of the Starry Sky Calculation Formation were destroyed by Fang Yuan's clones. This is all my fault. Zhang Ji blamed himself. He felt that the situation was collapsing. But at this time, another Gu Immortal came to his side. This was a Formation Path Grandmaster. The situation is urgent. I am here to repair the formation. I need your help. Zhang Ji quickly stood up and cupped his fists, expressing that he would help even if he had to risk his life. Even though the formation core Immortal Gu was destroyed, this Gu Immortal Formation Path Grandmaster could use immortal materials to set up the formation. He could temporarily replace the destroyed formation core Immortal Gu for emergencies. The Starry Sky Calculation Formation was created with great difficulty. Star constellations did not want it to be destroyed. The Gu Immortals of Central Continent's 10 great sects had also tasted the benefits of this formation. They did not want it to be destroyed. 2. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.